Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is lifted up in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 7, The Harvest, Ice and Blood. Mizwaro. Kigo hissed. What are you doing? Don't touch that. Crouching by the liquid red pipe that stretched before them, his fearless friend spared the panicky teen a disapproving glance. Yes, thank you, Asano-san. I'm not stupid. Afterwards he returned to inspecting this occult specimen. Weird. It seems, for all intents and purposes, to be living blood. Mizwaro gave an experimental sniff before drawing back and crossing his arms thoughtfully. Yup, even smells like it. I wonder if this is the result of the main body bleeding, or if it's a hollow that's completely composed of blood. Reminds me of some old myths my grandfather used to tell me. Supposedly the first god, Izanagi, slew his youngest son after his mother Izanami died in childbirth. Kunieda Ryo offered from her place leaning against the wall. His blood then formed numerous other gods or dragons, depending on the translation. Maybe this is something similar, divine blood that produces deities. Well, they were all worshipping it, the charming Lothario mused. Kigo Asano looked between the two of them in disbelief. Why are you guys so relaxed? How do you even know this thing? He pointed wildly at the scarlet ribbon. Can't hear us talking right now. Because we'd be dead if that were true. Mizwaro bent down even closer and squinted one eye shut to follow along the bloodline's course back into the darkened chamber behind them. Whatever the case, I think it's safe to assume this is some kind of artery keeping the creature we saw earlier alive. He rose up, dusting off his knees in the process. Or undead, as it were. They did say a guard was necessary. The willowy female slowly turned her head to gaze introspectively at the half-open portal. That means whatever is in there right now requires protection. It's vulnerable. Kigo stared in dismay at his schoolmates as they casually discussed this situation with as much dispassion as though their lives weren't on the line. Was he the only one who appreciated how dangerous it really was? He had never really liked all this spirit business to begin with. Fiends lurking around every corner, alongside threatening men with shaved heads who barged into your home and got your already nightmarish sister even more worked up than usual. When would it all end? Probably when I least suspect it. Things had actually gotten steadily worse since he first came to this dimension. For starters, Kigo had arrived out of whatever magic portal brought them here head first. This left him buried up to his armpits in sand. Had Mizwaro Ojima not been there to haul him out, he might have suffocated. Which was only mildly more preferable to finding himself in the middle of nowhere. Even now, it felt like he still had 20 pounds of sand in each shoe. No explanation was forthcoming as to where they were, much less how they got there. Their cell phones didn't work, which hadn't been the case when they were trapped in Soul Society. He had previously postulated that this might have been because some cell towers existed in Karakura when the city got relocated to the afterlife, which allowed local transmissions to still take place even without any satellites. But that wasn't the case here. Instead, it hadn't taken them long to come to the conclusion that they were currently in Hueco Mundo. We should wait here, Kigo had first insisted. Mizwaro agreed, and so the two of them shared one another's company squatted on a dune. Everything looked the same in whatever direction you might choose. After 3 minutes, Ojima stood up with a declaration of, well, that's that, and started walking. Hold on, wait, Mizwaro. Someone will come along and get us, I'm sure of it. That's what I'm afraid of, Mizwaro replied. Then, with an easy acceptance that always left the other teen both agitated and envious, he proceeded across the desert. After shouting at his departing back for a while, Asano determined that the only thing worse than being lost in sandy hell was being alone in it. For this reason he quickly followed the shorter boy, and they continued slogging through the dry landscape in search of a gas station or a payphone. About 5 minutes in, while Kigo was unsuccessfully attempting to knock sand out of his ears, he took one step forward and realized that his foot was sinking in a lot more than he had grown accustomed to. While this fact was still registering, he was already falling forward, sliding into the dry sea with as little resistance as slipping into a public pool. Too shocked to even flail and scream as was his regular wont, it was perhaps owing to this that he did not wind up swallowing another sandwich of sorts. Instead his speed increased, and the next thing he knew, the perplexed teenager landed hard on what felt like a mound of more sand. A river of the stuff was still pouring down on him, so that at first he tried to struggle out from under it. Light came from overhead in sufficient quantity to allow him to determine that he had fallen into a pit. Of course, it was strange to think that he hadn't noticed any indication of this sand trap while walking towards it. One would think there might have been some warning that the ground disappeared up ahead, which could indicate that the pit hadn't existed until he stepped over it. While coming to this conclusion, a clawed hand grabbed Kigo by the shirt and yanked him back to tuck under one brawny arm. "All right. Get the other one," a low voice hissed. Mizu dash. Before he could scream a warning to his friend, something smooth and wiggly thrust into his mouth, silencing him. By then the bunch that grabbed him had moved away from the hole in the ceiling, plunging everything into darkness. Kigo didn't bother struggling. He wasn't sure what was going on, but clearly it didn't bode well for them. This was borne out when a few seconds later there was another rush of noise, and in the moonlight shaft that followed he could see a pair of familiar legs kicking ineffectively to extricate themselves from the small hill. A few moments later Mizuru had also been apprehended. "Hurry up and plug the ceiling, damn Scion," something rasped in an ugly voice. "Should we take them back now?" one of their captors asked. "Who's going to clean this mess up? Lagrima will be furious if we leave it." "Somebody else. The last one's close. We might lose it if we stay to sweep. Let's just get all three now and not bother with return trips." They moved into the light, continuing down what turned out to be a tunnel. And in that brief moment before everything went dark again, Kigo saw that they were being held by hollows. He didn't bother resisting much after that. The helpless teen didn't know what was going on, and he didn't want to. This was just something out of the ordinary. If he survived it, that would be great. He could get back to the things that mattered: school, video games, girls, hanging out. That he could deal with. This weird stuff, he wasn't equipped for it. So why did it keep happening to him? He couldn't turn into a Shinigami or shoot lasers out of his hair. It just wasn't fair that he be singled out like this. Best to let the really exceptional people like Ichigo and Orium handle all the supernatural business. That made much more sense. As the pack moved on through the pitch-black environs, Asano idly wondered who else was going to join them down here. This lot had mentioned a third person. Would it be Orium, or Don Kanonji? Either one might prove more than the monsters could handle. Actually, not so much the Don, he couldn't fight his way out of a paper bag. And who could blame him? Well, I guess I could. Kinda his fault I'm in this fix. But we'll find out soon enough who's next. It's coming this way. Moving kinda fast. Will it cross the tunnels? Of course it will, there are routes all over the desert. We just have to find the right spot to set the trap. Move, before it passes us by. There was the sound of running after that, and several turns. The creatures panted and swore as they raced towards some location. Eventually, though, their flight ceased. "Okay, it's heading straight for us now. Damn Scion. Make the pit already, curse you. Don't throw orders at me. I know what I'm doing." A rumbling shook the tunnel then, and soon after there came a soft hissing sound that reminded Kigo of sand running through an hourglass. There was no point trying to warn whoever was headed towards them. Even if he could shout, they wouldn't hear him all the way down here. Just had to hope whoever it turned out to be packed the wool up that Kigo and most other people he knew lacked. Abruptly the hissing increased into a downpour, and just like before the ceiling opened up to allow him to see what was going on ahead, just as someone fell through the roof with a short scream. To his dismay, coughing and flailing on her back before them lay Kunia Dario. So much for saviors, Asano thought glumly. Even as his hope of rescue died, one of the hollows was lunging forward to snatch up their latest prey. While disoriented by the fall, Kuniada must have still seen it coming, for she quickly rolled off the mound and turned to make a run for it. But even their school track star wasn't fast enough to escape the gruesome spirit. As she took off, talons snapped out and caught hold of the back of her shirt. With an angry shout, the girl planted her foot and drove forward in a desperate attempt to free herself. So great was her effort that the fabric tore to shreds through the monster's claws, and for a brief moment she was bounding forth free. Unfortunately, the force of this escape proved Kunyada's downfall. Her shoe slammed into the yielding sand and slid out from under her, sending their classmate pitching to one side in a heap. Kigo heard the thing growl as it approached her, and watched it loom over the fallen scholar. Right then, the beast stopped. It gave a violent start and sprang back to land in a crouch. For a while no one moved. Kigo now had an unobstructed view of the scene before him. Ryo hadn't budged an inch. The back of her shirt was in tatters. And beneath it, there was something unexpected showing through. Red and purple, such that he thought the hollow must have slashed her open. But there was no blood on her shirt. Before he could make anything out clearly, Kunyada Ryo turned and looked at them. As she did, the hollow quailed backwards. No. The one holding Kigo gasped. We didn't, we thought you were. While it whimpered, the girl's black eyes narrowed in on Asano, seeming to notice him for the first time. She then stood slowly up, and made a curt gesture. Drop him. A second later the astonished high school junior hit the ground even as whatever appendage had been gagging him left his mouth. Taking a grateful lungful of air, he immediately remembered the situation he was in and scuttled out of the way to crouch fearfully against a wall. Kunyada had risen to her full height. She looked, if anything, very annoyed. Like someone had bothered her in the middle of reading a really good chapter in a book. And now, she was going to deal with that uncouth someone. Woe betide their souls. What do you think you're doing? She growled. Lagrima sent us. One of the hollows had sunk down with its belly low to the floor, looking like a chastised dog in the process. It shifted backward and forward nervously, a beetle trying to figure out which way to run to escape a swooping bird. She said we were to collect the vessels, we didn't know anyone was up there. We just followed the strands she gave us, we already found two, the last one was supposed to be up there. The one speaking indicated the hollow that had held Asano before, as well as another back behind them. Right then Kigo spied Mizuwaro, held by this newly exposed ghost. Hey, Mizuwaro! He cried, too relieved to think about how stupid it was to draw anyone's attention back to his existence. And as one could easily imagine, this got everybody looking at him. At seeing the wrath darkening Kunyada's face, Asano seriously found himself wondering who he was more scared of at this current time. Don't talk, the long-limbed athlete declared in a voice that brooked no dissent. Her classmate nodded rapidly to indicate his heartfelt willingness to shut up for the foreseeable future. Satisfied, her attention then moved to Mizuwaro and his holder. Give me that. Once again, they obeyed. And for the first time it dawned upon Kigo just how strange these proceedings really were. What the hell was going on? Why hadn't the hollows killed them? Why were they taking orders from Ryo, of all people? Was this some kind of magic? Greatness, one hollow suddenly asked, flinching when she leveled an unpleasant look at it. If I may. The girl's frown darkened, and while the beast quailed, it still managed to hiss out, we're not supposed to leave the tunnels. It's the rules, not supposed to, so why were you? Obviously, she was hunting the last of us. All heads turned now to Mizuwaro, who had settled down with his back against the wall and arms resting on his upraised knees. He looked from one masked face to another, smiling. Probably just about to catch M2, if you idiots hadn't come blundering along and dropped her down here. I can't imagine Lagrima will be pleased when she hears about this. What was he doing? Kigo wanted to ask, but that previous compunction against speaking still lay upon him. Instead he just felt all the blood draining from his face, and his teeth started to chatter. Did Mizuwaro actually think they were going to buy a word that came out of his mouth? Forgive us. Huh? We did not mean to interrupt your hunt, great one. What the? Damn Cyan made the pit, blame him. Damn you, Ulcerus, I only did what you told me to. You know what? Screw it. I'll just accept everything that happens from now on. Shut up, all of you. Kunyada suddenly barked, causing the groveling hollows to lapse into silence. Her voice then descended into a deep, wintry chill that made Kigo glad she was not addressing him. You have ruined my hunt, so be glad I don't exterminate the lot of you. Go back to Lagrima and inform her of your stupidity, I can't be bothered to deal with you fools right now. As recompense, I'll take these humans you've already recovered. The one who might have been their leader glanced about at his fellows uncertainly. But what about the last one? It should still be close by, we might yet. It then looked down at its hand. The great white mask tilted slightly to the side, as if confused. What? The strand, it's saying. Before it could finish, Ryo took 3 quick steps forward and lashed out, seeming to slap its open palm. The hollow yelped and scuttled back, cringing in obvious terror, its previous resistance evidently forgotten. I said leave. This time there was no hesitation. The whole pack just turned and rushed into the darkened tunnel behind them. In a few seconds even the heavy sound of their footfalls had receded away, leaving the 3 humans alone together. Through the light coming from the hole overhead, Kigo watched Kunieda peer at something she held in her palm, then with a disinterested shrug she stuffed whatever it was in her pocket and looked at each boy in turn. Kmin, she indicated with a jerk of her head. Let's get moving. Who are you? Both Mizuru and the person who looked like Ryo gazed at him now like he was a simpleton, but Asano wasn't about to back down. One too many weird things had transpired for him to lapse back into passive acceptance just yet. That would require some answers first. So once again he directed his attention to the normally icy yet still very human girl across from him. Are you really Kunieda-san? Because otherwise. And here he took a deep breath to pluck up his nerve. I'm not going anywhere with you, and neither is Mizuru. Speak for yourself, Asano-san, his friend drawled glibly. And Kunieda-san, what's that under your shirt? He indicated towards her back. Unable to see what he was referring to, Kigo did not fail to notice how their seeming schoolmate flinched and hastily turned away. She then thrust out a hand towards Kigo and demanded, "Give me your jacket." In a tone that had him scrambling to untie the accessory from around his waist and lob it towards her. Ryo caught it with one hand and swiftly donned their school colors. Now visibly more relaxed, she declared without preamble, "I've got powers now too. Like Orium and Chad. Follow me and I'll explain." They did. Mizuru revealed some Quincy artifact he had borrowed from the Ishida home during one of their previous visits that served as a sort of lamp. This allowed them to proceed through the black tunnels. There was no talk of trying to make it back out the hole. Even if they stood on each other's shoulders, it was only enough for one to reach the edge, and the idea of abandoning anybody did not merit discussion. In this time, Ryo explained a few things to them. Apparently a few months after their return from Soul Society, while walking alone to school one day she had found herself accosted by a hollow. While nothing along the level of what they experienced during the war, even this lone scavenger could have quickly sealed the girl's fate. So as it sprang up growling before her, Kunieda had already turned and run for all she was worth. For some reason it didn't give chase. As she escaped, the girl could hear the monster behind her screaming. Oddly enough, Ryo could have sworn she heard it shout, "Please don't kill me." This only dawned on her several blocks later when she stopped to see if she was being followed. Perhaps a Shinigami had shown up at just the right time? Or maybe Uriah could be thanked for her rescue. Whatever the case, she chalked it up to good fortune and went back home. A few weeks later, something else unusual happened. Ryo was with 5 other girls from the Banyari High Track team on their morning run. She was keeping a deliberately slow pace so as to not outdistance the group, when another hollow rose from within a creek beside them. This one was bigger than the last, and significantly more menacing, as supernatural horrors went. It raised multiple suckered appendages towards the group of striving athletes, none of whom other than Ryo noticed their peril, but before she could draw breath to shout a warning. The beast paused, and shook its head perplexedly. It lowered its tentacles. By this point Kunieda had passed it by along with the rest. She stared uncertainly at the hollow, which seemed to be just as confused as herself. One of the other girls noticed her peering back at the diminishing monster and gave her a questioning look. In response she turned her attention to the road ahead of them. Their daily routine was completed with a few of the usual catcalls from local guys. But no hollow attacks. And it got her thinking. Right around this point in the story, the trio came out onto another tunnel filled with hollows. Maybe the boys were still too enthralled by Kunieda's tale to really respond appropriately to this development. Whatever the case, it worked out to their benefit, kind of. One of the creatures who noticed them gave a little jump, and the human's unofficial leader immediately cut off her tail and grabbed both their hands before she barked, "Where are you going?" It bobbed a nervous obeisance. "To His Highness' chamber." Lagrima's orders. She gave a quick jerk of her head. "Keep moving." Whether it was intended for the boys or the hollows made little difference. They all obeyed. As a result, the three humans found themselves walking on the edge of a gang of spiritual marauders as they trundled through the cave system. Never in his wildest dreams had Kigo Pomprint Asano imagined he would find himself holding hands and walking with Kunieda armor-piercing Ryo, to say nothing of the hole trapped in another dimension with vicious monsters Angle. It was hard to say which was scarier. But he was smart enough to recognize where his own best interests lay. Mizuho didn't appear troubled by either development. "Kunieda-san." Asano's voice made a mouse squeak seem robust. "What's going on?" "We're going to follow the crowd," she supplied under her breath. "If this Lagrima sent out more hunting parties, they'll converge together with their catch. That means any of our comrades they've captured will be there. We'll rescue them and make our way out. That settles that." Mizuho beamed with indefatigable cheer and unquestioning faith. "Can you get back to how we're still alive? I call it intimidation." Still holding hands, Ryo continued her story as they proceeded along the tunnels. The hollows either gave them a good deal of space or failed to look at them altogether. It works along the principles of social peril, the kind that exists in group hierarchy dynamics for all mammals. If you're perceived as intimidating, others treat you with fear and respect, and conversely anyone far beneath you isn't worth your attention. Mizuho and Asano glanced at each other as though wondering if the other teen believed this explanation. Kunieda didn't bother looking at them to see what they believed. After that second time I sought out a hollow intentionally. It took me a while, since they're so rare nowadays, assuming they were more prevalent before when none of us could see them. I know it was dangerous, but this time I came prepared. A few family members were nearby with a car ready if I had to get away. Still, something told me it wouldn't be needed. And I was right. When I got close, and the hollow noticed me, it turned tail and disappeared. There were a few other arranged encounters, also under controlled circumstances, but every time the result was the same. Either the hollows got scared, or they seemed to lose interest in me altogether. Like I went right off their radar. Eventually I got some of the jittery ones to let slip enough that I figured out what was happening. As far as I can tell, there's some sort of field I'm producing that affects hostile spiritual entities in my vicinity. If the attacker is a weak-willed one, my power makes them believe that I'm actually a greater threat than themselves, so it perceives me to be something frightening. A bigger hollow, or a Shinigami captain, anything along those lines. But if the enemy is strong of spirit, my power compensates in the opposite direction, by convincing it I'm so weak that I'm beneath its notice. As a result, I just seem to disappear, along with any indication I was there to begin with. They don't see or respond to me anymore. I can extend this effect to cloak those physically near me if I concentrate, just as one person's social influence can enhance that of their hangers-on. They encountered no further incidents of note during this recitation. The group continued on its way, following passages down which other hollows crouched or scampered. In some instances Kigo could have sworn he saw them sweeping the floors like cleaning crews, but they always passed too quickly for him to confirm these odd sights. In a short while their entourage arrived at its destination. Hollows were clustering down the length of a tunnel that ended at two huge stone doors which bore the images of skulls. The three of them stayed on the perimeter of this gathering until the blood god made its appearance, after which the one whom Kigo guessed must be Lagrima deputized them to guard this spot. Observing her reaction, he reasoned she must be of the subservient category. That Baragon thing would certainly never perceive their party to be a threat. While it appeared to notice something was off nearby, it hadn't been able to pinpoint what that might be. Lucky for them. It would probably be for the best if they didn't attract attention to themselves anyway. At this point in his musings Ryo looked back at her cohorts. "I think we should check it out. Let's go. Right behind you, Kunieda-san." Huh. Kigo's brain managed to register this much before Ryo had once more taken one hand apiece and proceeded to march towards the open doors. Fortunately the old grey matter responded quickly to any voyage into certain death, allowing him to dig in his heels and put a stop to that nonsense. Hold it! The suddenly resolute outcast hissed as his partners turned to regard him. What's the point of us going in there, really? We don't even know what's going on. Let's just wait and see what happens, okay? It's not like we can stop any of these things when it comes down to it. I'll bet Ichigo is on his way here, or he might be here already. That's probably what those quakes were about before. So let's, just... He trailed off upon finding they were both giving him the exact same look. What? Kigo finally stammered. In response Mizuru said, I want to know. Know what? If there's really nothing we can do like you say, his friend responded simply. And the only way to find out is to try. Kunyada nodded. Like he said. Are you both crazy? Kigo yanked himself free and staggered a few steps back. It was all he could do to keep from losing his cool and screaming bloody murder at these two insufferably calm freaks. But enough was enough, and it was time for somebody to be the voice of reason. So maybe this power of yours got us this far, that doesn't make us safe or important or whatever, not by a long shot. Guys, please, his voice took on a pleading, urgent tone. You don't have to try and be like the others. Ichigo, Chad, Orium, what's the point in trying to catch up to them? They're so far out of our league it would be plain stupid to try and even follow at this stage. Look, I played along with this whole KOPS thing because it didn't seem like it could do any real harm, but when it comes to fighting monsters, what's the point? Seriously, what? And don't look at me like that, like I'm stupid or a coward or whatever. I'm completely serious. Because deep down you know I'm right about this. Panting, he drew to a halt and glared at them, challenging either one to rebuke or dispute his contention. Let them call him whatever they will, it didn't matter. On this he would not give ground. Ryo had a look on her face that told him she was perfectly fine with leaving him to fend for himself. But Kigo got enough of being intimidated in his everyday life. He wasn't about to be killed for more of the same. In the end it was Mizuru who broke the silence. You're not stupid, Kigo-san. You're actually a very smart guy. And I wouldn't call you a coward. A situation like the one we're in would make any man feel afraid. He then tilted his head and gave a weary grin. I just don't want to hear anyone else call you that. Because that would make me sad. Asano flinched. He found himself looking away, unable to meet his longtime friend's eye. Stuffing both hands into his pockets, he was resolved not to let those words affect him. Better than anyone he knew how good Mizuru was at manipulating people. It's what allowed him to coast through life up to this point. Women threw themselves at him, while completely ignoring Kigo. That was the cross he bore, and sometimes it seemed too heavy a burden. But a man had to keep his self-respect, regardless of how the world treated him. Pride counted for something in this life after all. Of course, even as he thought this it occurred to him that he did not feel very proud of what he was doing. Should that tell him something? Hot on the heels of this came the undeniable possibility that some of their friends might be up ahead. And they didn't have the benefit of Kunyada's magic to cower behind for protection. Coward. The word resounded in his mind, resisting all efforts to banish it. All right. So I'm a coward. I admit it. So what? Doesn't it keep me alive? Isn't that good? Only if nobody else dies as a result. Without another word and to the surprise of only one of his compatriots, Kigo Asano grabbed each of them by the wrist and marched towards the open portals, dragging the pair along with him. They moved hurriedly to keep up with his determined pace. As they passed between the stone porticos, Kigo glared at the skulls, gazing balefully down at them. Go ahead and eat my soul. I've got an algebra test tomorrow I haven't studied for anyway. You'd be doing me a favor. Good man, Mizuru beamed beside him. Go to hell, he responded as they entered the demon's domain. The hollow sham bled around a corner and blinked upon finding a sword point directly in its face. Where are the humans? The Shinigami standing before it asked. Its glowing yellow eyes rose to meet those of its bitter enemy, and the creature snarled once before lunging forward to impale itself upon the white soul cutter. As the bone mask splintered, Rukia could have sworn the hollow smiled at her while it dissolved away. Great. Another damn fanatic. I think we should stop trying to interrogate them, Hitsugaya spoke as he came up behind her, wiping off his weapon. The frozen bodies of several other hollows were already vanishing at his back into purified butterflies on their way to Soul Society. Whoever is running the show around here, they're clearly more afraid of it than they are of us. As you wish, Teiko. Feeling slightly irked, Rukia conjured a small blue-white orb from her palm which she then sent speeding into the tunnel before them, trailing copies to light their path. The two Shinigami proceeded on their way. They were almost at their destination by her estimates. It had taken them a while considering this infernal snake nest was not laid out in any logical pattern she could determine. Tunnels twisted, twined, and branched off seemingly at random. The chances of finding either Noboru or Rangiku Matsumoto still waiting for them were pretty slim. And since there was no guarantee her runaway nephew and the lost humans would be in the same spot, she had hit upon the then brilliant option of asking any hollows they came across to volunteer information as to the location of either prior to obliterating them. However, what had seemed like a stroke of inspired genius quickly proved to be a sick joke. This lot had demonstrated themselves to be not only more than willing to face them, but if she didn't know better they seemed almost eager to perish. Something told her it wasn't because they knew a better world awaited them in Soul Society. That type of hopeful anticipation went against their very nature as hollows. Maybe it's best we don't know the truth. Concentrate on what's more important. Silently agreeing with her sword, Lieutenant Kukaki stole after the head of Leopard Company as he moved forward. Captain Hitsugaya did not appear terribly broken up that her suggestion had proven useless, but neither did he fling its failure in her face. Most likely he remained focused solely on locating Matsumoto, anything else counted only as a side note. You don't suppose he'd abandon us and take off at the first sight of her, do you? He's not that immature, right? I barely know the man, so no Shirayuki. I mean, this place is a labyrinth, so it already has the feel of a trap. And everywhere looks identical. I could swear we passed that same intersection twice already. Say, does this remind you of one of those video games Karen used to play? You know, where the woman is running around that Chrysler building shooting monster vermin. No, now hush. We're coming out to an open area. Moments later the two Shinigami found themselves in one of the large dimly lit caverns again. Its ceiling was lost to view, while nothing greeted their eyes on the ground but drab stone. The tunnels of this maze gradually slanted at some points, bringing them much deeper below the surface of Hueco Mundo than might first be guessed. She had assumed the mine system ran only a few feet beneath the desert, but a room this big clearly proved that wrong. Rukia glanced around warily as they entered, sword at the ready. So far the hollows they encountered had been easy pickings for someone of her caliber, meaning Toshiro hadn't needed to exert himself in the slightest. He somehow even made unsheathing his soul cutter look like more effort than necessary. Perhaps that large hollow they first encountered had been the leader? This did not preclude the possibility that more dangerous opponents lurked just around the bend. With their ability to sense the enemy's spiritual strength still being blocked somehow, overconfidence might spell their undoing. And while the average hollow posed no threat to a captain, the lost humans had no such protection to speak of. This got her thinking about Noboru, and a stab of distress made her shiver. The boy had a bad habit of running headlong into danger as a result of, well, arrogance. Perhaps there was no helping that, and it was just a family trait, but in a situation like this, such cockiness could fast prove fatal. She had to find him before he bit off more than he could chew. If Oka-sensei was right and the hollows did not intend to harm their quarry, yet, then Noboru remained in the greatest danger at this time. Before then, however, there was something she had to try. The chamber they were in boasted only 2 exits, and they had just entered through one. That made their choice simple. Without bothering to look around, Captain Hitsugaya was already busily striding towards the far cave. A moment, Captain, she called out to his retreating back. Would you object if I attempted to pinpoint the human's location? The snowy prodigy paused to flash a nettled look over his shoulder. Haven't we wasted enough time? I thought you wanted to find this friend of yours as soon as possible. We know where he is headed. I am hoping we are sufficiently close that a Kido spell will prove useful. I would hate to learn we walked by where they were being held without even being aware of it. Rukia did not wait for permission and had already dropped to her knees to begin tracing a circle on the floor. "Thank you, sir. This will only take a few seconds, I assure you." Hitsugaya glanced around them, eyes narrowed in frustration. He seemed to have issues with headstrong women. "Fine. Just be quick. I'll keep watch." The lieutenant quickly busied herself with an inscription while the young captain moved to inspect their surroundings. The drawing was soon complete. In moments she would hopefully get a fix on their helpless quarry. Heart of the South, Eye of the North. She registered Captain Hitsugaya check back to assure she was safe before heading away, towards the cave down which they would soon proceed. Rukia could not have wished for a more capable partner, but all the same, she also couldn't help but compare this to another such episode long ago, when she had fought against a horde of ravenous hollows side by side next to someone truly worthy of praise. She had never been given any reason to regret her choice of partner that day. Although truly, he had been the one to choose her, acting as both sword and shield when they were faced by a situation so very similar to what she found herself in now. Arrive with the wind and depart with. Similar. A sensation hit her then, hard and fast, like a slap to the face. Rukia's spell broke off. Her head jerked up to see Hitsugaya approaching the tunnel. Dazed, she found herself shouting, "Wait!" The captain turned quickly, blade at the ready and confusion on his face at seeing no apparent threat. He might have said something, but if so Rukia did not hear. She shuddered. Something else was speaking to her. Not so much a premonition as it was, a familiarity. A sense of unease so intense it was making her ill. "I've felt something like this before. I know it. If I can just remember when, it might save both our lives." Hitsugaya was approaching her. Behind him the cave mouth yawned dark and wide, inviting them to enter. It was like a black throat ready to swallow her whole. "Come to me," it seemed to say. "Delicious soul. Flush pleasure. I want you. Give yourself to me." The light globes hovered around them, like bioluminescent fish whose pictures she had seen in high school textbooks, fending off the darkness which threatened to engulf her. Then she knew. Without delay Rukia sprang forward and grabbed Hitsugaya's sleeve to pull him back. "Hey!" He shouted at her in protest of this treatment. "What are you doing, Lieutenant? Don't go in there." The boy captain left off his indignant questioning upon noticing her face. There was neither need nor reason to hide the fear she was feeling. Rukia recognized this specific sensation. Once before, what seemed like ages in the past, she had been alone on her very first assignment in the mortal world, working to relocate souls that had been lost in the depths of the ocean. Omnipresent darkness had made up the surroundings then as it did now. And something came upon her unawares while she toiled all unwitting down there. It appeared without warning. No sense of spiritual perception or even sight preceded it, only the sheer unmistakable realization that she was in deadly peril. Rukia almost perished that day, she was sure. Because of this, there could be no doubt the exact same thing was approaching them now. The lights in the room seemed to dim. "Perhaps we should run." Too late. From the tunnel, it emerged. And saw them. It was not a hollow. Or at least, nothing any previous experience could have prepared her to accept as one. This thing seemed to be composed of thick, pulsing blood. It loomed 3 times their height, a skeletal warrior astride a bony steed with its own head held in its hands. Red eyes turned on them, and Rukia found herself reflexively snatching up her weapon in defense as this charnel titan entered the chamber. She heard Toshiro curse even as he interposed himself before her, Hirin Maru's blade angled before his body. There was a ghostly glow of frost and spiritual power emanating from the weapon, and the great glaive on its chain now resembled more than ever a crescent moon. This was the only illumination that remained undaunted by that horrid presence. Rukia felt fear shoot up her legs, rooting her to that spot so she didn't dare move a step. She couldn't have run now even if she wanted to, and heaven forgive her, but she did. "Kukakifu Kotaiko, get out of here." "That's an order," she heard Hitsugaya state softly. His eyes remained fixed upon their enemy. The thing before them absorbed the sight of a boy facing it down. To Rukia's horror, it then looked past him to focus on her. "You." It took a few steps in, bringing with it a terrible stench of blood. "We could almost belie The gruesome spectre let out a breath then, its bulging eyes roaming about the room. A ripple seemed to emanate throughout the creature from back to front. In that instant Rukia could have sworn its pupils glowed green. This subsided before she could be certain, at which point the nightmare chuckled. No, let's dispense with that much at least. It grows tiresome, and there's no one else to hear and wonder. I was just about to say I could almost believe someone planned this. Perhaps he is right, and there is a measure of design to everything, goals that we are meant to achieve. I could almost believe it now. The head turned slowly between them, and to her horror, those fleshless lips actually curved in a smile, the representation of a skull now twisted into something that bore a shocking resemblance to a real face. Why else would I be given another chance to eat you, girl? Hitsugaya stepped forward to meet the monster. I told you to leave, Lieutenant, the lone hero threw back behind him. These words snapped Rukia out of her trance. Trembling fingers tightened around Sode no Shirayuki's hilt, but she did not withdraw. Don't be foolish, Teiko. The girl swallowed her fear and stepped forth to join him. You can't fight that alone. We both know it's Vasto Lord. And just how much of a difference do you think your contribution will make? His voice was cold, cruel, obviously meant to hurt, to break her resolve and force her to flee. Fortunately Rukia had prior experience with this sort of thing. Long experience. And if Toshiro sought to drive her off with harsh words, he had a long way to go before he could ever approach Byakuya's level. With icy dignity the Lady of Siridi came up to stand at his right hand. I will do whatever you command in this fight, Teiko. But a Kukaki does not run from death. At this the blood god reared on its hind legs to paw the air with its hooves. Don't fret, girl. I was only teasing you. Like this, there's no satisfaction to be gained from consuming you in the slightest. A waste of a long-anticipated meal, I should think. The demon finally turned its attention to the captain boldly facing it. You, however, are a different story. Dead is dead whether I'm fully present to enjoy it or not. A crackle of frost and ice worked up higher in Meru's sickle, indicative of its master's slow-building wrath. The kicked dog of a traitor holds no menace for me, Segunda Espada. Or do you prefer Barragan Lusenburn? I assume this is all that's left of you after Zero Company finished. If he had been expecting to anger it, his jibe had missed its mark once again. The Hollow King merely laughed as blood ran from its jaws like drool. I admit I'll miss the opportunity to find out how you taste, Snowdrop. But Aizen made his wishes regarding you very clear. Rukia saw Hitsugaya's back stiffen, a moment before his angry snarl broke the air. Bankai! In an instant he was engulfed in a cocoon of white mist and bitterest cold, and it was then the espada struck. From out of one bony palm a long red liquid spike shot forth streaking straight towards the two Shinigami. Rukia shouted, Tozansho. Only to watch her half-formed magic pyramid bend and shatter before the force of that assault, not even serving to diminish its approach for a half-second. But even a momentary stay was enough. A long sword flashed, the Ryotsu level of the room surged, and the next thing she knew the lieutenant of Heron's squad was halfway across the cavern being settled back on her shaky feet. Two icy wings parted before her, and Toshiro Hitsugaya turned away to face their opponent, now hovering a few feet off the ground with hands and feet become talons of ice. Both cold and power poured off him like a miniature blizzard. The Segunda had not bothered to move from his previous location. Instead Barragan took to examining his thwarted weapon, now seemingly frozen solid into a black icicle for a long halfway down its length. A bubbling snort emerged from the horse's head, after which the surface of the ice spear cracked and shattered into rigid shards. Those daggers then stuck straight out in the manner of an agitated porcupine's quills. Doing so revealed that beneath the ice there remained a thick tendril of blood untouched by the captain's attack. More bothersome than expected, the Hollow General mused. Normally such tricks would be embarrassing at best, but like this. His head turned to regard them, and once more a smile warped that blood-pudding mask. You might actually keep me entertained for a few minutes. Quickly Rukia stepped to one side while gripping Sode no Shirayuki in readiness to join the battle, only to find Hitsugaya had moved to keep himself interposed between them. I won't be responsible for your death, he whispered. Run and bring help. Perhaps he intended this to be less scornful than his previous efforts. For all the good that did. Captain, the girl spoke as calmly as she could, we will fight or flee together. Either way, do not hold back on my part. Toshiro spared a glance over his shoulder to see determination spelled clearly on the lieutenant's face. You'll die if I don't. This terse statement made her shiver, and quickly Rukia strove to master her reaction lest he get the wrong impression. I can withstand levels of ice Ryutsu other Shinigami might not. You must let me attend to myself if we are to prevail. Such bravery, the monster drawled. It indicated down the tunnel they had entered from with a leisurely sweep of one arm. Do as the whelp says and leave. I'll let you run, girl. How far you get is up to me. At that mockery Hitsugaya's spiritual manifestation increased even further, causing freezing winds to whip throughout the chamber. More tendrils sprouted from the horror's body in response. The frozen shards then sank into their fount only to re-emerge once again at the tips of these extensions, which had taken on the appearance of fanged serpents whose jaws now bristled with gleaming icicle teeth. Toshiro sprang forward as though launched from a cannon, wings extended and Nodaki sword pointed down to leave hoarfrost spreading in its wake. The red forest of snakes spread out to intercept him. Meanwhile Rukia Kukaki had already plunged her weapon into the ground several times in preparation. Neither of the two combatants was paying her any attention. They had eyes only for each other. It seemed there would be no more attempts at debate. Rukia had made her choice in spite of their shared opinion as to her worth. She only prayed to prove them both wrong. Tsuji no Mai, Hakuren. No doubt about it. The bats had picked up speed as they drew down. Like the closer they got to their goal, the faster they wanted to move. When they did finally descend into a huge pit torn out of the desert, Khan had not stopped to question. He simply threw himself down the hole, come what may. It was almost a relief not having to restrain himself quite as much as before. He had no time to consider the details, much less a very real and growing sense of unease. Judging by the number of Shinigami war troops he had passed getting here, something big was about to go down. They all looked to be converging on this spot. Nice to find them so attentive. On the other hand, if a battle did start, he would much rather the innocent bystanders be well away. Now a whirlpool of winged forms was tearing down the dark tunnels. The Mod Soul found himself even more appreciative of his new body than before. Not only was he not even the slightest bit tired from running all this way, but he could see perfectly well in the lightless gloom where he now found himself. Didn't have to turn on night vision or anything, the whole environment leapt out to his eyes in some way he could immediately perceive without any effort. Khan passed hollows of all shapes and sizes. By his viewpoint they were all moving like slugs, unable to register his passing any more than their enemies had. If he was fast enough, he might just be able to get the kids out of here before anyone could even pick up his trail. The bats banked in a group down twists and turns without fail. It was like each and every one of them knew exactly where to go. Or they were following a lead bat. Either way, judging by how they all picked up speed, the fleet-footed tracker judged he had almost reached the end of the line. Soon the chase would end. Then he might have no choice but to fight. The strand on her harp was vibrating rapidly now. Lagrima used this to home in on her target. Passing by other hollows scuttling about their duty, she strove to project a confidence that she in no way felt. They could all sense it now. Like a weight pressing down on them from above, enough that it would be no surprise if the roof caved in. Somewhere over their heads, a large force of Shinigami was gathering. Their combined strength was abominable, enough to make the priestess doubt her chances of survival. Not that such filth could ever triumph against his majesty. He would destroy them all. But this still in no way guaranteed the rest of them would survive. It was their lot. Death might arrive at any moment. At last she came upon one of the larger caverns. It was here Lagrima found what she saw, and the sight left her feeling chilled on several levels. Towards one end of the room there had been a cave-in. Whether natural or not, it left the tunnels open to the cheerless sky of Hueco Mundo. A cold wind blowing in might have been what caused her to shiver. Or it may have had something to do with the frozen pillar at the center of the floor. Upon approaching, she could clearly distinguish the majority of Barinholtz. The bulky hollow was frozen completely. His head lay a few paces off, also encased in a block of ice. Upon closer inspection, however, she was relieved to find that his core had not been damaged. Whoever did this presumed a decapitation would be sufficient to end the matter. And with anyone else it might have been. How very fortunate the huge hollow was slightly more than your average brute. Precisely why His Majesty had placed his faith in him. Lagrima settled the full urn upon the ground with utmost care. She then selected an appropriate string and plucked it. The sound it made was of a pitch that went beyond hearing, beyond perception. Its effect was to cause the glacier to shudder slightly. Frowning, Lagrima grasped the strand between thumb and forefinger, causing one half to still while the other continued to vibrate. Ice began to splinter and split. Very cautiously the musician slid her pinched fingers ever higher, and the pitch of her note rose in accordance, becoming a keening knife of sound. This dagger almost visibly coalesced in the air before her to thrust deep into the frigid prison with all the desperate vehemence she could muster. At last the ice burst into pieces to fall in blocks and shards all around them, leaving head and body free. For a few moments nothing else moved in that lonesome place. Lagrima was just considering plucking a more specific strand to get a response when a voice spoke. "Everything all right here, boss?" The Sene's Chow whirled to find she had been joined by two other hollows. The turncoats, Loli and Mainoli, stood a ways off. Fear seized upon her. Could they be here to exact revenge for her previous treatment? The despicable wretches, taking advantage of this chaotic situation, how dare they? A rumble came from behind her. Lagrima knew instant relief. Glancing over one shoulder she observed the torso give a slight quiver. Its huge feet shuffled forward, and the headless beast bent down. Those fearsome talons exercised surprising gentleness in retrieving its skull. With that it reconnected head to shoulders, and once more Barinholtz stood whole again. While unable to free himself from the spectral ice on his own, he was now capable of exercising his full power in her service. Though any enemy that could immobilize such a dreadful opponent bore consideration. And if His Majesty came upon it, such means of attack might prove difficult, considering his current avatar state. Of course there was the immediate question of her unexpected intruders. Now feeling distinctly more assured she rounded upon them and declared in imperious tones, "Why are you lurking about here? I have already given you orders I expect to be obeyed." A glance passed between the two that told her everything. The black-haired one raised her chin. "We were concerned about your safety. We came to take me unawares." Kneeling to retrieve the precious jar, she felt Barinholtz come up at her back to regard them with an angry growl. The masked minstrel did not hide a smirk when she spoke next. "Whatever happens today, rest assured we will triumph. And any traitors shall be dealt with in the aftermath." Mainoli bristled, but the sheer implied threat of Barinholtz kept any protestations from leaving her lips. All the same, Lagrima was still feeling angry at that previous suspicion. Perhaps now, before the inevitable fight started, it would be advisable to trim the dead weight. No need for any explanation afterwards, really. Not for this dross. His Highness would give their disposal little concern. Perhaps less than he would give me if I were to have been killed. Shock at this admittedly traitorous thought left her even more angry than before. Her life did not matter. Only the mighty Baragon need emerge from this debacle for victory to be theirs. But that didn't mean she needed to meet death with any unnecessary regrets. One need not begrudge any and all desires in service to one's God. So resolved, Lagrima turned her head to give the order for their execution. Bakudo number 62, Hyaporin Kan. In the next instant Loli and Mainoli were flat on their backs, pinned to the ground by a bristling collection of slender crystal poles before they could so much as cry out. Lagrima could not give this occurrence quite as much of her attention as she might like, considering there was now a bared sword held to her throat. She froze, eyes riveted to a nondescript spot on the wall, afraid to so much as breathe. "Don't move an inch, big fella." The sound of a woman's voice. A stirring at her back might have indicated Barinholtz being denied the choice to take action. "What are you waiting for? Take their heads while they're down. Without even getting to know them. Why not do your own killing, assassina?" Emphasis on ass. Cute. So. Lagrima, right? Are you the one in charge around here? It was difficult to move, much less talk. The realization of her own impending murder had not granted Lagrima any of the calm focused intensity some people had spoken of. Instead all she knew was shivering terror, combined with a humiliating impulse to beg for mercy. If I was going to kill you we wouldn't be having this conversation. I can't ask questions to a butterfly. So before the other Shinigami crash the party, start by telling me what you needed this for. Whoever was talking tapped the bottom of the jug. This served to reignite some sense of pride in the captive hollow. Her fingers began to inch towards a string on the harp. To cover this she spoke, there is no sense in discussion. You will all perish soon, heretic. Oh. Heretic. That tells me a lot. You're one of Baragon's flunkies, aren't you? A quick flash of confusion and suspicion followed by outrage. Do not dare to speak his name, Shinigami. We are. Ichimaru says hi. Her knees almost gave out. The only thing that prevented Lagrima from pitching to the floor was the sharp steel held firmly to her jugular. This did not prevent a moaning sob to escape. Memories came flooding in. Once more she was back in that tiny lightless cell, feeling her anxiety building with every passing second. Would he come for her first? Had someone already broken and revealed His Majesty's secrets? There was no way to tell. She might already be condemned to death. Then the door opened. The silver-haired snake came walking in with a smile, and before she knew it Lagrima was screaming out anything of value she could lay claim to knowing in the hopes that it would stave off being tortured to death. He broke me before he even came into the room. Without lifting a finger. With that, Lagrima was off. We have been harvesting essence from humans who were in close proximity to Vastolord. They carry a taint upon their living souls as a result of the master race's influence. Combined with the energy of a mortal being who has never known death in effluvia can be rendered, which serves as a restorative for the undead who has been brought to the precipice of annihilation. 9 human vessels were initially identified, with one transferred to a location that saw it removed from consideration. Harvesters crafted from what remained of his flesh were then able to extract this elixir and bring about a partial restoration. The humans were kept alive in order to continue producing more of the restorative. Using samples of their hair which were stolen while they slept I could keep track of them. At His Majesty's order we have sought to remain undetected in order to gradually achieve full revival, at which point we shall emerge and decimate the Shinigami. I was assigned to oversee this action. We were not permitted to leave the caverns. All went smoothly until a few hours passed, when a large quantity of harvesters returned at once, followed by my realization that 7 of the vessels were now in Hueco Mundo. We resolved to capture them in order to administer a feeding directly. 2 of the humans were located and brought to the chapel, but one of them injured him further, and before we could proceed my dream catchers were destroyed, followed by an alert that our refuge had been penetrated. His Majesty emerged in avatar form to do battle with the invaders, and I was assigned to locate Baron Holtz to confirm he was ready for combat. When she could think of nothing more that might be relevant, Lagrima fell silent. No words were spoken for a while. Wow. Now that's how an interrogation is supposed to work. Nice going, Bouncy. Honestly, I didn't think it would be that effective. Well, anyway, thanks for your help and enjoy Soul Society. The edge of a soul cutter was just starting to press in when a shout came. Wait. I've got some questions for her. No, you don't. We're taking this Vastolord juice and getting. Oi, blabbermouth. Who's the one responsible for sending the Wild Hunt to Earth recently? She answered immediately. A former member of. Before she could finish, a shove sent Lagrima flying. In panic she dropped her harp to clutch the precious flask as she fell, cradling it to her chest with a desperate mania. Even as she hit the ground there was a confused blur of images. A golden-haired woman springing forward, 2 blades colliding together, one held by a disembodied arm, Baron Holtz charging with a bellow as a brown-skinned youth shouted something moments before the huge hollow was sent rocketing back, the flash of a Zero, followed by the sound of breaking glass and 2 voices shouting. Poison, Escalopendra. Sting, a scorpion. Moments later she felt a sharp increase in energy from the 2 apostates as they activated their resurrectiones. Both sprang furiously at the Shinigami and the boy, who met them head-on while Baron Holtz strove to extricate himself from a wall. But Lagrima could concentrate on none of this. A strange grey pall had fallen over her vision that leached away any and all hues. At the same time, a hand came down on her arm. "Let's go." To her astonishment, the priestess found another hollow kneeling at her side. Half of a sharp-featured face showed, grim of mouth and dark of look. The remaining hollow mask was dominated by a tremendous eye boasting only a small black pupil in the manner of a chameleon, overshadowed by an outthrust horn. Lagrima felt certain she had met this person before, but a name, wait. You are Decima. Tessima. The small Arancar took an arm to help her up. Both stood together for a moment before looking over to where that savage battle continued. "Don't worry," Infane Tessima stated. "They can't see you now and the Sombras still hide our riot, so no more words, they might hear us. Just follow me." Dumbly, still clutching her Inakoi jug like it was a lifeline to sanity, Lagrima trailed along as her unexpected savior led them down the tunnel from which she entered. Soon enough the sounds of battle diminished behind, and it was only the two of them. "Where are you taking me?" she finally thought to ask. "Out," Tessima stated tersely. "This base is lost. We'll have to move to one of the other staging areas." "Out?" Lagrima tried to puzzle over the implications of this admittedly simple statement. They could leave? Had the great Baragon seen fit to grant her the freedom she so desperately craved? Fool! He would never do that. She was meant to serve him until his return. And even if he did, His Majesty would never send a wretched unmasked traitor like this to inform her. "I must go to him. My place is by Baragon's side. I must inform him what is transpiring. Confess my sins. He will know what to do. His will is law. I must accept the punishment that is my due." But the wretch Tessima would surely seek to stop any attempt at escape. And her harp was gone along with any refined means of attack. The odds of her emerging victorious from combat were not good. Lagrima had never been of the warrior caste in any case. However, there were other means at any sufficiently advanced hollow's disposal. When they approached a junction in the tunnel, she seized this opportunity. As soon as Tessima preceded her down the path, Lagrima fired bright green seros from the air holes in her mask. The destructive attack tore into the ceiling, bringing rock and sand pouring down between them. She could hear the Arancar's enraged shouts over this tumult, but by that point she had already ducked through the downpour and made her escape down the other branch. "Tatsuki-san! Wake up! Please! Mom!" A dull ache that seemed to originate from her whole body left Arisawa wondering what she had been doing last night. Was there a match? Is that why she felt so bad? Need to get a hot shower, ease out some of this soreness. Gotta go to school, wait. Tatsuki-san. Mom doesn't call me Tatsuki-san. This thought roused her further. She stirred, only to find that this jolted fresh stabs of pain behind her eyes and into her spine. For a moment Tatsuki Arisawa just lay there, teeth clenched to keep from crying out at this agony. Was she being attacked? Can't move, what's going on? The pain brought it all back to her. With it came fresh determination and a rekindling of her spirit. So resolved, the furious young warrior fought past the torment that felt like she was being peeled alive and managed to open her eyes. They were still in the burial chamber. A few paces off, Chizuru Honsho lay watching her anxiously. When their eyes met, the redhead gave a gasp of laughter. "Oh sweet Isle of Lesbos, am I glad you're up." Up did not exactly cover her current condition. Tatsuki could not so much as move a finger. This seemed to be related to the unremitting torture throbbing in every nerve. She couldn't tell if it had receded any from the initial assault which had previously knocked her out, but at the very least she was now conscious. A step in the right direction, even if all she could manage was a pained grunt in response. "You've been out for a while," Honsho breathed. The girl did not move as she spoke, instead lying in a discarded heap much the same as Tatsuki. The only difference was she did not appear to be under any lingering influence save for paralysis. And that might wear off. Those hollows left. "I think somebody might be here to rescue us." It sounded like there was a fight. "Did you feel that rumbling? Can you move? I'm still stuck from what that faceless harpist did to us. Do you think we should shout?" A dry rustling overhead reminded Tatsuki of their situation. Regardless of what Chizuru said, they were decidedly not alone in here. The vampire still lay in its bed. Ensconced within the sepulchre, it remained as immobile as they were now. Otherwise it would surely be feasting on them. She could just barely make out its shape from the corner of one eye. The thing didn't appear to be breathing. Could it be dead? Had she killed it? Or had it never been alive at all? Despite the pain, Tatsuki desperately wished for a clearer picture of what their situation might be. Hey! More bats! Looking over, Arisawa found Honsho peering in astonishment at something. When she managed to do the same, Tatsuki recognized some of the little creatures that had started this mess. A flock of the dusty bats now hovered overhead, sending out tiny cries that could indicate distress. Within each of them burned a small blue glow. They were like fireflies. Wonder if this means we're screwed. There came a slight pop. The next instant Khan was bending down beside them. Girls. The mod soul whispered anxiously, glancing at each in turn. Are you okay? K-. This was as far as Tatsuki got before a fresh batch of hot needles plunged into her nerve endings. She simmered in this agony, snarls and spittle emerging through bared teeth. Her whole body felt like one massive throbbing wound. And then it went away. The relief was so intense she almost passed out again. Startled at this abrupt return to normalcy, the spiky-haired samurai recovered to find Khan holding her hand in his own. The other rested on her knee, but far from seeming perverted, this felt incredibly soothing. Tatsuki could have wept or passed out from sheer relief. It was only simple curiosity that kept her awake. Woo. Her tongue improved with every second, allowing her to finally get it out. What you doing? Don't worry, it's nothing bad. I'm transferring a cleansing run into you. He clearly thought she had fallen under the impression that he was groping her. This was so definitely not the case it made Tatsuki ashamed he would ever fear that, which considering this was Khan they were talking about seemed pretty bizarre. As if in further proof of his chivalry their rescuer quickly supplied, see, mods weren't made with healing features since we were meant to be put into corpses. Nobody cares if a dead guy gets damaged, right? You just pop us into a new one and off we go again. But this body of mine came about from a more advanced design standard. It's specifically built for someone with my skill set, so it would be a waste to lose. With it I can pull off stunts any other vessel wouldn't be able to handle. One of them is for removing foreign influences. Through the right leg movements I can channel my energy to perform diagnostics and cleanup. Combined with this suit the R&D boys whipped up, if I'm touching someone, that restoration can partially heal them too. I mean, until some real medical people can show up. Two things leapt out at her then. If Tatsuki looked closely, it seemed like Khan's legs were vibrating as he knelt there, becoming slightly blurred in the process. She could feel the ground shuddering. On top of that was what he had on. It looked to be a wetsuit at first glance, only lacking sleeves and with a head covering that left just his face visible. He was sporting elbow-length gloves of matching skin-tight appearance. The whole thing was charcoal gray with two thin yellow bands that ran around the outline of his body, giving her the crazy notion that somebody had driven a highway lane divider all over Khan, even including his fingers and toes. This design was pulsing faintly now with a glow that matched those vibrations through the rock beneath them. A pink scarf was wrapped around his bicep. Other than that the only ornament was what looked like two handles attached to either side of his chest. The whole look made her think modern-day ninja. Or Liu Jing. One of the two. At length Khan drew back his support. You should be okay for the most part. He then swiftly hopped over and performed this same routine on Chizuru, seeming to take less time with her. During that period Tatsuki leveraged herself up to rest against the wall. Even this minor achievement cost her greatly in terms of stamina, so that she was sweating and trembling just sitting there. But it was a definite improvement over pain-racked coma patient. Tatsuki allowed herself to feel grateful for that much. While doing so, she perceived the corpse was staring at her. Only the eyes had moved, rotating in their sockets with a visible effort. Those empty holes for pupils had locked with her own, and Tatsuki felt a rush of dread with the memory of what had transpired here so very recently. Right along with it came the return of frenzied outrage, well-earned and screaming for an outlet. Unfortunately, When she made an attempt to go after the demon, it only resulted in an ungainly lurch upwards before falling back against the side of the cave. After that disgrace she settled for panting and glaring murder at her attacker. However, this appeared to clue Khan into the vampire's presence, which he seemingly had overlooked before. Following Tatsuki's gaze, he visibly blanched upon registering that unmoving husk stuffed into the alcove. With utmost wariness the mod soul rose upright. He looked between the two girls who were now at least capable of movement, then at the creature. It made no response to his presence. Only the bats still fluttered overhead, giving out tiny whimpers of frustration. Finally Khan blinked and shook his head as though trying to clear it. He slowly bent down once more, never taking his attention from the vampire, and picked up Chizuru. Holding the trembling girl he carefully backed up to crouch before Tatsuki. "Tatsuki-san, can you reach around my chest? The suit's designed for at least one passenger. If you grab the handles up front, it'll trigger a feature that will let me carry you piggyback so I can get us all out of here." She made no move to comply. "Tatsuki-chan." Chizuru peered over his shoulder. Are you fucking stupid?" The lesbian drew back, startled at the vehemence in those words. Arisawa ignored her and instead hissed at Khan. "What the hell are you waiting for? Do you have any idea what that goddamn thing did to me? Kill it already." Tatsuki had to take a few deep breaths to compensate for her exhaustion at getting even that much out. Meanwhile Khan didn't even look at her. Just sat there like he hadn't heard a word she said. It made her so furious she might have attacked him under normal circumstances. But just when she finally managed to get enough air in to really let him have it, Khan turned around. She hardly recognized him. The look he gave her held so much contempt it took that hard-won breath away. "You look like hell, Tatsuki-san." Taken aback, the bewildered invalid felt a cold stab of uncertainty rush through her. "For that alone I'll gladly help kick all the ass you want later," Khan continued in a very quiet manner that unnerved Arisawa more than anything else she had encountered today. "But don't you?" His voice broke right then, allowing them all to finally hear raw unfettered emotion kept right below the surface. When Khan recovered enough to speak there were tears in his eyes. He looked like a person hurting worse than Tatsuki had ever thought possible. "Don't you ever tell me to kill anybody, got it? Especially not someone who's helpless and can't fight back. Because it insults me, and it insults yourself even worse. I don't know what happened here but I refuse to believe you turned into a killer since the last time we met." Once more he grew calm, his words soft and in complete control. "Now I am getting you home. And unless you're a lot dumber than even I'll ever be, you will hop on and not worry about anything else." She did. Wordlessly Tatsuki reached under Khan's armpits to find the promised handles. Once she took hold there was a weird hum, and the next instant the girl found herself pressed firmly against his back with both knees tucked up to her stomach. To top it all off there was now a sort of energy web coming out of his wetsuit that encircled her, leaving the exhausted youth in a kind of papoose. When he felt secure Khan stood up still carrying Chizuru. After making a few adjustments to get a good feel for this new dynamic, he then cast an angry look at the motionless figure reclining in its recess. The vampire watched him back with eyes that held no emotion of any kind. "If you weren't half dead already," their rescuer said, "I'd boot your dry carcass halfway across Hueco Mundo. Be happy that it was me who get here first." He took off back the way he came, leaving the dust devil in its stone coffin. His robe was more red than white. Frozen blood clotted in his hair and down his scalp. Whenever he moved, droplets of it turned to dark ice in midair before clattering against the floor. Tashiro's world had shrunk to nothing but blood, ice, and fear. Hungry mouths sank into the young death god's wrists, rendering him unable to swing his sword. Uttering a wild scream he brought his icy tail whipping around with such force the tentacles shattered even as they froze. Gasping in relief, Hitsugaya burst free and swept higher in Meru forth with desperate speed to send a volley of ice daggers soaring towards his target. Before they even cleared half the room, red vines intervened to let the projectiles thud into them, freezing in the process but preventing any real damage to the true enemy. Barragan Lusenburn had retreated slightly. This was not done from any sense of peril. The great bulk of the Vastolord now stood blocking the cavern from which he had emerged. A long ribbon sprouted from the hideous fountainhead and snaked across the room to reach the other cave mouth. Once there it simply expanded out, forming a red glistening plug that filled the opening and prevented any attempt at egress from this duel. The hollow clearly owned this space despite a deceptively growing resemblance to the young Shinigami's natural element. An indoor blizzard whirled throughout the immense catacomb. Gleaming snow was everywhere, piling up in drifts or causing giant icicles to hang from above. Cold was the only thing that had saved Hichuga, that and the captain-level body armor he had never been more glad was now standard issue. When any feasting red serpents touched him they immediately turned fragile as glass, but even this was not enough. The damage was done. Those frozen fangs still penetrated even his Ryotsu-enhanced clothing. Without it he would have already been torn apart. He bled copiously beneath the armor, and all his enemy suffered in return was a momentary pause while retracting the solidified liquid in order to turn them into more daggers which then attacked from every conceivable angle. Pivoting on the wing, a blade-sharp maw of teeth only narrowly missed tearing his face off, instead scoring long streaks across one cheek. With blind fury the captain grabbed it in one icy claw, crushing the strand even as several others swooped in. When Toshiro flash-stepped as fast as he could to get away the blood eels kept apace, slashing at his wings and legs to bring him to ground. The ice regrew, but he did not. Jagged edges opened his flesh from every angle no matter how he tried to dodge. Each wound they inflicted took its toll. He could not outrun them. And they were everywhere. It was overwhelming him. The only thing which seemed to give the Espada any pause was what came more naturally to him than breathing, ice. At full Bankai Toshiro could now freeze the swarms of red vines completely when they were in close proximity, although it did not hamper their speed or sheer amount. Even with the sub-zero temperatures surrounding them, this had done nothing to hinder the main body. With the razor-tipped tentacles growing by the second he could not so much as approach the decapitated ghoul to attempt a direct assault. Only his ice powers kept him from death, and that would not hold true for long. Very soon this game of cat and mouse would end. His pedal timers were down to half already. What few Kido spells he was able to gasp out had been largely useless, whether cast by him or Lieutenant Kukaki. True to his word, the Archfiend had ignored Rukia after her initial attack proved ineffective. Instead Baragon focused on the arguably more dangerous boy captain. This was not his first encounter against the breed of nightmare known as Vastolord. But it was the first time effectively alone. He had lost track of Rukia in the last few seconds and did not dare divide his attention to seek her out. She might already be dead. The girl lives. I'm going to die, Hichuga realized. That blood body, it must be some type of conjuring. Ascending, allowing him to manifest here but not at full strength. Otherwise we would already be dead. I still can't win, Hirin Meru. Stay calm. If we can break the spell animating him, this battle is won. Toshiro could have howled at how calm his Zanpakuto sounded. Being outclassed to this degree left him doubting any faith he might have held in his own skills. The child prodigy? He had never felt the first part of that pseudonym so acutely. Toshiro had been reduced to what so many perceived him to be, a child. Trapped with no way out, facing an opponent that he could not see how to defeat, it was terrifying. Tensojurin might be sufficient to end this. If I do that it could kill everyone near us, even the humans and Rukia, don't you understand? Trust in me. I swear no innocent shall perish by my hand. We will not fail. Their rapport was interrupted as more tendrils streaked towards him. A sweep of Hirin Meru clutched in his frigid fist turned them into ice sculptures only to be replaced by more. These he fled from, spinning and dancing across the surface of the cavern as hundreds of hungry jaws pierced the stone walls like bullets all around his flight. Not all of them missed, and their cold bite caused him to scream aloud for the first time. Toshiro noticed veins of blood threading through his wings, his own, he realized. Despairing, the heavily wounded captain veered sharply upwards to reach the very apex of the ceiling, and for just a few seconds he had a respite as the nest of ensanguined snakes regrouped in apparent preparation to engulf him. He took advantage of this. Raising his sword on high, the head of Leopard Company hoarsely intoned, Senin Hiro. Moments later the 1,000-year ice prison manifested as 5 frosty towers arrayed in a semicircle around Baragon. Many of the tendrils were trapped in them, cut in half so swiftly they seemed to disappear in the process, but the sight failed to encourage him. Even with months of training, this was the most he could manage on short notice. All that nonsense with Commander Kukaki for nothing. Nothing. You worthless child. At his furious command the iceberg flotilla converged to come smashing against the Hollow's position, hopefully freezing and grinding it to powder. At that instant every single tentacle in the room turned to ice. Hitsugaya remained floating near the ceiling, bewildered. His misty breath was disturbingly red, the taste of blood sharp and cold in his throat with every gasp. But wherever he looked no new attacks emerged. Only a forest of dark crimson branches through which gale-force winds continued to howl. Did that really do it? I can hardly believe it's over. Wait, what about Rukia? He turned his head to look for her. A riot so dense it was virtually solid hit him in the back. Fly. Right as a spear took him through the chest. For one long second he was too exhausted to even fully comprehend. It felt like just one more wound out of dozens. Only when he tried to breathe and realized he couldn't did Toshiro fully comprehend what had happened. Dully he looked down to find the tip of a league-long black icicle an inch shy of piercing his heart. This single grotesque shaft had punched through one of the icebergs with ease to reach him high overhead. A shiver racked his frame, and the blood spear snapped. With it went the last of his strength. The fingers of his right hand unclenched to let Hyarin Mera drop, followed moments later by its master. Like a lead snowflake he plummeted earthwards to be enveloped in a pile of snow. Shattered remnants of frosty stalactites fell all around. The 1,000-year ice prison soon followed, crumbling into fragments that steamed faintly. At their heart stood the king of Hueco Mundo, Baragon Lusenburn. Uncontested, the ghastly giant rode forth, semi-solid hooves clipping against the ice. At the same time, though, his crowned head turned to gaze intently towards a far wall. Once more emerald stars burned within the sockets before receding into darkness. Yet still his attention remained riveted off to the side. And all throughout the room, that same deathly spiritual aura from before hovered like a talon poised to rip out their throats. I believe I recognize that scent, the Dullahan rasped in thoughtful deliberation even as he came to tower over his fallen opponent. The Shinigami are another matter altogether, but this will require reinforcements. Once more a ripple passed over that liquid form. For several moments it remained still. Then the horse stamped its hoof and gave a snort, at which point its rider partner drew up once again. He looked down to where Hitsugaya remained half buried in a white barrow that dissolved by the second. It seems a most dangerous player has been let off the leash. So our game must end. Die well, little Shinigami. Baragon reached down to deliver the death blow. No my. There came a brief flash of white like moonlight on snow. In that same moment the unspeakably long blade of an ice sword had passed through the arm which held aloft Baragon's skull. Shirafune. This cry coincided with a drop in temperature so violent the liquid bone simply shattered halfway between elbow and wrist. In doing so, the Dullahan's head became truly detached from his body. That crowned skull quite abruptly turned to ash in midair. The rest of Lusenburn went completely still. Before the dust could even settle something unseen dropped from the ceiling to land right beside the decapitated tyrant, evident only by the snow crunching slightly. Then Rukia Kukaki reappeared, so no Shirayuki's third dance dissipating until it was once more at normal length. As her curved light spell dispersed she was running forward to kneel beside the battered captain. He groaned piteously as she rolled him onto his back, and the lieutenant's eyes widened in horror upon seeing the extent of his injuries. Wordlessly she summoned up a healing spell and got to work repairing as much as she could. At the first touch of healing those blood-encrusted eyes opened. Hitsugaya espied her beside him. We did it. Yes, Captain. She threw a troubled look at where the horseman remained unmoving, minus a head. There was no further action on its part. Drawing his attention to yourself so I could move freely was not the most inspired tactic. But you were correct. Lusenburn was indeed a composite entity. We needed only to separate the core from its component parts. A sound strategy. I commend you. You guessed which it was. He kept his sentences clipped so as not to interfere in the healing. She smiled in return. Actually, we have Ichigo's sisters to thank. They shared with me some very valuable advice derived from the 6-0 games. When in doubt, aim for the head that talks. We are fortunate my third dance was strong enough to accomplish even that much. You are fortunate we Zanpakuto could communicate unobserved to share this battle plan. And you're lucky to be alive, dragon. Mutual respect and cooperation won this battle, young lady. Luck mattered very little. If you weren't older than dirt, I'd be tempted to call you a bald-faced liar. Their soul cutters continued to argue on the periphery of both their consciousness. For his part the boy captain's attention remained fixed on the motionless Aaron Carr. A slight exhalation through his nose was the only sign of the immense pain Hitsugiya now experienced. Otherwise his face was cold as ice. We should leave. No telling if he can come back from this, or when. This healing will take time. Just patch me up. A bit of agony leaked through, making him snap. He recovered and made an effort to remain reserved. There's a new danger. The girl's face grew somber then. Forgive me, Captain. I did not intend to delay my counter-attack so long once you were hit. Only this riot saw. She swallowed then, sweat dripping down her throat. It was hard for me to move in it. I feel like I am being crushed even now. His emerald eyes locked with hers. He could see the effort she was making not to appear overwhelmed by that sickening force which still threatened to subsume them both. More than this, though, a palpable sense of unease had become visible in her manner which no amount of noble discipline could completely hide. Will you dare to ask? Will she admit the truth? Rukia-san. She did not look away. Sir. It felt rude to badger the princess like this. Perhaps a result of his time spent at Kukaki Manor. But the more immediate trauma helped override any sense of decorum. Discretion had never been a hallmark of his personality anyway. Do you recognize it? Rukia swallowed before speaking next. Yes, sir. And if I am correct, I understand that we must do our duty, as Shinigami. Thanks to the healing it no longer felt like he was missing a lung. Somehow, though, the sight of her barely contained grief felt worse. Quickly Toshiro opened his mouth to offer some comfort. Rukia hit the ground beside him. She drew in a gasp of air which emerged again as a scream from her throat. A huge red hand pressing on her back squeezed harder, eliciting further cries. Down, girl. The Espada stood bestride them. His head was back. Only now, it was where you might normally expect it to be, on his neck. An even greater difference was that far more than just a skull gazed down at them. There had emerged a face, still composed of blood but with eyes and mouth that smirked cruelly. Very beautiful. Very cold. The face of a predator, one Hitsugiya recognized. He had seen it before, during the Autumn War, when he fought what turned out to be nothing more than an illusion concocted out of his worst fears. Tia Halibel crooked a smile filled with teeth made of frozen blood at her two soon-to-be victims. Give us a kiss, the Segunda chuckled, and bent down with hungry mouth wide. Kigo looked around the royal chambers. As far as they could tell, there was nothing overtly threatening to be found here. If you discounted the swimming pool filled with blood, of course. A bath of blood. Blood bath. Funny. That tube from before was emerging out of it. Other than this very little caught the eye. Blue flames burned in sconces, illuminating a clear space the size of a hockey stadium. The ceiling might have been domed, it was impossible to tell, since there was something that looked to be a carnival tent top high overhead with its edges anchored to the walls. He could find no conceivable explanation for this and so chose to ignore it. Two other passages led out of here other than the one they had entered through. And that pretty much capped the checklist. So now what do we do? Keep your voice down. What? Your power seems to be working. I'm willing to bet it can't hear us. Care to bet your life on that? Ryo and Mizuoro stood within 2 paces of him. Kunieda had agreed to stop holding hands but insisted the boys maintain a fairly intimate degree of closeness with her. Normally Kigo would have had no complaints on that subject. Now, however, he was starting to feel just a tad uncomfortable with the whole scenario. And Mizuoro was right, now that they were here, what were they supposed to do? Look for their friends? Try to find a way out? There certainly didn't seem much that could be accomplished hanging around here. While he was thinking this, something rose from the pool. Kigo gave a yelp upon spotting it. Immediately he felt Kuniada's hand clamp firmly on his shoulder. The same was true for Mizuru. The three of them now clustered much closer together and kept very still. No more words were spoken. Even breathing might have been considered fatal at this point. It was another tentacle, larger than before but otherwise just the same. This new protrusion emerged from its fount and turned towards one of the other tunnels. As it did, though, the glistening worm paused. It turned from side to side slowly, like it was scanning the environment. Asano desperately prayed to be overlooked, a state of mind honed to artistic depths from long experience with playground bullies. Stay out of sight, don't catch their eye, don't make waves. This is the playbook of the coward. The weakling. The nothing. After a few seconds, and to his great relief, the worm did not appear to locate them. With that it shot towards the tunnel with frightening speed to disappear into those mysterious depths. Kigo relaxed, letting out his breath with a shaky sigh. His arms were trembling, and unless he missed his guess, so were Ryo's. Kinda nice to know she was human after all. Maybe when all this was over they might actually hook up. A nothing. No. Stop that. Whatever just happened, it can't be good. Somebody might even be dying because of it. And I'm just standing here doing nothing. Being nothing. Kigo frowned. He closed his eyes. Okay. Mizuru spoke very softly beside them. Though he managed to sound quite relaxed about their current situation, having known his friend for a while, it was evident the charming teen was not so sanguine as might first appear. Any ideas what that's all about? If we follow it, their leader mused cautiously, we might find where the others are being kept. Beats hanging around here. Asano-san, you ready to vacate? No reply came. Asano-san. He did not respond. The other two exchanged glances Kigo did not see. And that was because, he was thinking. I am not nothing. I am not a nobody. Maybe that's how I've been forced to live for the last few years, but, it isn't the truth. No one forced me to walk in here. I made that choice. Because I am resolved not to die a coward, at the very least. Mizuru said I'm smart, and he's my friend. He wouldn't lie. I am smart. I know it. So for maybe the first time in my whole post-pubescent school life, let me see if that can't be put to good use. What do I know? I'm trapped in an underground hollow nest in an alternate dimension. 2 people are with me, and by all accounts at least 2 more of us have been captured. We're smack dab at the heart of this evil organization, though. Our friends from Soul Society might be trying to reach us. Ichigo could be fighting for his life right now. Is there anything we can possibly do here that would make a difference in that? His head tilted back, and he exhaled slowly. Come on. Think. Kigo? Are you sick or something? At this his eyes opened, and he found himself staring at the ceiling. Or at least, that big tarp stretched above them. He frowned. What the hell was that for, anyway? Was there a way out up past it? It had to serve a purpose. Why would the Hollows put a tent over this cavern? Did it have something to do with guarding the place? There came a soft sound behind them. Quickly he turned around. Nothing presented itself at first sight, but then he saw over by the wall there was sand trickling down. Not much, but enough to leave a trail of silvery grains across the polished floor. Looking up, he noticed that the anchor points for that tarp left spaces open between it and the wall. Sand must have fallen from above and slid down the material to an out-of-the-way spot. The sight caused him to remember something. Those Hollows that first caught them had been worried about leaving a hole in the roof. Making a mess. It had actually scared them. And on the way here, hadn't he noticed a few of those monsters sweeping up sand, of all things? Why would they be doing that? What could motivate bloodthirsty killers to become janitors? Were they afraid? And of what? Well, that blood demon, for starters. All orders probably derived from it. So if A equals B, and B equals C, then King Claude told them to get rid of any sand. Am I crazy for thinking this is important? Would it be stupid to find out? I want to know. That's what Mizuru said earlier. Well, now I want to know. And the only way to find out is to try. That's right. Here goes nothing. I've got an idea. The other two looked at him in frank incomprehension. Meanwhile Asano was squirming his toes carefully. Yup, still feels like I'm lugging about 2 pounds in each shoe. There wasn't a chance to empty them out before. That might just be what it takes. But I want to be certain if I'm going to commit myself. So resolved, he bent down and carefully removed his footwear. Asano-san. Mizuru sounded doubtful for a change. If you wanted to be polite, I think you should have done that before we came in here. Kigo ignored this. He began to carefully pour the contents of one loafer into another. Don't spill any. Yeah, looking good. Do you guys have any sand left in your shoes or pockets? Sand. They both said it at once. It was clear neither had made the same deductive journey as he had embarked on to reach this conclusion. Which might indicate he had gone crazy and his plan was nuts. Let's test that, shall we? Yes, sand. Having completed his own preparations as well as Abel, he then looked expectantly at them. For good measure he kept his face politely blank so as not to lend credence to the very real possibility that this might prove to be a sick joke. If you have any, pour it into this shoe. Try not to spill it. Like I said, I've got an idea. The pipeline of blood shot down dark passages without need of light. In a matter of moments this sending had reached its destination, coming out in Barragan's former trophy room, an ossuary now converted into a sort of long-term recuperation center. Or a hospice, depending on how you wanted to look at it. At the end of the crypt the only occupant remained confined to a crevice dug out of the wall. The tendril approached, only to pause once again. Didn't Lagrima say she had left 2 of the vessels incapacitated here? A stupid breach of security if ever she heard one. But if so, where had they gone? Why were they not present? Judging by his condition it certainly didn't look as if he had eaten them. No matter. She had more immediate concerns. On the very end of the bloodline, the face of Tia Halibel formed. Like a cobra swaying from side to side, she hovered over the wreck of her associate. Crumbling eyes flickered in recognition. Well, at least he wasn't dead. More than usual, anyway. We have a problem, brother, the Scylla informed him. I require your help to resolve it. Do you feel who I am talking about? The faintest whisper of sound came from that caved-in chest. Yes. There was something deliciously pleasant about his tone. It spoke of hatred that remained white-hot in spite of everything which had transpired to him, stirring her endless hunger with its sweet familiarity. She smiled in satisfaction. I'll need to give you a transfusion of sorts. Some of my essence now resides within you anyway. It should be enough to allow you to accept more, as well as operate independently, a feature I sadly lack in this state. Bear in mind, this is strictly temporary. And if I lose my connection to this plane, you will revert back to normal. Her head bent until they were eye to eye. I have no time to be gentle. Prepare to be filled. With that, she kissed him savagely. Her eyes flared with emerald radiance that lit the tomb. Green energy shot from her mouth into the vampire. His crumbling body writhed on the verge of breaking apart utterly. But against all reason or sanity, he held on. A will of superhuman caliber animated this thing, and it was this that seized upon the violent gift that had been offered, drinking it down like a shipwrecked man swallowing seawater in a desperate mania to stay alive. The nature of this force was almost as fatal, but still, it felt so good to be glutted like this, he no longer cared what the end result might be. Eventually Halibel drew back to observe the results of her sacrifice. Much better. Before her, the previous undead invalid rose off his bed. Ash had transformed into sleek flesh and bone. A sound of rustling leather echoed through those grim confines. In the dark, green eyes glowed like a cat's. Without further ado, the resurrected Night Walker flashed down the tunnel in search of his prey. Behind it, Halibel's head smiled. And turned to dust. Can you slow down before I barf? Tatsuki demanded. Tearing down junctions and passageways at Mach 8, Khan flicked a glance over his shoulder. Just close your eyes. It helps. Chizuru figured that out already. See? She's passed out, you moron. What? Their turbocharged taxi peered at the girl curled limply in his arms. She did indeed appear to have lost consciousness. A brief curse escaped his lips. The suit's supposed to create a barrier that diminishes the G-forces for passengers. Did I put it on wrong? Shoot. Wish I understood this science stuff better. Whoops. Their ride gave a short jump before landing to pick up the pace without pause. Sorry. Rock slide. Wasn't here earlier. Good thing somebody already cleared it, huh. For her part, Tatsuki had taken his advice and closed her eyes by this point. It didn't help. The only light down here came from Khan's new duds, and that was barely faint enough to let her distinguish a few inches in any direction. She couldn't really see the environment racing by like a fast-forwarded movie. But that didn't keep her from feeling it. When would this ordeal end? And more importantly, do you even know where you're going, Khan? Don't worry. The mod soul grinned. My eyes are designed to detect a specific low-level energy left by my footprints. I've been following the trail I left behind. I figure in just a few seconds I'll have you out of here and up top where the Shinigami are gathering. Then I'll come back for the others. They might really be out of danger. That sounded pretty good right about now. At the very least Khan wasn't treating her like he was just a short while ago. Tatsuki would make a point about discussing that with him later. Explain a few things. Maybe even apologize if it came to that. Strange to think she found herself disturbed by the thought that he might think less of her as a result of what she said back there. Granted, there had been the excuse of intense pain and a truly traumatic experience behind it, but still, being rescued by someone she had thought of as just above comic relief prior to all this served as a reminder that people could surprise you. Even yourself. I never thought I was a killer either. Score. There's our way out. Tatsuki opened her eyes. Light gleamed up ahead. Were they almost free? She could have kissed Khan. Had it been necessary to make a list of all the people who might have rescued them, she had to admit his name would not have been high in the rankings. And that left the grateful girl just a teensy bit guilty. If he was going to leave them soon in order to throw himself into more danger, she felt it necessary to make one point clear prior to parting. Khan, I never. Oh hell. Was it? Am I asleep? They skidded to a halt. Khan's body was practically rumbling as he exercised some tap dancing move with his legs that let the human missile halt without his passengers getting launched through the air. Tatsuki's eyes widened. It sounded like Chizuru was coming around. The three of them were in the middle of a big burhole. Part of the ceiling had collapsed, allowing the faint light of Hueco Mundo's sky to come in and let her see. The possibility of escape did not cross her mind. What was happening here drew the attention of everyone still awake. What little she could make out, that is. The enormous hollow Barinholtz gave a frustrated howl as it smashed sparking mitts deep into the stone, sending up a blaze of ochre energy. Rangiku Matsumoto had already moved to appear behind him. She swung what looked to be an empty sword hilt, but if you looked closely, there was a sort of mist barely visible in the dim light which acted in response to the beautiful blonde's movements. This swarmed around the titan with the liquid grace of a cat, pouncing to engulf its head. Chips and cracks appeared in the mask and a bone ear flew off to clatter against the floor. Still the undead monstrosity only roared anew and rotated on the big black ball of its midsection to face its opponent, seemingly undaunted by this wicked means of assault. As they watched, another hollow materialized near Rangiku. This one was human-sized, only with great pincers for hands and a long waving scorpion tail emerging from the small of her back. The poisonous tip glowed scarlet as it jabbed at Rangiku fast enough to leave lagging red after images in its wake. Their ostensive ally countered with a shimmering translucent shield on one forearm. The interchange was too fast for Tatsuki to follow, but when Shinigami and Hollow re-emerged in her field of vision a few yards off, Matsumoto was sporting no injuries she could see, and the Hollow was now on the run from that missed attack. Felicitarizages. Something exploded into the floor several yards away to raise a big cloud of dust. If you looked carefully there seemed to be a long red line coming out of the haze, but this disappeared so swiftly as to leave one doubting their senses. Instead, as the haze settled around that fresh-dug pit, there was revealed another small hollow reminiscent of her partner, only with a much longer segmented tail and whip-like arm extensions of similar design. She awkwardly attempted to extricate herself without success. Drawing in a deep breath, the Arrancar bellowed, "You little shit." Halfway across the room, a kid in white shirt and dress pants dropped down to earth. He grinned with utmost mischief, white teeth gleaming against caramel skin while he leaned lazily against a bow staff. "Come on, Bonita. I told you that would happen, didn't I?" "Noboru!" Kon screeched. He was so shocked he actually let go of Chizuru, who gave a painful yelp as she landed, apparently now fully roused from slumber. In response, the preteen seemed to notice them. "Kon." Noboru Kauki came upright, his staff now at the ready and no longer looking quite so cocky. "How did you get here? How did you?" At this point, Barinholtz turned and spotted the newcomers as well. It rumbled softly before lifting its arms, which began to rotate at the elbows like drills. Sparks flew from every joint, and the eyes now reminded her of fireworks on Hanabi. Huge conical feet pounded the floor in readiness. "Grow." Barinholtz launched forward, but the hollow had not proceeded one step before it tripped over a red pole which now traversed the entire length of the cave, golden tips anchored firmly against the walls. It hit the floor with a boom. The light show died out instantly. The next thing Arisawa knew, Noboru was standing beside them. "You were saying?" he asked. Everyone, including Tatsuki, stared at the boy. They all knew him. He was another of Rukia's employees at the Usagi Shoten, just like Kon. She had been fairly certain he might be a Shinigami, or at least not human, considering he lived in a house of the living dead. But to suspect and to have it proven were two different things. Farther back, the first enemy he took down finally rose upright with a scream, bone tentacles snapping and ready to strike. Without looking behind him, Noboru suddenly yanked his arm up. Only then did Tatsuki notice the crackling line of yellow energy held in one fist. The other end was attached to that hollow's ankle, and as he pulled, she lost her balance and toppled backwards into the pit with a yell. That was definitely a soul cutter he was sporting, and that bit with the pratfall looked like Kido even to an untrained eye. Noboru then finally spied her strapped to the mod's back. "Oh, hey, it's the angry one. Hola, Furiosa. Talk about real nightmares, eh? Will you quit screwing around?" Kon glared at his co-worker reproachfully. "We need to get them out of here. They're in danger." "What, from these goofballs?" "Kman." As if to emphasize this, a scream sounded. When they looked to find its source, a claw went clattering across the floor, leaving a trail of blood behind. Not far off, the scorpion girl was frantically scooting backwards in an impression of how crabs walk. This was made more awkward by the fact that her left arm ended in a bleeding stump which she now cradled to her chest. Rangiku Matsumoto trailed slowly after, the lethal gray mist whipping about its mistress. Her face gave Tatsuki chills. Pure condemnation. Like that of an executioner. Regardless of what anyone had to say on the subject, those black robes and merciless cold blue eyes could only belong to a true god of death. At seeing this, the panicked monster girl snatched up her severed claw and scuttled towards where her fellow arachnid was trying to get up, only to take another tumble courtesy of Noboru's rope. Kon gave a shiver and broke off from staring to chastise his younger associate again. "Look, there are more girls lost, and until we find them I need you to dash." Right as he spoke, Barinholtz came up with another deafening roar, a zero building in its jaws. Oh, screw this. Everything happened so fast. Next thing she knew, Tatsuki was moving again. The giant bear loomed above them. Then she was spinning, or Kon was, his foot coming around in a blaze of yellow energy like a match snapping to light. She heard it hit, followed by that two-story titan impacting against the cave wall hard enough to leave a hollow-shaped hole behind it. Barinholtz slumped in a loose-limbed heap. Tatsuki's head was in a whirl. It felt like she might pass out for a second. Through the disorientation she heard Kon declare, "Down but not out, ugly. Unless you want that to change, keep trying." Despite what she knew about his aversion to killing, the champion black belt couldn't help but be daunted by that threat. She wasn't the only one. When she twisted around in her sling, it was to find Noboru standing frozen, his mouth slack. It seemed even Ranjika was impressed judging by her raised eyebrow. However, while they were all distracted, Arisawa noticed the two hollow girls had reached one another. They clasped hands, and as they did so, both intoned, "Merge, Kodaku." At this a fey light gleamed in each of their empty black mask sockets, followed by a sharp spike in Ryotsu. The same deadly aura now surrounded both such that it lit the whole chamber with its power. Inside that blending poison loci, the shape of the twin hollows began to change, growing larger and flowing into one another. Ranjika cursed and began to chant some kind of spell, while Noboru sent his power pole arcing towards them, only to give a yell and quickly draw it back, the golden tip smoking and melted. Chizuru had crawled off and was crouched down with her back to the display. Tatsuki could relate, as she felt a primordial terror that made her bones shiver. And as for Kon, he just sighed. Without turning around, the mod soul declared in a strong, clear voice, "Loli. Mainoli." At the center of the terrifying transfiguration, two heads turned in surprise. "I won't kill you." A pair of sharp gasps echoed through the chamber. At this, Kon finally swiveled to look at them, taking Tatsuki with him. Face lit red by the crescendo of unnatural energy, his voice was deathly calm. Almost friendly. "Not if you leave," he said with no hint of wrath. "And not if you stay." Then the big teenager took a step forward. Tatsuki had never seen anyone run so fast. The only thing left was a smoking hole in the wall to mark their retreat. Seems the battle was finally over. At least it appeared that way, until that moron Barinholtz once more lurched upright. His arms, legs and head were separated from his body, all hovering independently around one another and sparking wildly. No obvious damage from Kon's attack was evident. Vicious snarls and drool emerged from its fangs. The three remaining fighters turned to face this seemingly unstoppable opponent. The whole thing just made Tatsuki sick. Will it never end? Over the tumult, a deep musical B-flat sounded, throbbing like a bell in a cathedral. When it did, the huge hollow went still. Its light show winked out. Once more the note tolled, and this time the brute shuddered in every part. Then it happened yet again. A violent spasm rocked that gargantuan puppet, followed by a gruesome whine. Astonished, everyone found themselves looking at Chizuru Honsho, down on her knees and clutching Lagrima's harp. The haggard redhead was carefully plucking one string in particular. Whenever she did, that funeral knell echoed, and Barinholtz contorted in obvious agony. Without warning, the skull and limbs dropped with a noisy clamor to lie spent. Only the torso remained floating upright. Tatsuki found herself staring at that big black marble which composed the beast's midsection. Was it her imagination, or did it seem like? At the next note, the ebony sphere cracked. Blood came oozing out. Barinholtz screamed. Now Chizuru was off. She hit that B-flat like a coked-up American rock star on stage at Woodstock, fingers almost seeming to blur until it sounded like one long sustained note with Barinholtz squealing as the backdrop. The hollow was jerking back and forth in midair. Further fractures appeared on the marble surface from which crimson liquid seeped. Out of nowhere a maddened wail of unsurpassed volume came from the creature. On and on this went, sounding utterly unhinged. When it finally gave out, the monster dropped, rocking ever so slightly before finally coming to rest. It did not move. At last Chizuru stopped playing. She was breathing hard, but a triumphant smile still lit her face. Their unexpected savior picked up on the astonished looks she was getting and shrugged. When that hollow lady knocked out Tatsuki-chan, she did it just by playing one string, she gasped. And then, right afterwards, to get Ursa Major over there to listen, she played another. Looked like it hurt. So I figured, maybe it's one string tuned to one specific person. How else could she control that monster? And what do I know? I was right. You kids really are something, Matsumoto declared while sheathing her sword. Her gaze traveled to where Kon stood, and a full-blown smile made her look even more astonishingly beautiful. That goes for you too, Kon. Very slick moves. Maybe even enough to forgive you for that rough treatment earlier. His chest noticeably swelled at this praise, at which point he gave a sudden cough. Well, thanks, Matsumoto-san. Just for that, I might be willing to testify at your trial. Unless you really think you're getting past all those Shinigami we feel up top. The teenage mod passed an arm over his forehead, which had begun to perspire heavily. Tatsuki was finding it a little hard to catch her breath too. All that moving must have worn them both out. Got it covered, Speedy Gonzales. So saying, she held up a pink scarf, smiling gamely. Khan blanched. He looked down at his arm where no such accessory now hung. How did? Another cough, harsher than before. Tatsuki frowned. Was he sick? It was really starting to feel that way for her too. Like she might vomit. You're not the only one who can move quickly when they need to. And don't bother coming at me again. She patted the soul cutter at her side. No jigai to restrain me now. You couldn't even get close. This mean you're dumping me, Tetas. Noboru called out. Rangiku cast him a wink. Afraid so, kiddo. Our paths must part. Now you two get these little girls out of here while I get back to my original. Khan collapsed. He just crumpled. Like his head was bashed with a shovel. Tatsuki slid out of her seat and rolled a few paces. She could do nothing to stop it. Her body had stopped functioning again. All she could do was tremble uncontrollably as it felt like gravity in the room had quadrupled in the last few seconds. Khan crouched on his hands and knees. A horrible gasping sound emerged from his throat. Sweat poured off his face like he was having a heart attack. He looked as bad as she felt. His head turned, and he looked at her in absolute horror. Well, slap my ass and call me Strawberry if that don't beat all. The voice came from behind. When Tatsuki looked to see who had spoken, she could have screamed. Something crouched atop the avalanche which led to the hole in the cavern roof. It had the form of a human, but no one in their right mind would have mistaken it for such. Nearly everything about it was white, from the Karakura High School uniform to its short-cropped spiky hair. Pitch-black teeth were bared in an unholy grin. Two midnight eyes with yellow pupils stared chillingly at them. Tatsuki did not let that horribly familiar face deceive her. No resemblance, however total, could hide this creature's true nature. She would have known even if Rukia hadn't explained it to her earlier today. What perched before them was not her childhood friend. It was absolutely not Ichigo Kurosaki. It was his hollow, the one which had haunted Tatsuki's dreams for months. As if sensing these thoughts, the hollow looked straight at her. Hey, Tatsuki. Long time no see. She could say nothing. Nor could she find the strength to move. Tatsuki Arisawa just lay there on her side, horror-stricken. It happened. He got eaten by the thing. And now it's come to kill us all. Orium, wherever you are, run. Baron Holtz chose that moment to come awake. The pieces of its body flew forward, reconnecting as they did. Reformed, the beast slavered madly. A bloody froth was leaking from its marble core and out of both eyes and mouth. There was no more roaring. It simply charged at the closest living thing, which just happened to be Ichigo's dark side. The hollow turned to face it. A second later there was another hole in the roof, and Baron Holtz was gone. To embalm the fallen, Bakudo 99, kin. Rangiku Matsumoto fairly roared these words. At the same time Noboru's Nyoibo staff rocketed across the room to strike the hollow in its forehead, sending its neck snapping back. Black strips of cloth were wrapping around its arms in a jerky fashion before growing taut. Several metal discs slammed these bindings to the floor. Tatsuki could hear Matsumoto murmuring something else. Her voice sounded shaky. Had she been able to crane her neck, the girl felt certain she would see fear for the very first time on that gorgeous face. The hollow simply flexed its arms, and the bindings tore, sending shards of metal shooting everywhere. The honey-haired sorceress stuttered to a halt and drew her Zanpakuto. I don't have time for this shit, the fallen soul croaked. It then gave a sort of twitch. In this position Tatsuki couldn't see what else might be happening, but there were no further sounds of battle. A low buzzing now filled her ears. It felt as if something very heavy was sitting on her chest while strangling her. Was absolutely everyone else experiencing the same debilitation now? Her skin was crawling, bringing pain flashbacks from what she had undergone with Lagrima. In an odd way, though, this helped her to deal with it. And the sensation of being assaulted by her very environment was not a new one. She had experienced the exact same thing the first time she met an Aaron Carr. And in addition to all this, Tatsuki Arisawa knew with utmost clarity that if she let herself go limp and helpless like she had been for the last few hours, this time she would assuredly die. Get up. Get up and fight. Her body felt like hell. All the same, to her immense satisfaction, the martial artist managed to leverage herself up onto one elbow. It didn't get any easier from there, but that didn't make a damn bit of difference. As if waiting for this, Khan arose beside her. Despite a very obvious shaking, he whirled again, sending even greater bolts of ochre power from his feet. An explosion sounded. The speed freak disappeared soon after with a slight sonic boom. Almost immediately Khan hurtled past her again. Droplets of blood spattered in his wake, and she heard him land. It sounded bad. Meanwhile Tatsuki took this opportunity. No way was she going to die flat on her ass. Anger had returned. At this situation, at certain people she blamed, and most especially at that noxious monster which had been robbing her of sleep lately. It hurt Khan. Get up and beat its rotten black teeth in. Tatsuki swiveled her leaden legs around and pressed a hand against the floor. Teeth gritted, muscles straining under that suffocating morass of spiritual intensity, she finally managed to lift her exhausted frame off the ground. The black belt remained in a crouch. Gasping for air that seemed to be in short supply, Arisawa looked behind her. She spotted Chizuru first. Her classmate looked to be unconscious again. A great glass rectangle covered her and Rangiku, who had dropped to one knee, clutching her chest as she gasped out more spells. What looked like a small brown monkey was attempting to drag Khan further behind the barrier. The Mod Soul's arm was missing. Looking for this. It was standing right in front of her, holding Khan's severed limb. With utmost care, the monster leaned down and wiped that bloody stump slowly down her face. The taste and smell of it made her rage burn hotter. She locked eyes with that vile grinning atrocity. "I'll kill you," Tatsuki whispered softly. "Yeah, bullshit." The hollow dropped the arm and reached down to grab a fistful of her shirt. It then brought the girl up to dangle before it. Its breath was coming very fast. She could feel the hollow trembling with excitement. Tatsuki made an attempt to kick it in the crotch. Instead all that happened was it grabbed her leg, leaving her hanging in an even more awkward position. The touch of its skin was ice cold. Still holding on firmly, the hollow chuckled as she struggled in vain. "Damn," it gasped gleefully. "Shit, shit, shit. I really wanted to take my time with you guys. Really, I did. But it took too damn long to get here. You might be all I get, Tatsuki. You and the little lesbian over there, and she hardly counts. Still, even that might be enough. But there's something I just gotta say to you." It brought her closer, so that their faces were only an inch apart. The smile it wore now made her want to tear its damn head off. "Ichigo doesn't think of you as a woman. Did you know that? In his head, you're practically a guy. He's never even imagined fucking you once, front or back. Sometimes I think he forgets you even exist. You're that unimportant to him. So that's that. Anything you want him to know next time I see him? You're about to die, so make it count. Eat shit," she rasped back, "and die. I'll tell him you said that. Bye now." Two black hands seized the hollow's wrists. "No." Tatsuki then found herself falling slowly earthwards in a world tinted vibrant emerald green. She could hear the hollow screaming. "What the hell? Am I dead?" She landed on her butt, which hurt. It also informed her that she was still among the living, or whatever this counted as. Time seemed to have gotten back to normal as well. So what's the big surprise now? This whole experience had been utterly draining, such that she didn't even have it in her to be mad anymore. Screw it. I don't care. With a sort of weary disinterest, Tatsuki looked up. Green eyes made her remember how it felt to be afraid. The arms and legs were black with wicked talons. A hole in its bone-white chest wept ebon blood, and a pointed tail swept the air restlessly. Two enormous black wings were folded on its back. The horned head rose. Tears poured from lifeless black and green eyes. The creature seemingly took no notice of Tatsuki when it spoke next. They are mine. No. She turned her head. The hollow was now halfway across the hall. Its shirt was gone, the skin of its chest bloodied and charred. In addition, the thing looked absolutely unhinged. Eyes flung wide, black drool running down its chin and long tongue flicking out. It jerked upright and let loose an earth-shattering wail, like a kid whose favorite toy had been broken. It was crying too. No. No, no, no. This is bullshit. Fucking bullshit. You're dead. He killed you. He fucking killed you. Fuck you, you can't be here, god damn it, why won't you die? Because. Vast pinions shot out to their full wing spread. I am better than you. With that, the Vastolord shot forward in a flash to catch the hollow by its throat. He then banked sharply upwards, smashing through the ceiling like it was paper. Sand and debris fell all around. Tatsuki stared in abject disbelief at what she had just witnessed. The world really had gone insane. That was Ulquiorra Schiffer. Then she noticed the tang of blood still in her nose, and it hit her. Con. But just as she remembered, a voice cried, "Oi! Tatsuki-chan! Chizuru-chan! Up here!" When she looked where indicated, Arisawa noticed several Shinigami scrambling down the landslide. At the top of the hole, Oka-sensei waved cheerfully. "Hey! You guys all right down there? Because it is crazy up here. Go with them." She looked behind her to see Kon wavering upright, a white bandage wrapped tightly around the stump of his arm. His face was pale, but determined. Chizuru still lay beside him. Of Matsumoto there was no sign. She took off, the mod soul explained. Noboru went after her before I could stop him. I'm gonna follow and make sure everybody's safe. You and Chizuru go with the Shinigami for now. They'll protect you. I'll be back soon. Holy shit, Kon, Tatsuki sobbed, tears pouring from her eyes. You got fucking dismembered. Just rest, why don't you? The Shinigami'll take care of it, right? The pale mod only gave a shake of his head. Can't do that. This isn't over. And Rukia's down here. I can tell, she needs my help. Just, don't worry about me, okay? I'll be alright. With that he sped off into one of the tunnels without another word. Several death gods appeared around her, asking all sorts of questions, none of which she cared to respond to now even if she had all the answers. Instead Tatsuki mechanically knelt and picked up Kon's arm. Holding it tenderly, she moved towards the exit beckoning high overhead. I can't do any more. Please just let this all work out. Ryo waved to indicate her readiness while holding Mizuro's loafer. Having taken up their own position, the two boys nodded. They didn't dare speak. Separating like this had not drawn the demon god's attention that they could tell, but best not to take chances. Perhaps it could only focus on a limited area of its surroundings, not everywhere the blood was present. That makes sense. Good for us. The architect of this crazy plot considered. If this worked, it would undoubtedly make the Hollow aware of them. For that reason Kunieda had called dibs on the second pipe. Being a track star, she would require the least time to make it back to the other two and cover them with her power. Hopefully it wouldn't sniff them out in the interim. Or after, for that matter. Who knows how this might work? But at the very least, they had tried. Kigo looked at Mizuru, who smiled in a way that demonstrated his confidence in the plan. The cheerful womanizer then raised 3 fingers on high for all to see before ticking them off. 3-2-1 go. Let's see if this gets anybody's attention, Kigo thought. Shaking uncontrollably, he poured the contents of his shoe directly onto the first ribbon of blood. Hitsugaya lunged weakly for the closest weapon, this being Rukia's Zanpakuto. An unfamiliar sense of shivering cold rushed through him as his fingers closed over the handle. Make this work. We will. Save her, please. Strength surged through his body as the soul cutters forged a connection the only way they could, through ice. A round white pane of it formed behind him, reflecting everything in its depths. The image of the gloating Vastolord stood out in frozen relief. At the same time, Filigrees of frost began to snake all over her form. To this she gave him a contemptuous look, even her component steed shook its fleshless head and snorted derisively. "Still do not see it's impossible, Halibel intoned while leaning down on the helpless Rukia. "Then I will give you a final demonstration of the difference between Shinigami and us." A proliferation of fanged serpents blossomed from her back, their mouths opened wide in readiness to tear him to pieces. Hitsugaya prepared to sell his life dearly. At seeing his stalwart determination, the hollow goddess smiled, before promptly turning to dust. The boy braced himself, uncertain of what this might portend. What kind of strange new attack lay in store for him now? Only when he saw Rukia leap up with utter incomprehension written on her face did it occur to him this might not be some new means of slaughtering them. Both Shinigami stared at the spot their enemy previously occupied. It had happened so fast. 1 second the ancient monstrosity was preparing to devour them. And in the next the whole thing, horse, snakes, and rider, all slid into a pile of reddish dust on the floor. There was nothing to even indicate it had ever been alive. "Did you do that, Captain?" Rukia hazarded. Toshiro was no less perplexed than her. What could be the cause of this? Still not letting his guard down, he advanced a step closer. No reaction. Examining the remains more closely, something caught his eye. Trailing from the main mound back into the cavern from which it came was a long line of the same grist. He then spotted another such stream snaking over to the tunnel which Halibel had previously blocked up. There too lay a heap of red particles before the open exit. This wasn't the main body, he realized suddenly. It was just another extension she made to reach us. It must have been cut off somehow. All around small patches of dried up blood littered the cavern. From the shards I froze. She couldn't hold on to them all, and the ones that broke free immediately turned to dust when she wasn't connected to them. I was so busy fighting her I didn't realize. Captain. Beside him Lieutenant Kukaki was now holding out Hyarin Meru. Wordlessly the icy warrior accepted his weapon while returning her own. Thank you. Their brief connection parted. The ice mirror at his back dissolved away. Now reunited with their proper blades, the two Shinigami looked to one another. Perhaps some measure of communion still lay between them, for each nodded before taking off to follow the trail of powder which would lead to the source of this horror. As they ran, Hitsugaya still felt the unwholesome aura that he knew presaged Rukia's worst nightmare. Before confronting that, though, they had to learn where things stood in terms of the Vastolord. Both could sense other Shinigami close at hand now. The assault must have begun. Learning what, if anything, might have balked the Espada might be the greatest contribution they could make to those who were not yet aware of her presence. No time for hell butterflies or any such things. They could not leave such a dangerous factor unquantified. This may prove to be their only chance, and as such there was no time to waste. So determined, they followed the trail. As soon as the sand touched it, Kigo's bloodline was chopped in half. The part leading out turned to dust in the blink of an eye, while its other half connected to the pool remained unaffected, only jerked back like a split fishing line. The movement almost took his arm off, and he collapsed with a cry. Mizuru crouched beside him. Wide-eyed, he watched the tendril retract swiftly into the bloodbath. That dark red expanse churned into a bloody boil. Kigo almost fainted when a giant burst forth from its frothing depths. Vaguely he was aware of Kunieda racing towards them to fling herself atop both boys. Falling back, he could still perceive this new threat, so high did it reach. It's a woman, his brain finally realized. A woman, made of blood, and she's naked. Boy, was she ever naked. While this fact was claiming all Kigo Asano's suddenly undivided attention, the gleaming red titan looked wildly around. Her shoulder-length carmine tresses framed a face of stunning beauty, but so twisted by the fiercest rage that the combination of threat and yearning almost stopped his heart. She did not emerge fully from the lake, coming up only to the hips. There was a hole in her stomach that they could look right through. Hefty breasts were swollen with blood, another disturbing combination that made his stomach churn and heart pound double time. There seemed to be spines emerging from the ogress back interwoven into strange designs. And all of this was soaring almost 30 feet into the air. None of the three students moved. They just lay there, hoping that intimidation ability would be up to snuff. Meanwhile the devil woman hadn't seemed to notice them. Instead she bent quickly down to examine where Kunyada's handiwork had left a dried red trail leading off into the tunnel. Her head jerked up towards the ceiling which she inspected for a few moments, gaze drifting over the underside of the tent. Finding nothing, the ferocious goddess turned her attention to the other strand. Placing both palms on the floor she leaned out to reach the spot where the rusty powder began. Kigo stared straight up as a face that could have launched and sank 1,000 ships came to loom almost right over him. He told himself to shut his eyes. Unfortunately, they did not seem to obey. The Titan continued to regard the evidence of their assault. Her eyes did not move from that spot. Had her attention strayed only a few feet to the right, she would have been looking directly at them. Instead, after a few seconds, the wrath drained out of her features, leaving them chillingly composed. Bloody eyes then slowly rose up, scanning from one side to another. And those glistening lips parted. "I know you are here." As she spoke, dozens of tentacles began to emerge from the pool and go questing about. They reached up high while others carefully combed over the floor. It would have been a more plausible coincidence had you cut only one line, the vicious spirit continued. Not that I would have believed. Sand falling exactly where it would do the most harm. The odds are not good. But it might have given me pause. Still, you were too concerned about who might be in danger from me, weren't you? That tells me much. No. Kigo tried to move his head to see where this cry came from and failed. Only his eyes rotated in their sockets, but it was enough to allow him to perceive a familiar shape standing at the unused tunnel mouth. The hollow Lagrimer regarded them, minus the harp but still holding onto that big pickle jar for dear life. No. Lagrimer repeated. No. Tia Halibel, I know you. You are, the Tercera Espada. The usurper's worm. What are you doing here? Where? Her head swung frantically from side to side. Where is the mighty Baragon? As this rant was proceeding, Kunyada Ryo whispered very softly, "Get up." She moved off them, still maintaining contact. Overhead the behemoth identified as Tia Halibel gave a twitch, like she had noticed something. Neither hollow had taken any notice of them, yet the questing tentacles were drawing closer. Terror choked Kigo's throat in a vice. At last he managed to croak out, "I can't." Ryo regarded him dispassionately. For a few horrific moments he was certain she was contemplating leaving him there. Instead their reserved classmate flicked a glance at Mizuho. "Help me carry him." His childhood friend was staring hard at the naked deity still prowling around. Probably just as conflicted about how to react as me. But still he bent to grasp their fear-struck colleague beneath the armpits. Together they hoisted him up to hang heavy as a sack of grain between them. Meanwhile Halibel drew herself straight to regard this fresh intruder. "You have been worshipping false idols, little slave," she intoned dryly. "All the while, it has been me giving you commands, since I am the only who could assume your fallen master's place. I am the Segunda Espada now. What? They should really escape while these monsters were distracted with one another." Apparently Kunyada had reached the same conclusion. "Don't run," she advised in a whisper. "Draws their attention." Faintly Mizuho nodded. The Segunda's lips curled with contempt. Her head rose in condemnation, and she scowled. This movement caused the three escapees to freeze. "Your king, Baragon Lusenburn, is dead. I ate him myself following the war for Nirvana. He was quite the satisfying meal." A shudder went through that spare frame. Lagrima began to sink towards the floor. "Dead?" she whispered. "He is, dead. Even more so than usual." A scant inch from her knees touching stone, the wispy hollow sprang up and fled from the room. Halibel watched her flight before heaving a sigh. Several of the serpent projections moved to pursue. It was now or never. And with that they proceeded to haul Asano's unresponsive form away, feet dragging and arms dangling like wet noodles. Only when the empty shoe dropped from his nerveless grip did Kigo even remember he was still carrying it. The noise it made shouldn't have been that loud. Maybe everything just seemed enhanced, as the terrible head spun straight towards them. Red vines converged too fast for anyone to react. In under a second all three high schoolers were bound in those loathsome limbs. Ah! There we go. Her smile was awful to behold. It told Kigo he was about to be eaten alive. She would do it. That's what they did. Hollows eat people. And now I'm going to die. Semi-solid blood oozed over his bare flesh, and all he could do was whimper. Humans. I thought as much, their captor purred, her tongue sliding out over those ravenous lips. We were told some of you possessed unusual abilities. But this one is new. A lesser form of complete hypnosis? Complete oblivious, perhaps. She chuckled. I could. Suddenly the hollow paused. Green eyes flashed, narrowing down to slits. Her head bent over them until she hovered right in front of Kunieda Ryo. The girl's face went stiff, but the rest of her was trembling so violently she looked to be vibrating. Still she did not look away as the beast continued to inspect her closely. It is you. There was a measure of wonder in its voice they had not heard before. You are the one with my taint on your soul. When did this happen? How did you come close enough to receive my blessing and survive? Who are you? Kunieda gasped in a long lungful of air, almost like she had forgotten to breathe for the last few seconds. When she managed to speak her words were piping faint. I'm the last unicorn. One great eyebrow rose. Unicorn? What are? Excuse me, Ms. Wuro interrupted sweetly, but have you considered posing for Playboy Japan? Because I think you would make a dynamite centerfold. The hollow turned a measuring look on him as though wondering what the grinning dandy might taste like. What? A burst of blue flame exploded against the side of Halibel's head. At the same time, this strange band of something like fog swept through the air and severed the tentacles at their source. Instantly they all turned to dust, and the next thing the astonished Kigo knew someone was dropping him to the floor several meters away. Hold on. Rangiku Matsumoto declared, a pink scarf clutched in her fist. Then, oh hell. Lose something. Kunieda Ryo was not with them. Instead the girl was now clutched in Halibel's blood-wet fist, who regarded them triumphantly. You would not abandon this poor child, Shinigami. The fugitive death god hesitated. As she did, a host of tentacles sprang from the pool to impact against a grey wall of furiously shifting particles that formed before her. More emerged, when the massive female uttered a shout. The arm holding Ryo had turned solid from wrist to elbow. Even as Kigo registered this, a scarlet spear plowed through that frozen appendage in an explosion of ice. Kunieda fell free, the hand that held her now nothing more than a fine mist, only to disappear and re-emerge on the other side of the hall in the arms of a preschooler with brown skin. Run, Noboru. And leave you here? Like hell. Rukia Kukaki now stood in the cave wearing full Shinigami gear, accompanied by a blood-stained kid with white hair holding a sword longer than he was. Her face was fierce enough to scare away anything short of death itself. Halibel had retreated back to her pool. An absolute horde of serpents rose around her, enough to fill the chamber and rip every person there, human or spirit, to shreds. Rukia and the captain stood side by side, sweat freezing on their faces and swords extended with tips touching to form a sphere of white energy that grew bigger with every heartbeat. Their eyes glowed from concentration. Matsumoto had turned that dust cloud she was using into a large spinning disc, perhaps in an attempt to cut the monster off at the waist. The kid with the stick stood protectively over Ryo, but his lips were moving, and the air was glowing green around him. Kigo had no idea if any of this might actually do the trick. Could even all of them together beat that thing? Still slumped in a spineless blob on his back, he found himself staring at that spreading dome over the ceiling again. Nobody else even looked up. Wouldn't make any sense to, considering what they were currently faced with. It would be suicide to look away. But lying there, probably about to die after hardly having lived at all, Kigo Asano knew with absolute certainty that he had grasped its significance. A vibration came that made the chamber quake, pressure built in his ears so that he could hardly hear anything clearly. All those opposing spiritual powers were about to come to a head. Somebody's about to die. Probably me. What have I got to lose? Just as war was about to erupt, his voice tore out with all the force and desire to live that existed in a frightened, desperate teenage soul. Hit the roof. Kigo never saw what happened next. He had already passed out. But his effort was not in vain. Noboru heard, and looking up, he spied the unusual structure that capped this cavern. Acting on instinct, the brash youth fired Hanuman straight at its peak. The tent was ripped from its moorings by the overwhelming force of his blow, that never-ending battle staff carrying it up to slam into the stone ceiling and explode straight through, into the open air of Hueco Mundo beyond. At the same time, twin bolts of blazing yellow energy roared upwards to blow away the remaining ceiling directly over Tia Halibel's head. And through it the dry desert of Hueco Mundo came pouring in. An inarticulate scream tore from the Vastolord, filled with rage and despair so loud it blew away any and all attacks that her enemies had previously been building. This had no effect on the greatest threat, though. Swirling white cataracts poured down in a waterfall of sand directly onto the blood goddess, and what had once been a smooth liquid mass now resembled a clumping congealed mess. The reaction was worse than one might have expected. For wherever even a speck of sand touched her, the hollow's body dissolved, sloughing away into dust and engorged silica. Halibel continued to roar, thrashing in the midst of her diminishing medium. Blood churned and swelled over the lip of the pool as though seeking escape. But there was none to be found. Sand soaked up everything, its dry touch greedily absorbing whatever fragment of the gluttonous hollow's being could be found. It devoured her, stripping this sending of any shape and form. The mass of bloody sand lost any recognizable semblance of humanity. It broke apart to go collapsing into the pool, further exacerbating the effect. Immediately, however, a smaller version of her emerged, one huge arm held overhead in an effort to protect Halibel from the gobbling grains. Her subservient members had vanished. The pool was nearly filled. Only this hunched and dwindling expression of the espadar remained. Under the shadow of her steadily collapsing arm, Halibel's head rose. Empty eyes fastened on the figure of Toshiro Hitsugaya, who stood amazed at what was transpiring. They glowed green with malice, and from her mouth a thin ribbon of blood shot directly towards the captain's heart. His sword came up, as did Rukia's, but before the attack covered half its distance a stream of grey ash swept in and severed it near the source. A smattering of red went sprinkling over Toshiro's clothes, and that was all. Her final attack thwarted, Halibel's form crumbled. The greedy sand came pouring down to fill her last remaining holdout. Don't imagine this means you're safe. A wicked smile stretched the hollow's melting face. We are watching you, children. Before her features were swept away under the deluge. More white sand continued to fall. The battle was over, however. Realizing this, a visibly exhausted Toshiro Hitsugaya looked over to the person who had defended him at the last. Why? In response, Matsumoto shrugged gamely. Force of habit, I guess. She then blew him a kiss and winked. Tudalo, Teiku. When her arm swept up, only then did Rangiku notice something was missing. A small snap came from behind her. First off, let me say thanks for saving both our lives. She turned. Second, Ms. Wuro regarded her warmly and somewhat flirtatiously. If I die soon, you and I should hook up for drinks. She stared. And third, the boy extinguished his cigarette lighter, letting the burning pink silk scarf flutter earthwards. I'm really sorry. Rain check on that date, because I strongly suspect you will be in ghost jail soon. Nothing remained of her teleportation charm but a twist of ash and the lingering scent of smoke. Matsumoto regarded this with puckered lips and one raised golden eyebrow. Then she lifted her shoulders in a noticeably bouncy fashion. I guess I deserved that. The outcast death god then turned to regard the remaining war party. But since absolutely none of you are at your best right now, I doubt you will put up much of a contest when I decide to bolt. I wouldn't be so sure, Rangiku-san. Atop a pile of sand which had once crowned this throne room, Captain Abarai Renji glared at the apostate. His Shikai was released, as were those of Hirako Shinji and Lisa Yodomaru beside him. Their combined aura now easily outclassed everyone else in the room. Surrender, Matsumoto, Toshiro breathed, leaning on the pommel of his sword stuck point first in the ground. She looked at him, then at the other two captains and lieutenant. After a moment's hesitation, Rangiku reformed her Shikai, which she gingerly eased into its sheath strapped to her back. The voluptuous minx then raised her empty hands overhead. At the same time, she cast a friendly look back at Ms. Warrow. I suppose if I held you hostage to get out of here it could count as a date. But my reputation's taken enough hits for one afterlife. See you later. The two wizards moved to take her into custody. Renji approached Rukia, who had slung one of Hitsugaya's arms over her shoulder to keep him upright. You all right, Hitsugaya Teiko? I'll live, he responded blearily, though he seemed barely capable of lifting his head. Not to sound like a winner, Khan announced as he came up dragging Noboru by an ear, but I could use some first aid over here. He indicated his missing arm whose bandage was visibly leaking blood. That was awesome, Khan. His young cohort seemed in no way disturbed at being manhandled like this. He merely grinned while carrying an unconscious Ryo, a chewed-up pencil sticking out of his mouth. I mean, you raised the roof, amigo. Literally. Took that bloody babe to task. Noboru. He winced as Rukia's sharp voice cut through any gleeful adulation. The gray-eyed urchin shuffled his feet and looked sheepishly at his glowering aunt. Yes, ma'am. Now is not the time to mete out punishment, but rest assured yours will come in due course. Rukia lifted her chin, deep blue eyes momentarily growing unfocused. I can no longer sense any particularly malevolent presence in this vicinity. She then gave her head a quick shake. There was a measure of both relief and trepidation to her voice when she turned to address Renji. Captain Abarai, is there anything which has transpired you feel I should be made aware of? The big fighter rubbed the nape of his neck as a pained grimace worked up his face. I'll tell you what I know for sure, but honestly, there are a lot of things that need explaining about this. Ichigo's waiting for you topside with Orium and Naneo. He might be able to shed some light on stuff. Rukia looked confused at that last, but any uncertainty was easily trumped by how obviously glad this news made her. With Renji's help she then supported Toshiro towards the newly made exit. More Shinigami came streaming in to aid and receive orders from their officers. The remaining humans were given over into their care. Other members proceeded to invade the underground dungeon. With that, their arduous ordeal seemed to finally be at an end. He's dead. Lagrima raced through the catacombs, following her personal escape route which she had made certain remained a secret from all, including Baragon. Baragon Lusenburn, who was no more. The king of Hueco Mundo was dead. Finally. He was finally dead. At long last. I'm free. 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 He's dead. She wanted to shout the words aloud for all to hear, only didn't yet dare. There were Shinigami invading this wretched burrow. But what matter? Let them have the old fool's crumbling remnants of an empire. He could never touch her again, threaten and demean her for his own perverse amusement. She lifted the Inako-e jug on high. A toast to the almighty Baragon, who wound up being gorged upon by a sluttish sea serpent. Rot in hell, you horse-drawn skeletal fool. Laughing, Lagrima took a sip. It tasted sweet, like long-fermenting wine. Drunk on joy, she giggled uncontrollably. Up ahead the light of the exit promised safety and freedom. This tunnel came out far removed from the main complex. No death gods or any such would think to check this distance. A new existence awaited her, freed from an endless indentured servitude and ready to begin anew. With this treasure of collected essence, who knows? She might even aim for the rank of Vastolord herself. No hollow had ever tasted her flesh, so that meant the possibility remained. A divine empress might yet rule over all. Lagrima eagerly stepped forth into the cold clean light of Hueco Mundo. The freed slave stumbled to a halt. A vast white desert stretched away into the distance marked by outcroppings of wind-blown rock. More eye-catching than this blighted scenery, though, was a small selection of Arrancar arrayed before her, as if in preparation of Lagrima's arrival. She recognized Loli and Mainoli among them. They made no move to attack, only watched with the restrained menace of a pack waiting to pounce. A soft sob bubbled up from her chest. No, what is this? It's not fair. Just not fair. About damn time, a rumbling voice grunted. She turned around. Sitting atop the small cave entrance, Grimjo Jiggerjacks returned her stare, his eyes half-lidded with boredom and casual bloodlust. Why did he look gray? You're welcome, Grimjo. This new voice spoke from right in front of her. Before Lagrima could react, a blade had already opened her throat. The jug was yanked roughly from her grasp. Gagging, she fell to the pristine sands now spattered with blood. Strangely enough, though it soaked up her life easily enough, the sands did not turn red as a result, merely a dark shade of glistening gray. Infantissima reappeared, now holding the flask containing Vastolord essence. She sheathed her weapon and looked up to the leader of this hunting party. The panther demon leapt nimbly down to join her. Good job letting us know where she was headed. You're lucky I muted her senses with my chiaroscuro too, the hollow spy stated as she held out their prize. In your released state, even with a sombra any hollow would have felt you a mile away. I like my prey to know it's me, he grinned, accepting the container to pop the lid. Jigger Jack sniffed the oily brew experimentally, giving a wrinkle of his nose. Tufted ears twitched in restlessness. At last he returned the stopper. All right, we've got what we wanted. Let's head home. He took point, and the pack followed, loping along to disappear among the rolling dunes. In moments their tracks were completely lost to the shifting sands. Lagrima lay bleeding as they conversed, and continued to do so after all had left. She had no strength to move. It was impossible to tell how long she remained there, or when death might come. I never wanted to end this way, she thought. I just wanted my freedom. That's all. Was it too much to ask I be given a single day to enjoy it? I want to live. Please, anyone, help me. Look. We found someone. Thank goodness. The masked harpist felt strong arms grasp her own. Still gurgling blood, she found herself held upright by two scar-faced hollows, one squat, the other tall and slender. Before her was a green-haired woman wearing a scandalous red outfit so bizarre it boggled the mind. All three were Arrancar. No. It doesn't matter. Masked, unmasked, what difference does it make? As long as I can live. Whoever this is, I will gladly serve her. I'm so happy to meet you, whoever you are, the ibex-skulled hollow stated with a smile. She looked between her two subordinates, belled cap jingling joyfully. So happy. I can finally eat. Neliel Tuadolshvank's mouth opened wide. This proved to be the last thing Lagrima ever saw. To be continued. Chapter 8, The Harvest, a Common Foe. Cernunnos rules the wild hunt. But more than this, he is the hunt. In the gardens of the Yucatec estate, three dethroned warrior gods of Siratii conferred together. At this point Yucatec Jushiro and Kiraku Shunsui were willing to let Saijin Komamura have free rein of the conversation. Something unprecedented in their experience was unfolding here. The big ex-soldier did not look at them as he spoke. His gaze stayed riveted on his hands, at times it seemed as though he might be talking to himself. Occasionally he would pause as though hunting for the correct words. In that time his elders conversed silently in their own private way until the confession resumed. The force that animates its members, links them towards a common prey, and allows them to survive wounds that would destroy beings of far greater strength, all this flows from the bearer of the antlered crown. When he falls, the pack's strength dies with him, until a new ruler is selected, and the hunt is reborn. I possess no recollection of who I was prior to joining the hunt. Komamura's tone was subdued but powerful, and it cast a touch of foreboding on both his listeners' hearts. Nor can I properly explain how or why I came to be Cernunnos. My sanity was long vanished under a tide of bestial bloodlust. His head turned and he examined a family of quails poking about for seeds in the garden. Both men noticed how his ears twitched, and while no expression could be seen on that lupin face, the intensity with which his golden eyes watched those peaceful game birds bespoke of frightening urges kept below the surface. Like he might pounce on them at any moment and tear the poor things limb from limb. When I became the hunt master, that all changed. Saijin went back to staring at his hands then. Jushiro inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. It is difficult for me to explain, the hulking beast-man rumbled quietly. What remained of my mind, held no sense of individual self beyond the savage creature I had become. I was merely one more crazed spirit trapped in that form, ravaging one another along with any other prey we could find. All members of the wild hunt are mad, and Cernunnos is no exception. No measure of reason was restored to me upon assuming the crown. It was more as if, another mask, altogether different from that which hid my naked soul, had become my face, and so it was through this that I perceived the chase from then on. He closed his eyes, that large frame seeming to sink in on itself like a slowly deflating balloon. Or perhaps I simply became a mask that someone else could wear. My soul remained wild, raving and slavering for blood, succumbing to the primal call of hunger. Only now, the body acted in accordance with a higher purpose. This did not involve choice on my part. Cernunnos went where he pleased, and the rest of the hunt followed. We pursued specific prey in the world of the living and beyond with a focus which had previously been unthinkable. But I did not choose to do so. It was as though I, the lord of the hunt, were not but a ceremonial figurehead, observing all but determining nothing. He took a long drink of tea then, like all this unaccustomed talking had left his mouth parched. Yucatec was about to seize this opportunity to ask a question, when a certain movement from Kiraka caught his eye. "Hold off," it said plainly. "Let him say everything he needs to. Then ask." The white-haired wizard accepted his friend's judgment. Retrieving his own teacup, he sipped carefully and settled back to wait. At some point I was slain. Komamura stood then and moved to stand by the edge of the gazebo. Resting his large hands on a balustrade, he stared down into the depths of a small stream that rippled against the structure's supports. Whatever he saw there did not improve his mood. The fact that I came to Soul Society would indicate a Shinigami was responsible for the end of my tenure as Cernunnos. Any other outcome would have resulted in the destruction of my soul. Again, I have no clear recollection of what happened. My current appearance. And here his canine ears flattened, voice descending to a rumble. It shocked me. There must have been a time that I could claim humanity, else why would I be here? Yet some of the animal hollow taint remained. For this reason I am what you see before you today. And I am not alone. For the first time since beginning his confession, Saijin turned and looked directly at his audience. The two noblemen remained seated. It dawned on both that a certain measure of almost brazen pride had stolen over him unannounced. His muzzle lifted slightly, as though daring either of them to challenge his questionable heritage. "There are other Shinigami," Komamura continued when they made no comment, "whose outward appearance tells of a past as hollows that can never be completely erased. For instance, the four gate guardians who stood steadfast at the cardinal entrances to the old court of pure souls. They are my kindred, of that much I am certain. I have sought out many and conversed privately upon the subject. We tend to be chary of revealing too much about ourselves. Though back in the day I was ever loath to reveal my face and heritage at large, with them alone did I discard my mask, as a sign of honor to show that they could trust me." Yucatec considered. It was gratifying to note that for once Saijin allowed no trace of self-deprecation to flavor his words. On this he apparently felt not the slightest bit of shame. As a result, Jushiro's heart grew lighter in spite of everything that had come before this, and he listened to his comrade's next words with a measure of eagerness. "We have no name for our condition. We simply are what we are. The extent varies, to the point where you might have to look closely to detect anything untoward in our makeup. A great number whose visage might be considered shocking found their way to the Research and Development Bureau, where Mayuri Kuratsuki often offered employment for them, perhaps as a means of future investigation. Akon, the facility's vice president for the past century, postulates we are the result of an incomplete Kinso. For whatever reason, the soul burial did not proceed to its natural end, either because the Shinigami died prior to finishing their work or the Zanpakuto used did not belong to them and therefore was rendered unfit. He has done much personal research on this subject, as a proud member of our breed." Komamura looked away then, though his body did not lose that heightened sense of worth. Now, however, the burning eyes had narrowed, and lips pulled back to reveal his fangs in a clear display of wrath. "And for the longest time, I have suspected Ichimaru might be one of us as well." Jin. Jushiro spoke without thinking. Even Shunsui looked surprised to learn this. Their subtle rapport offered no means of confirming such a suspicion, and so they resumed listening. Across from them, Saijin Komamura did not seem to notice the interruption. He remained absorbed in watching the white petals of an apple tree fall to the ground like snowflakes. "It would explain much," he spoke with a soft snarl. Captain Jinichi Maru of the 3rd Division crouched beside the body of a human woman and waved a hand before the wide-open unseeing eyes. Anybody in there? Receiving no response, the captain clucked his tongue at the screaming expression stamped on that dead face. Some mess, eh? Young Jin pondered as he stood, one hand on the hilt of his sword and that disturbing smirk never leaving its position on his lips. He then looked up at the other fighter floating against the night sky. So where do ya think would be the best place to start, Komamura Teiko? Behind his concealing helm, the captain of Squad 7 bared fangs at his partner's irreverence. You will find no shortage of targets this evening, Ichimaru Teiko, the hulking division head responded without looking at him. All around, the howls of the wild hunt proved his words. Night lay heavy on this part of the globe. The mountains of northern Hokkaido rose against the horizon, encircled by forests and dotted with streams. A thick blanket of fresh fallen snow covered all, muffling any natural sounds. This cold pristine landscape seemed to urge one to lie down and rest. While most mortals across the world lay abed, a few would never seek such tranquil respite again. The woods were littered with the recently slain. Men, women, children, it made no difference. All had been violently set upon and slaughtered without mercy. There was little doubt as to the target of this bloodbath. The frozen corpses wore telltale white garb on which their blood stood out as luridly as the snowy ground, announcing them as Quincy. Their deaths must have come so swift and unexpected there had been no opportunity to call for help. But this was the hunt at work. And as such, Komamura had known when they were let off the leash. He wasted no time informing Commander General Yamamoto of this, taking the opportunity to request he be one of the two captains assigned to deal with it. His aged leader had asked for no explanation as to how he knew, merely gazed at the abeyant warrior on his knees before giving his consent with the briefest of nods. The Squad 7 commander thanked his master gratefully before hurrying off to make the necessary preparations. 2 divisions, including his own, were selected. There was no talk of Lemaitre seals. Only a fool would consider sending a crippled captain to combat the wild hunt. Disrupting the planet's ether could not be taken into account when faced with a foe so absolutely horrific it already made all of nature scream. Now fully half the 7th Division stood poised for battle. With them came some of the mightiest fighters of the 3rd, led by Jin Ichimaru. Komamura would have liked nothing better than to handle this situation alone. Yet such an unreasonable request would never be given consideration. And even asking it would have required a revelation that he was not willing to make. Captain Komamura looked up at the howling forms of Minos Grande that towered over the treetops. The wild hunt had attacked what looked like the largest and most powerful concentration of Quincy alive today. There had apparently been a fortified training area here for the mortal warriors to hone their skills. Such numbers would have been sure to decimate even an army of hollows. The Quincy must have thought themselves prepared for any assault by their demonic foes. But against the undying force that was the hunt, mere logistics meant nothing. How could they have known such an enemy as this existed, a legend even in the afterlife, one whose ranks withstood all attempts at eradication? Members of the wild hunt did not die, even when faced with fatal wounds delivered by a vastly superior opponent, they would rise anew without any trace of damage moments later. For the Quincy, who had borne out their ages-old grudge against the undead with a vengeance, such an opponent served as a reminder of what other mortals were forced to deal with, the experience of being faced by a threat so severe that its very presence shook your grasp of reality. An explanation for how the Hollows suddenly knew who precisely to attack was not forthcoming. These misguided yet undeniably valiant mortals now verged on the brink of extinction. None of which mattered now. Nearly an hour had elapsed since the premonition first came over him. No way to tell how many souls were already lost, but the fact that the hunt still remained meant it had not yet finished them all. It must be stopped before it could fulfill its goal and escape. Dawn was hours away. Many Shinigami and Quincy would assuredly die if they used the time-tested strategy of holding the hunt off until then. Which left slaying the master, consigning his pack to the void along with him. Normally such a tactic relied on simple blind luck. But Saijin Komamura was no ordinary Shinigami. While far from being the greatest of the Godai 13's ranks, he alone could lay claim to knowing exactly which Med Hollow out of hundreds here led the rest. Just as importantly, he possessed the will to follow this evil to its source. How many people had perished tonight? 100? 1,000? No more, Sir none knows. You will not escape this time. Wherever you are, I swear, your hunt ends with me. Our role is clear. Let us go, Saijan. Roar, Tenkan. An armored giant's arm wielding a blade of equal proportion emerged over his head. The disembodied limb swung with enough force to level the forest around them. Instead, the only thing to feel its bite was the closest Minos. The brute was decapitated, falling to earth with a crash while still flailing and shrieking. First and second units, proceed. Saijan bellowed an eager snarl. Bring down any and all of the hunt until they are dispersed. Unit 3, see to the wounded. The forces of Soul Society answered with war cries that mingled with the nightmarish baying of the hunt. They then swooped down upon their earthbound enemies, Komamura at the lead. At every swing of his soul cutter, the marionette copied its master's movements. Slavering Minos fell by the dozens before this unrestrained assault. His lupin ears could detect a terrible wailing all around him, like the planet itself crying. This mixed in with the screams of the hollows and the lingering groans of their victims. Flying through the air, he caught a glimpse of Captain Ichimaru also deploying his soul cutter to devastating effect. The silver-haired ghost sent Shinso shooting out to unspeakable lengths, cleaving entire swaths of the hunt in pieces all around him. Soul Society had chosen well in this matter. Ichimaru's Shikai was amply suited for dealing with large numbers at great distances. Even so, this would not be enough. The severed fragments of the hunt experienced only brief intervals before reforming to rise again. Seros burned through the night sky as the bloodthirsty hollows turned their attention to the Shinigami who danced upon thin air, smashing those loathsome masks open again and again. Down below, dedicated ground units sought to locate the remaining Quincy. While met beyond anything resembling reason, the wild hunt still recognized opposition, and they attacked those who might hinder their blood sport with unmatched ferocity. In that isolated and lonely place, spiritual war was waged between the forces of salvation and slaughter. Captain Komamura soared over the snow-capped forest. Soon he had left his own forces far behind. Even without his presence, their orderly advance continued, as they had been trained in these situations. The 7th Division did not rely solely on those who could perform Bankai. This left him free to pursue his true reason for being here. He knew exactly where to go, like a hand on the back of his neck, pushing him ever onwards. Beneath his mask, amber eyes were wide as could be, nostrils flaring with the stink of it. The Hunt Master was calling him along with the rest of its brood. And he answered. You cannot hide from me like all the rest. I hear you, Sir Nunos. An elephantine skull on a long black robe lunged for him, eyes burning red with madness and no trace of self. His answering blow split its face in half, the half-charged Zero exploding inside its teeth to far greater damage. Even as it toppled, however, the beast was reforming. Only one of their member was truly vulnerable, their leader. Landing amidst the sylvan battleground, Komamura raced along a riverbed whose icy shores were littered with the bodies of more dead. Corpses drifted downstream with the current in the manner of ice flows. He could smell their blood. Freshly spilled. It was here. So close. A roaring noise completely unlike that of the enemy was growing louder. The determined tracker came out at the top of a raging cataract. Down at the base of the waterfall, 4 figures in white raiment fought with their backs against the cliffside against a crowd of nearly identical Minos. They wielded bows which fired destructive shots with the speed of lightning. While undeniably powerful, even this could not deter their enemies enough to allow the archers to break free. Such spirit weapons served only to stall the attackers no matter where they aimed. Limbs lost, heads torn loose from their bodies, none of this mattered to the hunt. They rose to attack anew. The Shinigami captain emerged upon this scene just as the stalemate was broken. From out of the solid cliff wall behind the bowman there sprang a blurred shape which snaked down to seize one of them. The Quincy screamed in shock even as his ghostly assailant retracted backwards into solid stone without effort, whereas the mortal man held in its jaws was dashed to pulp against unyielding rock. Run! Another of the defenders roared. His remaining companions crouched in preparation to obey even as he raised his silver bow and let an absolute deluge of arrows loose. Where they passed, hollows were torn asunder. In spite of this, the punctured ghosts seized upon this depletion of resistance to strike with animal abandon. As they did, a giant disembodied sword arm fell to split them into shrieking segments. Before they could reform, 5 enormous iron pillars slammed earthward, pinning the struggling mass of limbs beneath their weight. The Quincy looked up as a masked giant dropped beside them. "Flee," Sijin growled. "We will handle this." 2 of the archers trained their weapons upon him. He regarded these implements without fear. It was only then that Komamura noticed one of them was just a boy. No more than 5 years old, he crouched wet and shaking at his defender's side. Short black hair contrasted with bloodless skin that looked blue from cold and fear. There was vomit on his chin. All the same he held a blue bow like the rest. The woman standing guard by him, whom he had mistaken for a male owing to her close-cropped hair, had a great gash in her chest that was weeping blood. She looked desperately back at the other man as if seeking confirmation. Her child's face was a mask of despair. "We will save him." "Yes." Turning his back on all 3 Quincy, Komamura faced the waterfall. He held up his bared Zanpakuto before him. A fierce snarl emerged from his throat. "I know you are there." Behind him the Quincy had made their decision. He heard them depart over the struggling of those pinned Jillian. And almost immediately, the cry of Cernunnos went out, alerting its followers to the escapees. "Best look to your own safety, monster." "Bankai, Kokujo Tenjin Myo." As if waiting for this, something sprang forth from the shore behind him. Such swiftness clearly meant to take advantage of the time necessary to fully form his Zanpakuto's released state, a brief weakness that all Bankai shared. However, this devious cunning proved faulty. The attacker slammed short a few feet before Komamura's broad back, struggling as it found its way blocked by a Danku spell he had cast prior to joining the fray to protect his blind side. "Coward! We knew you would try that." A tremendous shadow fell over them. Loosing an exultant roar, the outraged death god spun and chopped down. A tremendous katana the length of a city block moved in tandem to cleave cleanly through the course of the river, bringing an awful shriek with it. The metal-plated juggernaut that now climbed over the treetops dwarfed all other beings of any stripe in this conflict. Kokujo Tenjin Myo reached so high its head brushed any low-hanging clouds, while its black samurai armor seemed a part of the night itself. Behind the mask, yellow eyes as chilling as any hollows drew down to the site of their conflict. Something large breasted the river in the wake of the Shinigami's attack. In form it greatly resembled a leech, black and mottled by pale white spots, with enormous pincers around a mouth stuffed full of fierce gnashing teeth. These implements clicked faintly together, spectral blood gushed from its length farther down where it had nearly been severed. "There is more to it." "I know, Tenkan." Without hesitation Komamura reversed his soul cutter and swiftly stabbed it into the frozen soil before him. Kokujo responded in kind, driving its weapon through snowbound earth that offered no more resistance to this ghostly blade than water. Even as it did, however, he felt their target dive clear, emerging into the open air where he could finally see it. "Disgusting." Agreed. As if in response, all around them, every single hollow in the wild hunt let loose echoing screams. Cernunnos did not join this cacophony. It simply watched. The form of the hunt master resembled nothing seen in nature. Its masked skull loomed as large as Kokujo Tenjin's chest. Though colossal, the features were shrunken, pitted cheeks and puckered mouth lending it the appearance of the embalming work done by tribal headhunters. The cavity of its nose oozed a noxious black mist. From the temples there sprouted the curved horns of a ram, only with smaller spokes branching out. Long matted ropes of shifting filthy hair clung to its naked scalp and stretched straight up into the sky, anchoring this abomination in midair to wave slowly back and forth. For there was no body. Neither arms nor legs had Cernunnos. Just that stinking head. A low moan emerged from its mouth not produced by any visible throat. Instead below the jaw there wriggled a loathsome gutful of giant parasitic tapeworms all boasting the same clacking orifices as their counterpart. So long did these repellent attachments stretch that they resembled the black cloak worn by all Minos Grande. Several snaked out towards the mountainous Bankai as though sensing warm flesh on which to feast. The lord of the wild hunt had ebon pits for eyes within which burned bright red embers. Back and forth this unclean spirit swung, slow as a clock pendulum. End this quickly, before the rest can converge. Komamura did not flinch from that ghastly visage. With his own face covered by his helmet, he stood before it with Kokujo Tenjin as his sky-high shadow. Do you know me? He growled. Cernunnos drifted side to side on the flexing hooks of its hair. It offered no response. A swelling wrath grew in his belly and came bursting forth as a roar. Saijan's sword arm came up, his oriental talos mimicking this movement, and he sent a sky-rending sweep forth to slice the monstrosity in half. In response, those plaited dreadlocks bunched and sprang like muscle tissue. They carried the stinking head wide of that enormous blow. At the same time, several plump leech strands detached and went streaking forward. Like fanged missiles, they homed in on the titanic swordsman, who flashed its enormous blade around so fast it was little more than a blaze of light. Split worm parts soon festooned the ground around them. In the interim, Cernunnos had banked around, moving not to continue the attack, but in the direction which the three Quincy had fled. Before it could do so, Komamura sent his shadow weapon lunging to skewer their nemesis. Exercising unnerving speed, the floating visage shot to one side, brushing lightly along its edge as the blade went thundering by without slowing its pursuit. Even as it fled, the red eyes never left off watching Komamura. But he had more to offer than mere brute strength. Now. Hado 32, Okazen. A sphere of yellow light grew at the center of his own outthrust sword. Reflected and magnified in Kokuro Tenjin's counterpart, the Kido spell then sped along the blade's entire length before erupting straight out. Caught in its path, the mile-long energy beam struck Cernunnos directly and tore into it. A cry broke the air. Saijan Komamura felt his heart soar with ferocious delight as he saw that odious form pitch earthwards, trailing fire and smoke. Yes. Yes. I feel your fear now, vermin. Your time is at an end. Giving a glad shout, he raised Tenjin's arm aloft to deliver the finishing blow. There came a sound from close by. Movement registered out of the corner of his eye, and Komamura glanced over in time to see what looked like great black balloons swelling before him. The pieces of the leeches. They are all. Tenkin could not complete his warning, as at that moment those swelling remnants erupted into flames. The detonation threw Saijan off his feet. Briefly he realized that the heavy armor he wore had saved him from being roasted. Even so, his tunic was ablaze. Pain resulting mainly from the impact tore through him. There was no time to deal with any of this. I can't let him escape. Kokugyo Tenjin Myo rocked from the explosion and the blows taken by his wielder. He had sunk to one knee even as Komamura did the same. But when the captain raised his head, his partner responded. The sense of their target's location burned through them. About to spring forward, Komamura felt new agony flare in his arm. Looking up, he saw several more of the leeches had attached themselves to his Bankai's armor. Already that limb had gone numb as those hungry worms fed off his spectral strength. Another wave of them flew in to do the same. About to attack, he was rocked by a heavy blow from behind that sent him pitching to his knees. Two of the wild hunt had tackled Kokugyo Tenjin, their teeth and claws digging savagely into his armor. Moments later, a third huge hollow flew in on great dark wings and slammed into all three of them, bearing the struggling mass to the ground. Squealing in frenzy, it sank a great curved beak into the titan's neck. Blood gushed forth as even more leeches suction-plated themselves to his guardian spirit. The pain was shared between them without restriction. They were being eaten alive. You worthless dog! Is this all you're capable of? Get up. Stand and fight. No. Do not fight. What? Do not hold on. Instead let go. About to question, the explanation dawned on him, so obvious he actually laughed. The wild hunt grappled and tore against the great armored champion, eager for its blood, when suddenly the Bankai deactivated, and the giant faded away. So intent on killing were they that upon losing contact with their meal the mad beasts actually tore into one another for a few seconds. And in that brief time, a disembodied arm of similar proportions emerged from nowhere, holding a sword that sped out and chopped the host to pieces. The injured leeches obeyed instinct and exploded high overhead, further decimating the mob's components to scatter around the snowy landscape. Far below this case of friendly fire, a bleeding Komamura sheathed his weapon before taking off to soar above the forest in pursuit. Strength is not all that matters. You are no beast. Do not behave as one. Understood, my friend. He was wounded, still ablaze and losing strength. But the need for vengeance brooked no obstacle. Sir Nunnos would go after the Quincy. It would kill them all, only then being sated. I cannot miss this chance to end it for good. The wild hunt must be destroyed. The sight of several more Jillian clustering around one spot in the woods told him where to go. Blue flashes from Quincy magic lit the night. 3 streams of supernatural arrows continued to rip apart the attacking hollows as they lunged down to snap wildly, when suddenly one of them stopped. A childish scream sounded. No more. Damn you, no more. When Komamura burst onto the scene, it was to find he was already too late. The female archer lay dead, torn in half and flung to either side. Her son continued to wail in a mixture of grief, anger, and terror as he fired arrow after arrow into the ground in search of something to no avail. The hair on his head had turned white at the roots to match the snow all around them. His injured elder was shouting at him while attempting to hold off force surrounding Jillian by himself. There was no sign of Sir Nunnos anywhere. He's below ground again. They do not know where to aim, but we do. The beast is brought to bay. Drive it out. Drawing Tenkin, the raging captain leapt into the fray. Once again his Shikai manifested and prepared to spear straight through the snow towards the heart of the hunt. But Saijin had neglected to take note of the Quincy, for even as he charged in to help, the howling youth spun about and fired blindly. His shaft punched through the broken armor on Komamura's shoulder. Still numbed from the previous injuries he had received, his grip on the Zanpakuto loosened, sending it flying through the air. The big fighter stumbled to one knee. Before him the weeping child froze upon recognizing the one who had helped them before. As if waiting for this, Sir Nunnos struck. The putrid menace emerged from hiding to rise high into the air, preceded by a wave of the leech creatures that went straight for Komamura and the adult Quincy. The human had already turned about to level a flight of arrows from his silver bow at the pack boss as it came out of hiding, but all of the hovering Jillian flung themselves down to interpose between his incoming attack and their ruler. The destructive bolts tore through them, but lined up back to back, even this mighty power lacked the strength to pierce all 4, and the leader of the hunt remained safe behind the black-robed bodies. By then the leeches had seized their chance. The lone archer fell with several of them embedded in his blood-spattered white raiment even as the rest streaked in to seize upon Komamura with their draining touch. The boy witnessed all this. In a panic he spun and aimed at Sir Nunnos. Far swifter, a black cloud had already emerged from the hunt master's nostrils and swept forward. It invaded his mouth, causing the tiny fighter to collapse in a heap. Struggling to breathe, he crawled across the snow in a desperate attempt to find air. The lord of the hunt descended, as if satisfied there were no further threats. Behind it the quartet of Minos Grande had reformed. Now unopposed, that malignant victor floated in triumph. Almost immediately its sights fell upon the struggling child, and it moved towards him. Do so. Sir Nunnos paused. And die. It turned to regard him. Komamura lay flat on the ground covered in bloated leeches. His strength was leaving him. He could not reach Tenkin, nor find enough power to cast a spell. All hope seemed lost. But still his blazing eyes fastened upon the disembodied spectre. In their depths was a promise of death like none it had ever seen. You know me, Sir Nunnos. The voice he used belonged not to a Shinigami, but a hollow. And upon hearing it, the hunt master's glowing red eyes flashed. It sounded a specific call only a select few could hear. As one the nearby Jillian opened their mouths to form seros which they trained upon the fallen death god. Saijin paid it no mind. All his focus was bent on the enemy leader. We will take it with us. Yes. I am proud to have fought with you. Then use all your power, warrior. You have my thanks. Energy beyond that of a Shinigami rose in him. It should be enough to get the job done. But just as he was preparing to spring forward, the hunt master gave the order to attack. A slight hum was heard, and nothing more. Sir Nunnos jerked its gaze up. High overhead the Minos had been cut in half, red light dying in their jaws as their top portions fell. A silver sword over a league in length bisected the heavens several more times before disappearing. It left behind an even more ruined mess of the Jillian. By contrast, Komamura saw none of this. He had already pushed to his feet with a roar. Buoyed by all the strength he could lay claim to at this moment, the wounded soldier charged at his foe. The hunt master spun back to confront him. Its own mouth opened wide as a red cirro took form. He did not dodge, or alter his course in any way. Instead, the blood-spattered captain tore off his helm, revealing long canine jaws which he then proceeded to sink into the head of one of the leeches hanging off his arms. Such was their strength that he bit the thing clean in two. The trailing body fell away, but before it could touch the snow, he had already grabbed it up and flung the dissected portion straight at Cernunnos. The black bomb swelled like a hot air balloon. Cernunnos' pinpoint eyes flew open, moments before the leech exploded right in its face. A scream of pain went up, echoing far and wide. Death, God! About to bite several more of his parasitic arsenal to finish the kamikaze attack, the captain's sensitive ears picked out this weak cry. Turning his head, he spotted the Quincy boy from before. Still struggling to draw breath, the child had crawled not in flight, but to the spot where Tenkin had fallen. Now hoisting the soul cutter up, the wheezing youth took 2 steps forward and flung that spectral weapon as hard as he could. It soared through the air, twirling like the samara seed of a maple tree. He stretched out his hand to receive it. Cernunnos emerged from the smoke screaming, its fetid pelt now aflame in patches. Once more a destructive aura glowed in its mouth which it leveled at the approaching captain. Only then did it notice the Zanpakuto in flight. As his fingers closed over Tenkin's hilt, Komamura looked that ancient terror in the eye. "Know me now, demon!" The hunt master howled. The captain roared. A cirro lit the white forest red. And Tenkin's shikai fell. The gigantic sword cleaved that approaching death beam so it passed to either side of Komamura, split perfectly in twain along with the stinking head of the hunt master. A despairing scream burst from Cernunnos as the severed halves fell away from one another. This call grew louder, and louder, so that it seemed a mighty horde of bereaved souls was echoing their loss. Before it had even died out, the lord of the hunt dissolved into flecks of blackness that quickly became glowing butterflies. All throughout the forest this process repeated with every one of the insane horde. Some were purified, while others merely vanished like they had never been. The last echoes of Cernunnos' death cry faded away, and the wild hunt was no more. Bleeding, Komamura studied the spot where his nemesis had finally fallen. The leeches had vanished from both him and the Quincy male, who struggled to rise. So too was the young acolyte breathing now without effort as all trace of the hunt master's sickness vanished. Every hair on his head, from eyebrows to lashes, was now bone white. Noticing the boy staring at him, Saijin realized that his face was uncovered. Quickly he bent to retrieve his helmet and placed it back on. The 3 of them stood there for a while, accepting that they had survived. After a while the tiny stripling walked haltingly over to where the dead woman's torso lay. Doing so apparently cost him in terms of stamina, for he sank beside her with heavy pants. For a time he just stared at her without making a sound. His eyes closed as the tears began to fall. The older Quincy approached and knelt beside them. Gazing on the lady's face, his own held a look of stunned disbelief. He opened his mouth to speak, paused, and bending down, removed a silver pentacle on a chain attached to the corpse's wrist. This he held out towards the softly crying child. "She would want you to have this, Ryukin." Opening his eyes, the white-haired waif looked at this offering. Almost automatically he reached for it only to hesitate. Moonlight glinted off the metal prongs and shone red from blood that spattered it. Another such item had slipped from the older man's sleeve to dangle listlessly. When he saw this, the kid's eyes narrowed in sudden fury. "Worthless!" he spat. His small hand lashed out and knocked the bloodied cross aside. The boy stood up, spinning away even as his protector attempted to reach out to him. About to stalk off he paused, then turned to regard Komamura. With utmost solemnity far beyond his years the blood-spattered child offered a very deep bow. The captain responded with an inclination of his mask, after which that grim survivor turned and marched away into the trees, his hair and clothes blending into the fallen snow all around him. "Wait!" his human ally called out. "Come back, there might still be danger nearby." Captain Komamura stepped forward. "You should be safe for a while," he informed the exhausted mortal. "Any prey that manages to escape the wild hunt once can never be hunted by them again. And no other hollows would risk coming near where they have so recently been for fear they might return. For now only the elements need concern you and your charge." The man appeared dazed, glancing between the Shinigami captain and the retreating child. "He's my son." Komamura looked off at that lonely form. "Then you must go with him. We will attend to the slain. Your son needs you." The stricken Quincy shivered. Then with a weary nod he stood up. "Thank you, Master Shinigami." After casting one last grief-stricken look at the woman's body, he marched off into the woods. "We have won, Saijin. Will it be enough, do you think? Perhaps. It may return, or not. Either way, we have avenged all their wrongs." He glanced at the dead body, and gave a rueful shake of his head. "I feel no better. Yo, Captain Komamura." He came about to find Jinichi skipping down out of the night sky to join him. The smiling fox's Zanpakuto was bared and he tapped it lazily against one shoulder. "So this where ya went off to? Here I was wondering what all those hollows were so interested in. Did ya happen to notice anything that might have scared em away?" The slender fighter's words were teasing. He boasted not a single wound or even a tear in his clothes. By contrast, Saijin knew he must look a shabby thing, armor broken, robe burnt, mask askew. The comparison did nothing to improve his opinion of the man. "I cannot say, Captain Ichimaru. Perhaps they slew their intended target." "Really?" Hyojin's scrunched up eyes seemed to grow even narrower. "That's one possibility, I suppose. I mean, you might not believe it, but we couldn't find a single survivor out of all this mess. Yup, they've all been massacred. Every one we came across that was still breathing sure didn't stay that way long. Old Captain Commander Yamamoto will be real distraught to learn about this. Yup, he'll be just plain devastated." Komamura's fists clenched. There were several layers of insinuation in those words he did not take kindly to. "Unless..." And here Ichimaru scanned the surrounding area casually, letting his gaze linger on the woman's corpse. "That ain't actually the case. What'd I say, Captain Komamura? You know of any Quincy that might have survived?" Near where they stood, two sets of footprints led off into the trees. "We have done our duty, Ichimaru Teiku." So saying, Komamura moved to stand over those tracks. He rested one hand on his sword, letting his powerful body stand as a warning. "Anything else should be no concern of ours." The other first seat studied him for a brief space without overlosing his smile. Then giving a non-committal shrug he turned away. "Whatever you say, 7th Squad Captain." So saying, he walked off. "It was arrogance on my part," Komamura stated as he lumbered down the hall. "I had hoped that being a former leader of the hunt, my soul power could serve to abolish Cernunnos completely. For years I awaited some sign that it had returned. After all these decades I had begun to hope the wild hunt had left the world for good." Bitterness made his next words almost a whisper. "But even that part of my legacy has been removed." "Don't fault yourself, Komamura-san," Yukatake sought to console him as they reached the manor courtyard. "That the wild hunt still exists doesn't alter the fact you saved lives. And you are not alone in wishing you could have done more." Running a hand through his long curly hair, Kiraku Shunsui sighed with regret. "Such a melancholy parting. Are you certain you won't stay for a drink, Komamura? Some quality liquor might serve to give this little party a more spirited ending. I am grateful to you both for hearing me out." Servants had already cleaned the big man's travel footwear. Bending to lace up his sandals, he rose to regard the other Shinigami retirees. "Perhaps my story might be of some use to those who still make a difference in our world. For now I have other duties to attend." Jushiro nodded in sympathy. "I understand. Please come again, or do me the honor of visiting your home. I believe I speak for Shunsui as well in saying we value your company." Hands tucked into the sleeves of his pink kimono, the other living legend smiled good-naturedly. "He's not wrong. It did my heart good, us old war dogs sitting around commiserating like this. I'm glad you chose to stop by, Komamura." Those amber eyes blinked, as if honestly perplexed to find himself treated so well. His gaze drifted off to one side. "You do me too much honor." Shrugging into his traveling cloak, the dog-headed veteran grasped his walking stick and adjusted his hat. The gates to the manor swung soundlessly open behind him. Framed against the flourishing backdrop of Seoul society in all its splendor, Saijin Komamura bowed humbly from the waist to his hosts. I bid you farewell. They bowed in return. Safe journey, old friend, Yukatake stated. With that, the former head of Squad 7 made his way out onto the path and turned his heading towards the west. Watching him go, Jushiro frowned in thought. He still believes there is something he needs to make amends for. Maybe if we let him in on all the misfortune we can lay claim to, it might help by comparison. His old friend opined. To this the fair-haired lord hung his head. There are some sins only death can forgive. I was joking, Yukatake. Goodness, but you two make me feel old. There's no use regretting the past. I, for one, take great relief in knowing there are still capable young people out there fighting the good fight. Yukatake Jushiro covered his eyes and squinted up at the sun beaming brightly overhead. Yes, he murmured. As it always goes, the old must needs put our faith in the younger generation. Fei. Pesha swept out his arms to either side. Phi. Dondakaka responded by dropping to one knee and flexing his biceps. Foo. Bawa Bawa enthusiastically wiggled his sinuous eel tail in delight, as atop his head. Fum. Orium stridently completed her portion of the routine with arms curled around her crown in the manner of a geometric heart whilst bouncing up and down on her knees. The trio of hollow performers remained frozen in their respective position while their star continued her gyrations. Around them, a few Shinigami coughed or shifted uncomfortably. Far more of them, however, could not tear their eyes away from their orange-haired cheerleader and the resultant jiggling that this show involved. I feel like she's a little exposed up there, Renji grumbled, a well-practiced scowl unable to disguise the pinkish cast to his cheeks. Captain, wouldn't it be better to have Orium-chan on the ground where it's safe? Get your head in the game, Lieutenant, his commander responded. Yes, ma'am. Now in her resurrection, Neleal Tuadolshvank pawed the white sand with her hooves, tan-colored eyes scanning the assembled ranks of death gods that composed her command. While positively effervescent under normal circumstances, the prospect of combat revoked such frivolity, and the armored centaur assumed the mantle of a warrior that had once earned her a leadership position in the Espada. Siamese Company may be composed of what could be kindly described as a motley crew, but its members were no less focused when on a mission than any other division. And the acting captain of this ragtag band of disciplined veterans commanded the respect of her followers. With Warlance Gamuza tapping slowly against her shoulder, she flicked a glance over at the pair behind them. Can you feel it now? Off to Renji's right, the vasored Lisa Yadomaru shrugged. It's a little clearer. Still not a concrete feel, though. I know we're right over their nest, but honestly, if I had passed through on my own, it probably wouldn't have registered even with my mask on. Those Sombra cloaks really do the trick, right, Shinji? Beside her, the erstwhile leader of the masked army was gazing in spellbound rapture at the jugglicious display in a school uniform continuing to bounce overhead. Yeah, right, more condoms, Hirako Shinji responded distractedly. Gotta have condoms, no doubt. A sudden backwards movement from Neleal's rear hoof sent a shower of sand straight into her blonde compatriot's exposed incisors. The resultant coughing and spitting convinced her he had been sufficiently chastised. Rank upon rank of armed Shinigami spread around them, weapons at the ready. One of their ranging parties had come upon the human Inu wandering about the desert early on. She was brought immediately to the commander's presence to relay whatever information she might have as to the whereabouts of the remaining prisoners. Which was precious little, through no fault of her own. But at the very least Orium had confirmed their suspicions about the enemy being located underground. Afterwards she insisted on remaining with the troops in order to perform rejuvenation on anyone wounded. According to Renji, the human girl ranked higher than any of them in terms of healing, which was not to be discounted. And so she was permitted to stay. Nels Fraxion, Bawa Bawa included, had volunteered as her security detail. Certainly Orium was safer with her subordinates than anywhere else. They were as much attuned to hollow spirit signatures as she was, they could smell their own, after all. Neleal considered. The only evident landmarks were two fairly large holes that her scouts claimed had occurred in the very recent past. Far more pressing than these, however, was the swirling vortex of concentrated hollow energy below their feet. No one but her, Pesha and Dondakaka could sense it. She cursed herself for allowing a nest of this magnitude to go unnoticed till now. Of course, the former Espada could not be expected to scour every last corner of Hueco Mundo in search of holdouts. But all the same, it irked her that such a large concentration of enemies could have escaped her notice. Even more distressing, Captain Toshiro Hitsugaya was here. There was no mistaking it. All the Shinigami had felt him go bankai somewhere in the tunnels below only a short while past. This had forced Nilil to rethink her previous timetable. The arrival of the Vazard was a welcome addition. Now at least 2 top-rank fighters could lead a party to intervene on Hitsugaya's behalf while the rest concentrated on locating the missing humans. No one could guess how their young ally had arrived here ahead of them or even what had alerted him to this operation. Such questions would have to wait, since clearly the captain of Greyhound was engaging an opponent that warranted his maximum power. However, Nilil resisted her cohort's exhortations to engage quickly on his behalf. If the enemy was that strong, all the more reason not to charge in without thorough preparations beforehand. As if in response to these musings, a familiar scent tickled her nostrils. Nell's lips parted on a quick inhalation. Outwardly she gave no other sign of distress, but her heart was racing. With studious indifference she risked a glance over towards the Vazard. Neither of them seemed to have picked up on it. Lieutenant Abarai, too, did not appear to have noticed. The same could not be said for her fellow Hollows. Both had left off all antics to stare in the direction from which that aroma originated. Upon catching their attention she gave a barely perceptible nod which they acknowledged. Too many Hollows below. We didn't smell him coming until it was too late. The situation had just grown even more alarming. Grimjo Jaguar Jax was in the vicinity. All units reported in, Captain. We can proceed at your order. She glanced over at the scout saluting her, then up at the sky, thinking furiously. If Grimjo did enter the fray, there was a chance the 2 representatives of the masked army would go berserk again, just as they had during the initial foray into Hueco Mundo when this occupation began. In such a state they would be a threat to everyone around them, including Siamese Company. She and Renji might be obligated to restrain or even destroy them should it come to that. And there was no guarantee who would survive such a conflict. Fighting one another in the midst of an enemy invasion? Nilil couldn't imagine a worst-case scenario. Hueco Mundo screamed. This impression lasted only a moment. Snapping out of her shock, Captain Adolschvank looked wildly about. Renji was regarding her strangely, lips moving in an open question. The buzzing in her ears prevented any communication. Pesha and Dondakaka had collapsed. Bawabara lay shivering, Oriamanu sprawled on the sand beside him. Lisa and Shinji rushed to aid them. She saw the girl's eyes widen with frightened disbelief. Meanwhile all the Shinigami regarded them in outright incomprehension. They can't feel him coming. But we can. As if to illustrate this, screams erupted from the west. Looking up, Nilil caught an impression of black-robed bodies flying in every direction. Something was carving a swath through their ranks with such speed as to defy opposition. Its course led towards one of the great pits around which their forces had gathered. The lieutenant was shouting at her. He had gone bankai, the thrashing coils of Hyozabamaru rising around him. Nilil refrained from expressing her opinion of how little this would matter. Orium was weeping hysterically on her knees. She felt a curious coldness run through her bones at the sight. At least I'm not the only one who recognizes what this means. Am I said to? She envied that child the luxury of tears. If they both survived, it might be nice to commiserate later. I never thought we would lose him so quickly. Why did no one tell me he was close to succumbing? Not even a chance to say goodbye. Her champion had fallen to his inner hollow, and now they must destroy all that was left of Ichigo Kurosaki. Nilil gripped her lance in resolve and cantered forward. Protect Orium-chan. Having recovered, her 2 vassals bowed shakily in obedience and moved to take up defensive positions astride the distraught human. She moved out before the crowd of high-ranked Shinigami. Abarai Fukutai, send every ranked officer below 2nd seat to assist Captain Hitsugaya, then have Tiger Company's officers found and brought here immediately. The remainder of our forces are to join the rear guard and begin a concerted Kido formation to provide us with backup. We will attempt to hold him off until Zaraki arrives. Hold who dash. The look she gave him silenced any questions. Turning about, Lieutenant Abarai began relaying these commands to their adjutants, who commenced with Kido spells to transmit the orders through the ranks, after which they began an orderly withdrawal, gathering up those already dead or injured. There was no question of staying behind to fight. Her host knew what was expected of them at all levels. Lisa and Shinji had gone into combat mode, masks falling and Shikai already in evidence. Satisfied, Nilil took point, galloping hard towards the burhole down which Ichigo's hollow had disappeared. The three other mightiest souls in attendance moved quickly to flank her. They could enter as a unit, her, Renji, and the Vazard. Together they might be enough to challenge him. Nilil had no illusions about any prospect of victory. She remembered clearly what it had felt like when this hellish force arose in their world back before the Autumn War began. It was enough to challenge a Vastolord on equal footing, if not greater. Only with the Kenpeikai did they have any hope of winning, and even then it would be too close to call. But could it be the odds were not as bad as she had initially supposed? Or rather, it didn't feel as powerful as she remembered. For sure, this current outpouring of spiritual force was still huge, but it was nowhere near the level that demolished Ulquiorra. Perhaps they stood a chance. The tide of power that abruptly broke over them put everything that came before it to shame. She almost stumbled and fell, her charge reducing to a mere trot before coming to a halt. Her compatriots appeared to be experiencing a similar reaction. No need to ask why. There was no attempt being made to hide this one. Around them, every single Shinigami member of Siamese squad still within eyesight was struck down as though by a poleaxe. One could hear it as an entire army collapsed all around them. Captain Adolschwank stood panting, clutching Gamuza like a crutch to keep her from crumpling in a heap. Two of them, have I gone mad, or can this really be happening? Once again recognition came immediately, at least to her. How could she not know it, having been the first among her race to meet this horror and live to tell of it? But it just couldn't be. It was hate that convinced her. She could practically taste the murderous enmity that underlay this second titanic aura. This was no fit of delirium. No way to explain it, or indeed deny it. After a few seconds in which it took all she had just to stay upright, the ground before them swelled abruptly. Like a festering pustule ready to burst. And then it did so, accompanied by a terrific boom that sent rock and sand cascading in a cataract as Quarta Espada Ulquiorra Schiffer rose into the sky, locked in combat with Ichigo's hollow. "Can I take that arm, milady?" "Buzz off," Tatsuki mumbled, clutching Khan's severed limb tightly to her chest and ignoring the looks it earned her. "Manners, Arisawa-chan." Misato Oka tutade severely as she assisted Chizuru Honsho up the rock slide and onto the surface. Then, to her Shinigami accomplice, "Don't take it personally, Makaizo-san. We've had a pretty rough day, as you can imagine." "No worries, madam, no worries." The guy, Makaizo, was it, laughed and wrung his hands nervously. His eyes had a furtive, shifty look to them. They kept darting upward, left, right, side to side. A terrific boom made him cringe. "We have to go," the greasy-haired toady proclaimed. He then proceeded to pick up Oka-sensei. Without waiting to ask for approval, another death god did the same for Tatsuki, who was still too drained to resist, and the same for Chizuru, the most rubbery-legged of their party. They then proceeded to speed towards the far-off ranks of armed Shinigami like death was snapping at their heels. Tatsuki had few misgivings at being manhandled like this given the situation. All around them, continuous peals of thunder shook the whole landscape of Hueco Mundo, causing the very sky to churn in the manner of a storm-tossed sea, as two gods strove to kill one another. She didn't have to look to know the fight was still going on. Not that looking would have helped. Both Ulquiorra and that thing moved much too fast for her to pick up on it. But she could feel the conflict now somewhere off to her left, with all the destructive potential of a tornado about to touch down. Around her Shinigami were racing all across the desert like so many little black ants, picking up wounded, shouting orders. Tatsuki appreciated being carried like this regardless of how humiliating it might appear. The conflict was overwhelming her senses. She feared that at any moment it might just cause her to pass out. "Have to hold on to consciousness a little longer, maybe I can figure out a way to help the Shinigami kill. Whichever one of them is left standing in the end." A horrible shriek tore the air, and Arisawa cringed, clutching Khan's arm as though it were a protective talisman. That was him, the hollow formerly known as Ichigo. It sounded like it might be in pain. And for all that she understood this had once been someone she cared for, Tatsuki could not muster any sympathy right now. She remembered the way that creature had looked at her. Not like a human being, or even an animal, just meat that it planned to rip apart and feast upon. Could this mean Ulquiorra had gained the upper hand? Was that obscene parody of her schoolmate about to die? Don't think about it. I don't want Ulquiorra to win. It's not right, so don't think about it. I don't want Ichigo to die. I don't. Kurosaki-kun. Just like that it dawned upon her. She hadn't noticed through everything that went on up till now, but Tatsuki finally realized that Orium was close at hand. Looking up, she spied her best friend some ways off, struggling to break free from two bare-chested men with scarred faces. They were shouting at her, holding on with what looked like minimal effort. Enemies? She observed the wild look on Inu's face as she sought in vain to get away. No. Those two aren't trying to capture her, they're trying to stop Orium from Santen Kesshun. A flash of light from the frantic teen's temples, and suddenly twin triangular walls sprang up around her, knocking both of the men back. Moments later Orium was stumbling across the sand. Not towards me. Arisawa's heart dropped into her stomach. She's going to him. To Ichigo. It wasn't like no one tried to catch her. The scarred pair were up and moving before their target could take a few steps. They sprang to block the distraught girl, yet when they tried to clutch at her, the shields returned, knocking them aside with as little effort as before. Orium didn't even seem to notice this, all her attention was fixated straight ahead. Her familiars had now formed a domed barrier around her that prevented any attempt to impede their mistress. There was no question of what had to be done. Take me to her. Tatsuki gasped. Her escort looked down with uncertainty all over his face, and she brusquely added, now. Apparently that was enough for him. Before she knew it, Tatsuki found herself astride Orium's path. The glowing dome bore down upon them like a tidal wave. She won't hurt me, Arisawa tried to reassure herself. Not me, I don't care how far away her brain is right now, I can reach her, she's not going to. A sound like a body hitting the floor during a sparring match, and the next thing she knew Arisawa was dumped on her ass. Bemused, she looked over one shoulder to see the Shinigami that had accompanied her go flying away. Between this sight and her there now arose a transparent orange barrier. I'm inside, the girl realized swiftly. I got in, she let me in without even realizing it. So that means any weariness became a memory. Tatsuki came to her feet moments before Inu came rushing up. There was no sign she even recognized what had happened, so intent was she upon her goal. The clear anguish in her eyes made Tatsuki want to retch. All the same, this did not prevent her from lunging forward to tackle her classmate before she could go streaking by. They collapsed together, limbs striking and flailing against one another. There was no strength left in the fiery martial artist to try anything more advanced than grimly holding on and refusing to let go. Let go? As if reading her mind, a frightened voice like Orium's sounded even as dainty hands pummeled at her in an attempt to break free. Let go, let go, let go. Stop it. She snarled back. An elbow thudded into her cheek, making her head ring with pain. Yet still Tatsuki did not relent. It's not him. God damn it, that's not him. Orium. Please, Tatsuki, let go. I have to get to him before it's too late. I can change him back, you know I can. I'm the only one who can do it. Let go. She ignored this. It was terror that motivated her to hold on. A selfish fear for her own life, yes, but also for Orium's, and Chizuru's, Oka-sensei even. She knew Inu would never forgive herself if her actions brought harm to one of their friends. I won't let that happen. I won't. Arisawa then found herself doing something incredibly childish as she reached up to tangle her fingers in long reddish-orange hair and give a mighty yank. Orium emitted a cry of shock as she began to thrash Inu, eyes closed and tears spilling down her face. In vain she sought to pull that iron grip away, but Tatsuki was implacable. Instead of relenting, she only gave another vicious pull that brought an even greater howl from the weeping redhead's lips, though her heart nearly broke from the knowledge of how cruelly she was treating someone she loved. Because that's what they do. Hollows go after the ones they love first. She recalled someone explaining that to her. If he sees us, then we're as good as dead. Tatsuki gasped and cried herself as she held on, dimly aware that the barrier had dissolved around them and more people were closing in to help. When firm hands separated them, it was such a relief. Tatsuki looked around to find herself now flanked by Rukia's friend Renji Abarai, along with a strange figure dressed in casual men's attire and sporting a hollow mask. Orium had finally gone limp, one arm firmly held by a woman wearing a white mask bearing no design save for a large cross carved in its surface. A shadow fell over them all, cast by a green-haired female centaur who loomed huge and menacing against the night sky. Hard eyes focused on the weeping Orium. "Get them to safety," the horsewoman ordered. "Right," the masked man nodded, and bent to grip Orium's other arm. She made no move to resist, merely sprawled half upright with head sunk low. As they drew her up, however, the broken teenager drew in a deep breath and screamed. "Kurosaki-kun!" Sharp claws dug into the hollow's cheek as Ulquiorra slammed the side of its head over and over into the earth, drawing blood and screams until bare rock split and cracked. One black-nailed hand raked across his face in response, tangling in the Vastolord's long black hair and wrenching roughly to one side, sending the vampire lord flying. Great wings unfurled, allowing Schiffer to almost immediately right himself and come thundering back to smash into the hollow even as it regained its feet. The two mortal enemies tore into each other as they sped across the desert like a runaway locomotive, Sand and Shinigami too slow to flee churning in their wake. Above the cloud of silica Ulquiorra emerged, airborne once again. His arm pointed down as power built up unbelievably fast. The hollow sprang to meet him, launching itself high into the sky with an animal roar. Acero Escuro hit head-on with a collision so fierce it caused the whole fabric of Hueco Mundo to ripple briefly. The entire desert was lit green and black. Dark energy surged at the heart of the conflagration as the hollow sought to break through and reach its enemy's heart. It ended so abruptly. Without warning, all the resistance vanished like tissue paper before a storm, and the energy beam plowed straight earthward, taking Ichigo's hollow with it. As it struck the ground, an epic detonation followed. Hastily erected Kido barriers meant some of the nearby Siamese company members were defended, while those less quick-witted or too awestruck to get the words out were lifted up by the shockwave to go tumbling through the air. Before the lingering remnants of this attack had even fully dissipated, the bat-winged assassin landed at the site of his enemy's fall. Molten sand ran hot around his ankles. A Lanza del Relampago, his signature weapon, now hummed dangerously in one fist as he stalked with single-minded purpose through the haze. What lurched out of the mist to launch itself at the approaching Espada might have given anyone else pause. It bore no more resemblance to a human, much less Ichigo Kurosaki. The formerly creamy skin was shiny black and shriveled like only the most traumatic of burn victims. There was no hair on its head, only green fire crowned it or burned in isolated patches along the practically incinerated flesh. Viridian flames seemed to pour from its lipless mouth instead of screams. Only the eyes remained unharmed, two orange-black pits of madness. And in spite of all this, it still came on. The Lord of Hollows halted as the flaming killer sped for his throat. Black and green eyes seemed to narrow. Then, without any visible movement, he now stood to one side. His Lanza came flashing down. The scream that followed was high with shock. Ichigo's hollow hit the ground hard to roll across the dunes in a heap. The creature came upright and turned around, swaying slightly. It looked down at the bleeding stump of its right arm, then over at the severed limb still burning with green fire. A quavering groan choked forth, and it shook its head in disbelief. Even as it stood erect, the hollow's healing factor was at work restoring the rest of its body, until once more the twisted reflection of Ichigo Kurosaki stood naked under the stars. Only the arm had not returned, and blood still flowed. "You are weaker." Ichigo's hollow looked up to find Ulquiorra regarding it from several meters back, the Lanza pulsing in his grip. "This is nothing like the power you possessed when last we fought," that slender powerhouse intoned in his cold, uninspired voice. "Not even half. No Zanpakuto. No Zero. Not even a helmet for show. And your mark is hardly halfway open." He indicated with his horned head at the hollow's naked chest where a half-moon hole was now fully visible. Which leads me to conclude that you are not fully present. The green lance rose to train upon it, and that dispassionate voice held a touch of rebuke now. Where is the rest of Ichigo Kurosaki? Gonna kill you, the hollow chortled bloodily, though its eyes flickered with obvious unease. You pasty-faced, bitch, you made me look like Grimjo. I'm gonna kill you for that. About to continue his assault, Ulquiorra paused as something caught his attention. Between them, the hollow's severed arm appeared to be disintegrating. No, not even that, it looked as if it were vanishing altogether, turning more transparent by the moment. As if becoming aware of this, the maimed creature lifted its sole remaining hand before it. The fingers flexed. Right then they too began to flicker in and out of visibility. Upon witnessing this, Ichigo's hollow moaned in a way completely unlike before. Its body blinked between full opacity and semi-solid, allowing the surrounding view of Hueco Mundo to be seen through it ever so briefly. No. Kurosaki-kun. In the stillness of their interrupted duel, that shout carried clearly over the rising hubbub of a frightened army. Across the vista of hastily regrouping Shinigami, a beautiful red-haired girl was crying. The hollow's head swung about, and its eyes lit up as it caught sight of Orium Inu and Tatsuki Arisawa. Without another thought it sped towards them. Tatsuki practically felt the hollow's attention turn on them. Even with a platoon of death gods between it and her, she could register its murderous lust like two hands already around her throat. The masked warriors had put themselves between them and the fight. With the help of Misato and her Shinigami boyfriend, she began to drag her frantic classmate back, even as the tearful Orium clamored desperately to reach what she seemed unwilling to accept was not their classmate Ichigo. Weakened as she was, Tatsuki could not manage to put the usual amount of effort into it. Orium! She screamed. Stow! This was as far as she got. The hollow just appeared before them like magic, bypassing both Vazored before she could so much as blink. Their eyes met. A look of pure triumph was on the creature's face, even though it was flickering like a broken movie projector. Watch this, Tatsuki! It seemed to say as a black-nailed hand shot past her towards the howling Inu. Its fingers closed on nothing but air. Vainly the empty hand continued to clutch, as if incapable of understanding how it could have missed at this range. Its dangling legs twitched. Only then did the hollow seem to realize where the problem lay. Its head turned slowly to look behind it, where Ulquiorra Schiffer was now holding his enemy several feet off the ground, impaled through the chest on the tip of his lanza. There was not a trace of emotion in the Espada's face as he watched the semi-solid spirit continue to grasp ineffectually for a target it could no longer find. Orium and Tatsuki now slumped in each other's embrace on the sand before them, stunned by this implausible rescue. As Tatsuki stared, the hollow's arm dropped limply to its side. The neck sagged forward, eyes fastening on them even as the whole thing began to flicker more rapidly than before. That hideous face twisted. For all the world, it looked as though it were about to cry. Moments later, Ichigo's hollow simply vanished without a trace. Ulquiorra regarded the spot where his hated enemy had so recently hung. Tatsuki did not dare move. Behind him she saw the two warriors had come about with weapons drawn and empty eye sockets burning. A great bone serpent now swung overhead, and the centaur hefted her lance with blades of green energy sprouting from its points. The Vastolord spared them not a glance. All his attention turned instead on the two humans crouched shivering at his feet. Tatsuki had never felt so frighteningly defenseless. There was truly nothing she could do to fight back this time. He reached for her. Get away from them. The demon's hand paused. Ulquiorra. All heads turned. A few yards off, at the head of a host of armed Shinigami, Ichigo Kurosaki stood with his black katana clenched in one hand, face dark with threat. By his side stood someone she recognized as Nanao Ise, attired like all the rest in death god apparel. Tatsuki stared. He's still alive? Shinigami, she heard Ulquiorra speak in a way that caused her to shudder. Black lips pressed together in an even deeper frown. The fact that he was surrounded did not even seem to register. He ignored everyone else except for Ichigo. Vaguely Tatsuki realized Oka-sensei and another guy were attempting to drag her and Orium back, a feat which was made difficult by the fact that she felt rooted to this spot, muscles frozen up with an instinctive need to stay still. Their classmate faced off against the resurrected vampire lord. They're going to go at it right here, she realized. We'll get torn apart if that happens. Can't anybody stop it? As if in response to her prayer, an explosion far to their left blew apart the stillness. From out of the desert there arose something almost like a big white butterfly sailing into the sky of Hueco Mundo to flutter lazily earthward. This was followed almost immediately by a geyser of yellow energy. The titanic scream that accompanied this display was so chilling everyone froze, from Ichigo and Ulquiorra on down. Tatsuki saw those green slit eyes flicker towards this new interruption. So close, she detected a tremor pass through his frame. The hole in his chest began to crumble, its edges turning gray. Before she could be sure of this, black wings had already unfolded. A great rush of wind and sand blew over them, causing everyone nearby to avert their eyes. When she was able to look again, Ulquiorra was gone. Tatsuki thought she caught a glimpse of something streaking off towards the horizon fast as lightning. Moments later even this brief impression was gone, leaving them stunned but still very much alive. The girl gazed around blearily. With any luck, that would be the last of the surprises. She heard that centaur lady bark some orders at the red-headed Shinigami officer before taking off along with the disfigured duo. He then began conversing quickly with Kurosaki and Ise. Nanao did most of the talking, and in under a minute she seemed to have explained everything to the frowning spirit's satisfaction. He gave a curt nod and gestured towards the two high school students huddled together, then proceeded to race off towards the site of that recent detonation, followed closely by the masked fighters. Many of the Shinigami followed their war leaders, while others moved swiftly and assuredly to assist those who had been injured on the periphery of the fight between Vastolord and Half-Mad Hollow. As this happened she suddenly found Ichigo crouched beside her. "You guys all right?" he asked, glancing between them. That midnight Zanpakuto still held securely in preparation to go on the offensive. Tatsuki no longer felt angry at anyone. In fact, she was experiencing the deepest sense of gratitude in her entire life. It was this that compelled her to reach up and wrap an arm around the astonished substitute Shinigami's neck before pulling him into a hug. "I thought you were dead," she muttered, and gave a shaky laugh that almost sounded like a sob. "I saw that thing, and I thought..." She couldn't bring herself to say it. However, Ichigo seemed to know exactly what she meant. "I don't know what's going on around here, Tatsuki. But you're safe now." His words were like a spell. The omnipresent sound of a military excursion all around them faded away into white noise that lulled away any and all misgivings. Before she knew it, Tatsuki Arisawa was fast asleep. Ichigo settled his compatriot down beside Orium, who also lay unconscious. He rose up and cast a look over at Nanao. "Will they be out long?" His teacher adjusted her glasses. "No. The spell will only last for an hour at most. This will just make it easier to transport them away from the fighting." She looked around, eyes narrowing in thought. In the last few minutes, a hodgepodge of hollow signatures started swarming below their feet, as though risen up from hiding. Yet none had chosen to show themselves above ground. It felt more like they were fleeing. In response, Siamese squad members were streaming into that big burhole to take up the pursuit. It was almost as if this campaign had ended before it even began. Yet she took no comfort from that idea. Far more troubling was what they had come upon here. Nanao could tell the boy was rattled by his inner demon's appearance outside of himself, an occurrence she could no more explain than the presence of Ulquiorra Schiffer, who was confirmed to have been eradicated during the Autumn War. Absolutely nothing made sense. For the time being, though, the rescue mission took paramount importance. They had recovered 3 of the missing humans. Hopefully the rest would prove to be relatively none the worse for their captivity here. Until such time as that proved false, she and Ichigo would just have to protect these children as best they could. Noticing a severed arm lying in the dirt, Nanao went to retrieve it. Standing up, she looked back at the youth standing guard over his friends. Oddly enough, she found herself wondering what the opposite of a miracle might be. Misato-sensei pointed a finger at Ryo. "You. The one we just met, only she wasn't made of blood at the time." Their teacher hummed thoughtfully to herself before rounding on Mizuhiro. "And you. It must have been that bony horseman Asano-san and I saved Don Kanonji from..." Though if that's the case, I wonder why the Dawn wasn't brought along too. A thoughtful nod, and then finally the turn came to Tatsuki. And you? Schiffer, same as Chizuru. Twice in my case. Their faculty club sponsor settled back and crossed her arms with a sigh. Well, then, I still have no idea when or how I met one of those Vastolord, but I suppose I must have. How many are there again? Uno, dos, tres. Her face grew distant as she counted off on her fingers. Quattro. Bring back a vampire? So that's really what they needed us for. Ms. Wuro sounded dubious. Yup. Chizuru Honsho took another sip of the warm rejuvenating beverage one of the soldiers had supplied them all with earlier. It kinda makes sense now. I mean, if he was already dead twice over, it would take the living to, well, bring him back to life. Or, unlife, I guess. Western mythology holds that the blood or tears of a virgin pure can resurrect a slain vampire if sprinkled on its ashes, Ryo supplied. Then I don't see why they wanted me. Kigo Asano proclaimed without an ounce of self-deprecation. Everyone pointedly ignored his comment, for which he was secretly relieved. The 7 human refugees were now comfortably ensconced in a pavilion belonging to the heads of the Shinigami army. After receiving checkups during which they were given clean bills of health, they were escorted here under careful guard for the duration of the fighting. Most took a cue from Orium and Tatsuki and simply curled up to sleep. They were all awoken a few hours later when the commanders returned. Apparently the fighting was over, which meant it was time to answer questions. And so the strands of their separate stories were laid out and woven together. Captain Neelil came in about halfway through, once more on 2 legs but now holding a disturbingly human arm that she was happily munching upon. No one felt comfortable asking where she got it from. Neneo's eyes did narrow upon perceiving the sexy Santa getup, and she threw a look at Renji so sharp he cringed. Speaking of arms, Khan had returned with Rukia around the same time, now with all his appendages firmly attached. While Neneo Ise and several other medics took over the heavily wounded Toshiro Hitsugaya's emergency care, Lieutenant Kukaki had insisted on seeing to the mod soul's rejuvenation herself after instructing her ward Noboru Kauki in no uncertain terms that he was not to leave the girls unattended or step foot out of this tent. The brown-skinned boy accepted his punishment with a measure of grace. Now seated cross-legged on the floor of the pavilion, he looked very pleased with himself. Arisawa and Inu roused from magical slumber when the stories were winding down. While Orium was too speechless at finding Ichigo alive and well, her comrade insisted that there was nothing new to offer on her end. The two of them were rather subdued, preferring to sit near one another with hands clasped and not participate much in the dialogue. After this the spirit warriors, Ichigo included, huddled together to try and puzzle out this affair. The high schoolers and present company were allowed to observe. I'm not sure where to begin. Neneo appeared more discomfited than anyone could remember seeing her. She pulled up information on a pad and sat with stylus ready to begin in her self-appointed duty as record keeper. I suppose we should start with what is clear, that Nest was created with the main purpose of attempting to reanimate Ulquiorra Schiffer. All the human children who had encountered his breed prior to this were farmed for that extract used in his recovery. And right off the bat the big question is, how the hell is he still alive? Aburai cast a penetrating look over at his captain. Teiko, can you take a guess? Neelil pulled a finger off her grisly meal and popped it into her mouth like candy before responding, causing virtually everyone present to wince. I wish. Even for hollows, there's very little known about Vastolord or what causes them to exist. You and I were both present when he died, Renji-kun, there was nothing left but dust. Coming back from that just doesn't seem possible. Her eyes drifted over to Ichigo, who squirmed in obvious discomfort. Though I won't put anything past some people. His unease made her grin and she sucked on the digit happily, breaking off 2 more and passing them to Pesha and Dondakaka seated behind her, who gladly accepted this offering. The humans present resolutely looked anywhere else while the Shinigami appeared pretty ill. Even Chizuru could not seem to muster the level of boundless adoration she normally reserved for big-breasted women and had taken to combing Orium's hair with a fixed intensity. Neneo sighed as she continued writing. Our ignorance regarding them has been made quite clear. Who could have known the Espada Tia Halibel was capable of projecting herself across dimensions? And through blood, of all things. A few of our guys dug through the sand covering that pool, Renji offered when his captain appeared too busy blissfully eating to provide any information. They found something that looked like a giant serpent's skeleton at the bottom. His eyes grew distant, and an uncomfortable frown twisted his face. Actually, it reminded me of the first Arrancar that I ever met. She could pop up out of water too, at least in resurrection form. Ichigo straightened up. Hey, I just remembered. One of the Vastolord that invaded Nirvana had a bunch of snakes growing out of her. You think maybe she pulled one of them off and left it behind so she could use its blood to come back if things went bad? He turned a hopeful eye on Nilil as if in search of confirmation for his theory. Don't look at me. Halibel joined after my time. You'd have to talk to the later generation of Espada to learn more. She grimaced then, setting her dinner down in a cross manner. Now I really wish I had been able to snare Grimjo. If those Vazard do catch him, there won't be anything left to answer questions. It was still reckless of you to track him on your own without informing anyone else, Teiko, Naneo pointed out. Captain Hirako and Lieutenant Yadomaru might have exercised more restraint before leaving to pursue as well. Their comrades will not be pleased if anything should befall them. The masked centurion merely huffed at this admonishment and snatched up her treat to take another ferocious bite. But we did learn some good news. Rukia spoke up after clearing her throat. From what the new Segunda let slip to our human comrades, we know at least one of the other Vastolord was killed while fighting in Nirvana. That left maybe only 2 of them in existence. This could explain why they put such effort into Schiffer's resurrection. Our enemies must have hoped to address a shortage of manpower. But lacking resources in Hueco Mundo, they were forced to play upon the remnants of Barragan's supporters by tricking them into granting aid. And now we have another Vastolord loose in Hueco Mundo, Ichigo grunted. He then looked sharply around their group and took a deep breath. Okay, I'm finally gonna get the elephant in the room out in the open. Any ideas on how my hollow got here? Nobody responded to this. A few of them couldn't even meet his gaze. Yeah, that's what I figured, he muttered, slumping down to tap a restless finger against his knee. Why should anything about today be easy? How's this for easy, Frieza? Why don't we just ask that Lagrima chick? The focus of the group now turned on Noboru Kauki, who was sprawled lazily against a cushion. He caught Ichigo's eye and grinned in a mocking fashion. The russet-headed swordsman scowled in response. He and Noboru had not hit it off from day one. Since their first encounter he was left with the strong impression that the kid didn't care for him. Worse than this was a strange sense of unease that usually only came over him when he forgot a person's name. There was just something so damn familiar about the little punk. Meanwhile Noboru had left off chewing the eraser of a well-worn pencil and sat upright. The kid looked quite pleased at being made the center of attention. I mean, we got all the really solid info out of her. If we catch her again, all we have to do is say Ichimaru and she'll start spewing like Cabulco volcano all over Chile. The War Council appeared to consider this. The extermination of the cave population is winding down. Renji crossed his arms with a frown. If this Lagrima hasn't already been purified, that won't stay true for long. We can still look. This suggestion came from Khan, who had been allowed to sit with the other leaders, a fact that served to invigorate him more than any healing spell could. At the very least we can spread the word to keep an eye out for her, or see if anyone kept a hollow matching her description. He turned to Noboru. What does she look like, anyway? Well, like a human, actually. Off to one side, Nilil remained absorbed in munching upon a large chunk of pale bicep. About 6 feet 2 inches tall, the boy continued, listing all the details he could remember. Measurements like 25-22-27, not much to work with, really. Had long white hair. Nell's head tilted in thoughtful deliberation as she chewed. Pale skin, wearing a sort of toga. The chewing slowed. Behind her, both Fraxion cast uneasy glances at one another. Pesha reached forward to tap her on the shoulder, but she ignored him. Her mask was just 2 eye holes with some smaller dots running up the middle. Nell swallowed that last bite rather abruptly. It felt difficult going down, and she glanced at her fair-skinned snack in sudden nervousness. Please, please, please don't tell me. Oh, and a silver chain wrapped around her hips, chest, and arm. Light glinted off the broken links of metal attached to a bracelet. The dispirited Espada shut her mouth on a groan. Yeah, come to think of it, it almost looks like. Quickly Nilil handed the arm back to Pesha, who took it without thinking just as everyone in the room rounded on them at once. With absolutely no trace of guilt whatsoever, she pointed a finger at her Fraxion, who stood holding the appendage uncertainly. Upon seeing their expressions he gave a violent start and flung the limb away. It landed on the carpet with a sad thump where they all proceeded to stare at it. Ichigo lifted his head to offer the green-haired hollow a stunned look. Nell, you ate our informant. Her mask of innocence crumbled, and the beautiful cannibal sucked in a long whine before bursting into tears. I couldn't help it. We've all been so hungry lately, it's hard having all these Shinigami around and not being allowed to eat them, and she was delicious. I couldn't stop. Her explanation devolved into tears, at which point she flung herself atop Ichigo and started bawling. Everyone else remained too stunned at this turn of events. In the ensuing distraction, Ryo casually raised her hand. Can we go home now? Despite the medics pronouncing him out of danger, Toshiro felt weak as a kitten when he pushed himself off the cot. His head swam the moment he found his feet. For a few seconds there was nothing that made more sense than just collapsing back onto the sheets and sleeping like the dead. Too much had happened recently for him to succumb. Several hours passed while they worked on him. The battle, or rather the mop-up, would soon be over. That meant Viper Company would appear and shuttle her off for interrogating. If he wanted a chance to ask any questions, it would have to be now. Wrapped in bandages, Hitsugaya managed to stumble forward and exit the private medical tent reserved for him. Two guards outside stood immediately to attention. Captain Hitsugaya, are you well? Do you need anything? For a few moments he stood between them, gathering his strength. I need to speak with someone. We are charged with your care, sir, the other member of Heron Company declared. Tell us who you wish to see and we'll escort them to. You can't escort her. I'm going to see the prisoner. With that he moved past. For some reason he now felt twice as heavy as before. His shadow under the moon was like a lead weight with every step he took. Still he soldiered on, and the pair of attendants followed dutifully. His senses, dulled by pain and loss of Ryotsu, could still pick out the person in question. In no time at all they came upon another tent, this one ringed by a large detachment of men and women who looked markedly unfriendly. Several boasted hairdos that identified them as veterans of Tiger Company. Captain Zaraki and Lieutenant Kuzugishi had arrived less late to the operation than anyone could have predicted, preceded by a select gathering of Tiger's ranks. Apparently someone had informed them of the situation even before Siamese squad got the news, and they had set out immediately to help. They still managed to get their guides lost somehow, which shouldn't have been possible. Upon getting caught up on recent events, the Kenpeikai wasted no time setting off in the direction Ulquiorra Schiffer was last seen flying, eager to finish their long-ago unsettled duel. This was a great relief to Hitsugaya, partly because in his depleted condition the war-hungry madman's unleashed soul felt like it was grinding him down to powder, but mainly due to Yachiro being utterly immune to any suggestion that poking the boy captain's wounds was not a viable means to assure his speedy recovery. That girl scared him. Regardless of their clear devotion, the guards did not question when Toshiro approached. They simply moved aside and allowed him to enter. Perhaps rumors had spread. Or maybe they were curious as to what might pass between the first seat and his treacherous underling. As a precaution against eavesdropping, when he shouldered aside the drape, Hitsugaya murmured a quick spell that dampened noise in the vicinity. He doubted she would be able to try anything, but if that weren't the case, a sense of soul power would be enough to alert the soldiers outside without any need for hearing. As the tent flap fell behind him, Matsumoto Rangiku lifted her head and smiled. Come on in, Teiku. My door's always open. This was not actually the case. The former lieutenant of the Godi I-13 was seated Caesar inside a pyramidal cage crafted of bone and wrapped round with paper warding charms. She was only partially visible to him as a result. Shackles made of death stone encased her hands and feet, and the air fairly hummed with additional magic seals that had been placed to prevent her from exercising any form of power. Lamps glowed to offer some illumination of the darkened cell. Their light reflected off her honey gold hair, and caused blue eyes to twinkle. Despite her current conditions, Matsumoto still managed to look completely at ease. For a moment her gaze drifted down to his feet, and Toshiro thought he noticed a quick flash of a smile. Then she regarded him directly. "I'm glad you're here. I was hoping we'd get the chance to talk privately. Before iPhone started breaking my fingers, at least." He glanced around the limited confines, feeling bone-weary and wanting nothing more than for this day to end. "Once Siamese and Tiger have confirmed the area is secure, you'll be transported to Soul Society to await trial." Having waited so long to finally meet again, it was somewhat disappointing at how dejected he felt. It made his voice sound like a sigh when he spoke next. "Before that happens, will you tell me what I can do to help you?" One honey-colored eyebrow lifted. "You mean besides the obvious?" Her continued gaiety produced a flash of irritation which he struggled to master. Feeling somewhat more desperate, the boy captain pressed his case. "You aided us to rescue those humans. A good many people owe you their lives. I'm willing to speak out on your behalf. But to argue effectively, I want to." He paused, hunting for the right words to express his feelings. Unfortunately, his emotional state was no more transparent than the woman seated before him. What could he say for sure lurked in his heart? Gratitude for the help? Anger at the betrayal? Relief at the rescue? This sort of confusion left him feeling woefully immature again. Almost dying at the Espada's hands had come on the heels of a remarkable stretch of serenity in his life. At least in terms of no one trying to kill him, that is. His outlook on life, however, had suffered, and not the least as a result of the actions taken by Matsumoto herself. To think that she had been a traitor, one of Aizen's followers, it had struck him as a personal blow. Not just because she was his own lieutenant, but also owing to the fact that he valued her. Even admired her. She was a person who had done more than make a place for herself in the world, the same one that had spurned him since his earliest days. Rangiku Matsumoto forced the world to accept her. Through simple demonstration of wit and strength, care and delight. She was an inspiration to him, even though he couldn't begin to understand her. And nothing had ever proven enough to break Matsumoto. How many of his fellow Shinigami held this golden goddess in the highest regard? How much had her loss, more than even the defection of 3 captains, cost them in terms of morale? Am I crazy to think she represented more in our society than even a division head? Looks like someone could use a hug. Frowning, he brought himself back to the present. Don't underestimate the seriousness of your situation, Matsumoto. I might be the only friend you have left in Soul Society. We both know how afraid they are of more treachery, and why. You shouldn't discount that. Now is the time for you to explain your actions. Based on what you say, I might be able to save your life." She gave an exaggerated gasp, eyes lighting up with insincere adoration. What an honor. The legendary guardian himself, taking time out from his busy schedule thwarting evil to come to my rescue. A wickedly mischievous smirk caused her face to glow. That's it, you are definitely getting a boob squeeze out of this. He almost wanted to shout at her to stop acting so foolish. Matsumoto. Which do you prefer, right or left? She began to inspect her own bodice with a critical air, biting pink candy-colored lips. I think Lefty is feeling a little more bouncy today than usual. Hang on, let me check. True to form, Rangiku proceeded to hop up and down. A real pain was starting to develop in his temple. Matsumoto, you. Wait, I think Righty's catching up. Can you time them for me? What do you think, Captain? I believe they show equal buoyancy. And just like that, he lost his cool. Matsumoto. She blinked at his bark, coming to a rest. And then an actual, honest-to-goodness smile lit her face. There's my little champion. I missed that. She proclaimed, looking as happy as if she wasn't imprisoned. You might not believe this, Captain, but you are one of the best things to ever happen to me. I looked forward to every day we worked together. He grimaced. I never. Which is why it really hurts that you don't respect me. Stricken, Hichugaya's head jerked up, a protest dying on his lips. The smile had gone so fast it might never have existed. Now for the first time Matsumoto looked serious, and it took him aback. Her expression clearly implied that he was the disappointing one here, not her. I was a Shinigami long prior to when we met, she continued. People in the old Godai 13 didn't always treat me very kindly. A few stuck to words, while others dared to take it even further. And maybe some of them were bad enough that they deserved to be taught a little lesson. Her words sent an involuntary shiver up his spine. And do you know what happened then, Hitsugaya? Frantically he pulled himself away from that memory and the awful things he knew about another woman once counted as his most surest friend. Matsumoto was no Momo. Is that what you truly believe? When that was the case, I made damn sure they got the message about me. The jab from Hirin Maru almost made him miss what she said next. Blue eyes had narrowed, now far less charming and more menacing as a result. Hitsugaya was sweating, the heat from the lamps and his injuries causing him to become lightheaded. Again he felt unaccountably heavy for some reason. Rangiku continued without noticing. I never killed anybody because of it, mind. Sometimes I laughed it off, and other times saw certain people go home limping or inform their superiors that they couldn't come in to work due to illness. I served loyally, not blindly. Soul Society had been rotten for ages before you or I were born. The people we were supposed to be protecting were scared of us, and not without cause. They deserved better than the treatment Yamamoto and the Central 46 bestowed on them. Now I hear that things are getting better. A lot more smiles on your side of the grade beyond. That's good. Shows you're making progress. The beautiful woman leaned forward slowly. Hands fastened behind her back, on her knees, and still, she gave off the impression of a mountain lion about to pounce. It was alarming, to say the least, so that he almost found himself calling for the guards. But don't think that's the worst to come. Aizen wants you dead. He'll never stop trying to be free. And when he does, he's coming after you. Don't ask me why, but when that happens, do you really believe that you'll be able to stop him, oh great guardian? Do you think meditating and engaging in duels with people who treat you like a precious little prince will be enough to prepare you for when that omnipotent lunatic puts his sword to your throat? Suspicion cut through him even as he bristled at the slight. How did she know about Byakuya's teachings? Was it just an inspired guess? This got him talking again. What do you want to say, Matsumoto? She settled back. After a few seconds of keen consideration, the prisoner gave a shrug, head dropping to one side. If you want to turn me over to Lord Commander Kukaki to be judged, be my guest. I wouldn't mind a trial. Maybe then we can see how far Soul Society has really come. Because I'm not a traitor. And if evidence should happen to turn up that would prove those people I killed were not virtuous death gods devoted to justice and decency, but double agents working for the king of Hueco Mundo, who in some cases had actually committed murders at his behest. Rangiku flipped her mass of exotic hair around like a rope to dangle off one shoulder, smiling coyly at him the whole while. Well, I certainly hope that's taken into consideration when they decide on how to execute me. Toshiro stared. Let me go, Captain. Her smile had turned sharp and seductive. It fairly dripped with ill intentions. But in a strange way, this only served to heighten her beauty, making his heart race in a way that was completely new to him. You need me out there, to see and do the things that your honorable new Godai 7 won't. If you really expect to come out on top when Aizen returns, it'll be because you had someone who didn't treat you like a child, and was willing to push you past what everyone thought was safe. So please, and here her voice took on a more urgent, open cadence, for your own sake, Captain, if no one else's, I'm asking you to let me go. They looked at one another, while the candles flickered and winds outside caused the tent flaps to rustle. It was just the two of them there. Toshiro found that he was in a situation which had never occurred to him before he walked into this room. He could free her. Or condemn her. The decision was his, and it would come as a result of the level of trust he placed in this mysterious woman, one who had teased and beguiled him, but also honored and defended him, from the first day they met. It felt hard to breathe. And yet at the same time, that sensation of heaviness had quite suddenly lifted, allowing him to stand firm and tall once again. His destiny might be decided this very night, and all as a result of the decision he made right now. Firm in that knowledge, he made his choice. Bakudo number 1, Sai. The voice hissed in his ear, and Hitsugaya hit the ground like a sack of potatoes. Magic encased both hands firmly behind his back, keeping him in a bowed position with his chin in the sand. Before he could even draw breath to speak. Bakudo number 69, Silver Tongue striking ASP. The second spell wrapped around his throat. And with that, he was completely bound. Too shocked to struggle, the defeated youth looked up to find Matsumoto regarding him with a somewhat dissatisfied air. Her head rose to look behind him. You know, he was about to give me an answer. Didn't like how much time it was talking him. Sides, dinner's getting cold, and there's sand in my shoes. There was the sound of a sword being drawn. Moments later the bindings around Matsumoto had fallen to pieces. After this a pair of shoes came into Hitsugaya's field of view, and the door to her cell opened. A quick sweep of the blade split the shackles that held her. Standing up, she accepted the sheath Zanpakuto held out to her. Thought you might be missing this, Jin Ichimaru supplied with a grin. Can't get enough of messing with people, can you? She smiled tartly back. Time to split. With that he looked down at the boy imprisoned at their feet. Though unable to speak, Hitsugaya's slit pupil eyes flared with an icy fury that needed no words. The once captain of Division 3 only smirked at the chilly promise spelled out in those sea-green depths. Nice to see you again, Captain Hitsugaya. Keep your head up now. A white silk scarf appeared in his fingers. It swiftly spun out to unbelievable lengths that twined about both Jin and Rangiku. As the teleportation charm encased her in its coils, the beautiful blonde gazed down somewhat sadly at her humbled hero. Think it over, Taeko. And she blew him a kiss. The next second there was a rush of air before they both simply vanished. Shouting followed as confused guards swarmed in upon being alerted by the vanishing spell. Everyone wanted an explanation even while Toshiro felt the weight of the restraints being drawn off him. When he passed out a few seconds later, it was almost a relief. Not for the first time, Khan peered nervously over at the large tent reserved for the captain of Siamese. Rukia had to remain with the other officers to handle Viper Squad's representatives. Although truth be told, he feared this was more of an interrogation than anything else. Heads would roll for the escape of Rangiku Matsumoto, at least the way some people told it. Good thing he had absolutely nothing to do with that. But what about Nei-san? They wouldn't do anything to her, would they? He blurted out after a while. Just sit down, man, you're making me nervous. Despite his words, Noboru managed to look remarkably sanguine as he stretched out on his side. The two of them were settled in by a brazier whose flames made the white sands of Hueco Mundo look almost inviting. Ba-san's not the one who let the lady go, so we've got nothing to worry about. That kid's still passed out, and they need something to bring back to their boss or she'll chew their faces off, that's all. Tranquilo, man, tranquilo. Look who's calling who a kid, the mod retorted as he paced back and forth, his shadow dancing across the smooth sandy sea. Noboru just sighed and used a gnarled stick he had produced from nowhere to draw little rings with the fire that sizzled briefly before winking out. Not 20 yards away some sorcerers from several squads were busy constructing the gateway that would transport them all home, where a hero's welcome would surely await. But in his head that scene had always included Nei-san right there with him. Or maybe held protectively in his arms. Oh, Khan, she would say, mouth quivering, eyes flickering with uncertainty. I never knew you were so strong. You were like a wild beast out there. It's nothing, Nei-san, he replies gallantly, tossing his head back and holding her a little closer to dispel any shivering. There's no need for you to be afraid. I know how to control my power. He then turns to regard her squarely, a confident smile on his face that makes her blush from a wealth of new emotions surging in her breast. I'll be more than happy to show it to you, later on. Khan. She whispers, eyes flying wide before turning her head away. I want to show you too. She hops lightly down to stand facing away from him, taking a deep breath and crossing both arms over her chest to grip her shoulders. Then slowly, she begins to slide the fabric of her uniform down. Khan's heart is racing. As the smooth sculpted shoulders are revealed, he feels the blood surging in his cheeks. The curve of her back comes into view next, tightly muscled like a gymnast's, his arousal grows down to her hips, and when she looks back over her shoulder at him, the warm fulfilling love on her face is so gentle it makes him doubt his sanity. He reaches for her, she does not move away. Can it be? His fingers brush tenderly over supple pink skin, enough to feel her trembling. So smooth and firm, like polished marble that by its very nature begs to be touched. A shuddering sigh leaves her lips, and as he takes hold of her, she gives a soft cry of, "What do you think you're doing?" "Wait, what?" Somebody snapped their fingers in front of his face, causing him to blink. Upon this rude awakening he found himself faced with a firmly clothed and very real Rukia. While he gazed at her in momentary befuddlement, she glanced over at the boy. "I want to speak to you both." Noboru hopped up gracefully enough, but there was now a distinct sense of trepidation about him. Like a chipmunk tensing in preparation of flight. He fiddled with his stick while squirming from one foot to another. "Oba-san, your friends were in trouble, I only wanted to help. I can take care of myself, you know that, so you don't have to worry about me." The look on her face right then robbed Khan of any warmth left over from his lingering daydream. As he wondered what horrible fate was about to befall them, the tiny woman suddenly turned and walked over to stand before her other anxious employee. Face to face like that, Khan saw she stood only a few inches taller than the kid. He also saw what was coming next, and winced in commiseration. It reminded him of someone reaching up to pluck a leaf from a tree. No hurry, no effort. Rukia did not move with any visible urgency when her arm came up and she firmly slapped herself. The sound was harsh, loud, and it made Khan jump. "Nei-san!" he cried, about to run forward, but she held up a hand to forestall him. Noboru had flinched in preparation of being hit. The realization that this was not the case must have come as more of a shock, though it did not seem to be an improvement to judge by his reaction. The boy's face went slack with disbelief as he stared at his boss' slowly reddening cheek. "Do I deserve another, Noboru?" She kept her voice soft. Rukia didn't even sound angry. But the hurt was there, in the way she spoke, and the way she stood. When Noboru only continued to gape at her as if uncertain what to believe anymore, her arm rose again without hesitation. And that got a response. "No." The lad lunged forward to grab Rukia's wrist with both hands. Tears gathered in his eyes, beseeching her to stop. "Don't." He sobbed. "Don't do that. I'm sorry, Ba-san, you didn't do anything wrong, it was all my fault. Please don't be mad, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean anything by it, please." He was breathing in and out too hard now for words to come. In response she took a step forward to embrace him. Noboru grabbed hold like he would never let go, sobbing fiercely into her shoulder. "Don't make me grieve for any more lost loved ones, Noboru," Khan heard her murmur. In response the trembling young soul only wept all the harder. Watching the two of them there, holding on to one another and whispering tenderly, he couldn't tear his eyes away. "What am I seeing here? It's like, real. Not that stuff that was going on in my head right before all this happened. That was fake on every level compared to something like this. This is what I want. Right here. The real deal. This is love." It hurt. He could feel it. An ache in his throat, like he wanted to swallow and couldn't quite manage it. Khan began weeping too. "I want this. I need this. I want to go to someone and hold them and have them hold me and be afraid for them and cry my eyes out and know that they'll never let me go because they love me. I want to know that in my bones. That's what I want. I want to know somebody loves me." A memory came back then that he hadn't thought of for a while. A warm hand encasing him, lifting him up to hold and examine. The concern that came with that contact was something he had never experienced before. It was the first touch of gentleness he ever knew. Rukia and Noboru had finally parted. She spoke something in his ear, to which the youth nodded. Then the graceful princess tousled his hair a bit and pointed off towards the camp. He smiled at her, still crying a little, and nodded. They hugged again for a brief intense second. A moment later the boy went trotting off, wiping his face as he got closer to other people so that none would see. Now Khan was alone with Rukia. When she turned to look at him, feeling her eyes upon him, he knew it had to be said. I love you, Rukia-san. The words were neither bold nor passionate. They were altogether nothing like what he had always imagined them sounding like. But it meant more this way, because it felt honest about what had just shaken him down to his soul. I know, she replied. I'm not just a mod soul, he continued quickly without even a chance to think. I'm a real person now. And I want so much for you to love me back because I feel like that's the only way I can really show you how much you mean to me. I love you and I think I always will, even if you are with Ichigo. Because it's who you are that I love. That's never going to change. You mean everything to me. I'll do whatever it takes to make you happy, I just wish. A lump rose in his throat. He closed his eyes, knees wobbling and tears pushing past his eyelids. I wish you would give me a chance. Khan finally burst out, and dropped to his knees with hands pressed to his face to hide from he knew not what. His breath came in shaky gasps as the sobs kept emerging. It was the most heaven-sent blessing when he felt her crouch down and place her arms around him. Overwhelmed, the mod could only hold still, savoring this moment. He did not dare move for fear of losing it. You make me happy, Khan. Her voice sent the most wonderful feeling up and down his spine, so that he shuddered. From the beginning I was glad to have met you, she pressed on. You were so young, and so completely open with your feelings. It reminded me of the boys I grew up with. They were such a pack of fools, it was sometimes all I could do just to keep them from rushing off and getting hurt. But I loved every one of them dearly. Their deaths made me feel so alone. Each meant one less person I cared for in the world, one less heart I could trust. I didn't have many friends to start with, which made it hurt all the more. I became a death god partly because I wanted to stop feeling like I might lose it all at any given moment. I wanted my love to never die again. I was so stupid it never even occurred to me, it wasn't just about keeping my loved ones alive. Being here, in this world, means finding new people I want to love. He heard the rustle of her robes as she bent down and felt her soothing breath in his ear. Khan, if I should one day find I've fallen in love with you, rest assured, I won't hesitate to tell you. It felt better than he could have hoped. Gasping for air, he managed to choke out, thank you. He would have preferred to stay like this for much longer, in perhaps the single greatest moment he had ever known. Eventually, though, Rukia sat back. After a while, still trembling from the experience, he did the same. They looked at one another for a bit. Then the dainty lieutenant stood up. He followed suit, and they began to walk back towards the center of camp. So, Nei-san, Khan spoke up after a while. Is everything taken care of? For now. Rukia tugged on gloves as she walked, adjusting the sword swinging at her hip. The Viper representatives were understandably displeased at Ranjiku's escape. We are fortunate the lieutenant of that crew seems more tolerant of failure than could be said for his captain. She sighed. I fear, however, that Captain Katetsu may have choice words for me when this is done. I wish I could help, he offered. You don't have to do everything. But what you did was more than enough to earn my thanks. She reached up to give his arm a tender pat. I'm glad to have you on our side. Khan coughed abashedly. A daring took over him completely unlike his usual upfront ardor. You know, Nei-san, if you really want to thank me, there is a favor I'd like to ask for when we get back. And that would be? She sounded interested, which thrilled Khan immensely. There really was nothing like catching the attention of the person you loved. Did you ever see an officer and a gentleman, by any chance? The confusion on her face made his day. They would all be heading back soon. Ichigo knew that. Maybe it would have been better to wait until things had settled down before trying something like this. But not knowing was driving him crazy. He needed an explanation now, and there was only one way to get it. Rukia already explained what had been going on with Orium and Tatsuki of late. They had seen it in their dreams. So there really wasn't any good reason to hold off. Waiting might actually see someone get hurt. Sitting on the floor of a deserted tent, he breathed in and exhaled out. Zanjitsu lay in his lap in sealed form. He rested his fingers on the great living blade, feeling its warmth as a part of himself without question. Nanao was right outside if anything went wrong. I am watching over you. Thanks, Ji-san. So assured, he went inside, to his inner world. The great glass skyscrapers still stretched all around in their vertical misalignment. Oftentimes he had wondered what such an odd display might have to say about his soul. But now was not the time for introspection. It wasn't raining. That was a good sign. Looking for me, Your Highness. As expected, there was no need to look far. When he turned around, the hollow stood behind him with hands on its hips. Smiling, confident, this disturbing reflection of himself. Ichigo studied it for a brief time. Observing nothing out of the ordinary, he got right to the point. How did you get out? Maybe you're not as in control of yourself as you like to think, the hollow countered. It was trying to rile him up. One of the nice things about their relationship, however, was that all Ichigo had to remember was that he was basically talking to himself here. And he knew how he thought better than anyone. Bullshit, he offered bluntly. If you were capable of something like this before, you would have done it. Holding back isn't your style. The creature merely chuckled in response. It then began to walk slowly around him, hands stuffed in the pockets of its uniform. He did not move in response. Ichigo kept very still. It wanted him to know, in some small way. Wouldn't take long before the silence got to it. You know. There we go. I sometimes wonder what your loved ones would do if they had to face me. I'm not just any old hollow, after all. I'm their precious friend. They'd probably try to capture me at first. But then, after I killed the first of them. Ichigo's fists tightened involuntarily. Well, who could say? They might just chop me to bits and only stop to grieve later. What do you think, King? No response. You know I'll get loose eventually, right? Its voice came from very close. When it moved back into view, the hollow looked deadly serious. Not even smiling anymore. The only question is, who goes first? Which of your family has to lose their life before anyone else? He looked at it straight on. There was no expression evident on his face. The hollow's eyes narrowed slightly upon observing this, but it continued prowling about him. How does that make you feel, King? To know that you might wake up one morning and find yourself standing by Yuzu's bed, and there's blood on your hands. You don't know how it got there, but you recognize where it came from, because when you look down you'll see what's left of her. And Karen, where's her head? Body's there, but the head, oh, wait, here it is, I'm holding it by the hair. And? So you don't know when it's going to happen next, huh? Behind him, he heard the hollow pause. All right. Ichigo crossed his arms and gazed down, considering. Then that means you don't decide when you get out. Somebody else does. You're on a new leash, aren't you? A growl came from its throat. Ichigo gave a slow thoughtful nod. He really did know how it thought. There was nothing worse than having to take orders from other people without being allowed any input. That plain sucked. So the horse got himself a new rider. They crack the whip and you say, how high? Could it be a spell, like the one my old Shinigami substitute badge put on us? That narrows down the list of suspects. But what's its range? Clearly you weren't ready to come back during the fight with Ulquiorra, judging by the look on your face. The growl became a full-blown snarl. Your family is dead, King. When I. And maybe you can't go anywhere you want, either. Otherwise why not come after my family before now? Only when these guys popped up into Hueco Mundo did you give it a shot. So from that I can infer you're stuck moping around there, or just left to haunting their dreams like a sad little ghost. Thanks, that's good to know. The silence behind him was pregnant with threat. Like a tiny dog whimpering on its chain in the yard, wishing somebody would come play with it. He sighed and shook his head then. I feel your pain. I really do, you know. The murderous intent was real. And when he felt it tense to spring, Ichigo was already halfway through the cantrip. Bakudo #1, sigh. A shriek of thwarted rage rang throughout his inner world. The glass windows trembled as if in an earthquake, only to quickly subside. Ichigo gave their surroundings a measuring stare. When he finally consented to turn around, the hollow was on its knees, arms bound behind its back and head pressed to the floor. Mad orange eyes darted about in an attempt to focus on him. He could actually see the muscles straining in its neck and arms as it fought with all its might to break free. Time and again it doubled and redoubled its efforts, hissing and foaming at the mouth. It looked like it might tear itself apart in trying. When the spell did not budge an inch, the hollow finally sagged panting in its place. It managed to crane one disbelieving eye up. Before it Zanjitsu now stood at Ichigo's side, tinted shades catching the light as he studied their fallen counterpart. Both of the victors wore an eerily similar look of flat disinterest. The two of them watched the beast as it lay winded and defeated. Control, the spiky-headed sorcerer affirmed. Guess Kido spells are pretty useful after all. I concur. The master of this domain swept his gaze around in satisfaction. There was now a small smirk firmly planted on his face. Well, I think I got everything I can out of him for now. We can deal with the rest when it comes. I'm heading back. About to turn away, Kurosaki hesitated. Without looking at either of them, he said, "We'll beat this, guys. You and me, whatever they try to do to us. I'm going to win. And you're along for the ride." He cast a glance at the humbled hollow. "Whether you like it or not." Zanjitsu bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. Ichigo Kurosaki then faded from his inner world, leaving the two entities alone together. Neither of them moved. A short time passed. "Leave me alone." Zanjitsu did not stir. "You are never alone in this fight, my brother." Beside him, the hollow began to cry. Zanjitsu remained patiently beside it until it was done. Then they talked. "You set him free?" Wrapped in his cloak, the Vazard pointed a trembling furious finger upwards. Before him crouched Cernunnos. The great bull-headed entity was squatted on its scaled haunches, watching its irate ally with no hint of concern. Behind it the wild hunt howled across the slopes of Hueco Mundo. Their insane cries carried even over the roaring wind that prevailed this close to the sandstorm, signifying the border of the dead zone. "I know it was you," the masked warrior continued. "He couldn't have broken the chain on his own. That's not possible. Now Lagrima's dead with all her forces, and we've lost communication with Nirvana. Why did you do it? Why?" His arm dropped back to his side. The hunt master offered no explanation. It simply shifted its great head to one side, lifeless yellow eyes fixated distractedly on some point far off in the horizon. He did not fail to notice, however, that some of the other members of the hunt were drawing closer, as though aroused by his desperate fear. Mad they might be, but there was clear intent to their movement. The Vazard felt himself beginning to sweat. And still Cernunnos made no move at all. "Watch out, King, they might attack." "Be quiet. We need one another," he affirmed, attempting to sound more confident than he felt. "You, me, and him. Our goals are the same. There's no point getting in each other's way like this. If you want to be free. There's more of them drawing closer. Get out of here. Now. Damn you, let me think. Then you can't do anything that might expose me. I'm the one giving the orders here. You will do as I say. They're all around us." It was true, more of its pack mates were converging on their position. The Vazard felt a cold shiver of distress through his bones. The words of his inner hollow rang at the back of his skull without stop, feeding his fears, preying on his insecurities. "I can't stay here much longer," he thought. "She'll start to come around soon, or she might be in danger like that. But I have to figure out what went wrong before I—" A chilling howl sounded nearby. And right then, "Look out!" Cernunno's head swung about, yellow eyes flashing. The Vazard emitted a scream that became a zero before he even had time to think. The blast left his throat and tore into the hunt master's massive shoulder, drawing an explosion of blood. They both stumbled backwards, him aghast, Cernunnos clutching its injury. The huge hollow made no further move, simply sat still as stone watching him, the itcher running in black streams down its arm. Before he could react to explain or defend his actions in any way, another member of the hunt gave an excited hiss and leapt forward to sink its teeth into Cernunno's side. The antlered king lashed out to grip its rebellious follower by the mask with great pale simian hands. It gave a mighty twist that snapped the Jillian's neck, causing limbs to flap and flail like a black-clad scarecrow. Even as it did, however, a smaller representative of the hunt took this opportunity to alight upon its master's back. There it sank teeth and claws in, gouging and tearing into Cernunno's disease-pitted flesh. The hunt master reached back and crushed it in one massive fist as though smashing an ant. Then with a weird warbling cry that seemed to emerge from every throat, the hunt descended. In a storm of savagery they swarmed over their leader. The horned behemoth fought back, smashing and striking without a sound. Scraps of its stinking matted pelt were torn out and blood flowed freely. Aghast, the Vazard turned and fled from the chaos. He ran without any thought other than to escape. Only once did he dare look back to see if anything was pursuing him, in time to catch a glimpse of Cernunno's as it was pulled down beneath the tide of insane death dealers who fell upon their former leader with the gleeful ferocity of a feeding frenzy. One of them came up with a great white arm clenched triumphantly in its jaws. His heart was beating madly as he ran from that slaughter. In time it was lost to view behind him. What happened? What do I tell them now? I don't understand. How could everything go so wrong so quickly? Eventually his furious heartbeat subsided. He kept on course back to where he had left his partner. The only thing that could make this any worse would be if some harm had befallen her while he was gone. There would be no way to explain it to the others. They hunted in pairs now to make sure none could be taken unawares. His absence would not go unremarked. Fortune had not completely abandoned him. When he returned to their redoubt she remained as he had left her, upright and gazing blankly off to the horizon. Failure. His hollow's mocking voice receded as he removed the mask. The cloak had been discarded. He took up position off to one side of her in the same spot when he first left. No evidence remained. Secure in this belief, he sent a spell through the gleaming cord that connected them, the line briefly coming into view before fading back into obscurity. It was so dangerous to use the connection like this. But there had been no better alternative at the time. A moment later she blinked, losing that half-awake look from before. Not even half an hour had passed, but no change was evident in the grim confines of Hueco Mundo to reveal this lost time. Quickly he took up the conversation. He could stand to take some cooking lessons. We ate better back in the mortal realm. Then he paused, as if noticing her reaction. Everything okay? You're looking a little woozy. Nothing. All this talk of food's making me hungry, that's all. She tramped across the dunes ahead of him without pause. Let's go. The trail's getting cold. Lead the way. The two Vazard then resumed their hunt. It was well past 8 o'clock in the evening when Karen finally received word. She had insisted on staying at the Usagi Shoten even after closing. Ichii called to make sure she was all right before heading out himself. Her father knew. Everyone who needed to be contacted had been. Which just left waiting. And worrying. Trying to help customers had kept her from getting preoccupied, but after the third one to leave in a huff after what she considered perfectly reasonable remarks, Ganja had relegated her to backroom detail. Which, incidentally, made for a lot of time to brood. Patience did not come easily to Karen. She was sitting on the floor leafing idly through a crate of plastic-wrapped tankobon of questionable content when that weird kid Hinta stuck his head in the door. Hey, you. Urura says to tell you they're coming back. Immediately she was on her feet and shoving past him into the hallway. The bratty loud mouth shouted something pissy as she took off towards the cellar. Maihana Natsui and Mikuru Ogawa were ahead of her dressed in the outdated kimonos and wooden sandals that had been scrounged up for their jobs as hostesses, still walking somewhat slow and awkward as a result. Without a word of greeting the anxious preteen whipped by the older girls and through the screen doors, barreling down the wooden steps leading into that inscrutable underground rock garden with little regard for her own safety. Upon reaching the same spot as before, Karen found precious little had changed. The two pillars remained as they were, that weird oil puddle distortion still evident between them. Standing nearby was Urura Tsumujiya, hands clasped before her and perpetually dispirited eyes trained on the ground. Her head rose a bit to give Karen a small nod before going back to studying her shoes. "They're on the way," was all she said before falling silent once again. Somewhat out of breath, the soccer star took to pacing back and forth before the open portal. Her restlessness was not relieved as time went on. Soon enough Mikaru and Mahana had caught up, followed by the burly Ganja now hauling a much more animated Don Kanonji. From your back to replace what your head has lost. The Don gabbled in typical high excitement. The charm will also grant you thrice the stamina of an ordinary mortal. I am not bald, you charlatan. Ganja rubbed the bandana on his head self-consciously. He had obviously failed to appreciate just how off-the-wall Kanonji could be when he offered to look after him. This cap is donned as my symbol of defiance to a callow world, not to hide any personal shortcomings. The men of Sheba do not shun the truth. Tell me, do your prodigious nose hairs have any significance among the royalty of the afterlife? A sudden shifting in the fabric of the gateway caused Karen to tense. Shut up already. She snapped over one shoulder, quickly turning back around. I think they're here. Let everyone be all right, she offered in fervent prayer to whatever deity might watch over the likes of them. I'll give up soccer if I have to, I'll even wear a dress to school. Yuzu does, so nothing to it. Just bring them back home safe. The gods heard her. But at the same time, they apparently couldn't resist throwing a curveball her way. The first person to come through was Misato Oki. Hi, Kurosaka-chan. She sparkled merrily as she trotted by with an unfamiliar Shinigami close behind. Don't mind me, the new guy advised upon catching her looking at him oddly, rubbing his mustache and flinching when the schoolteacher glanced in his direction. As he scuttled to catch up, Kigo Asano emerged to blink in the subterranean sunlight, followed by Mizuoro Kigo and Kuniya Dairyo, who was wearing a boy's jacket. Both the fresh-faced charmer and the slender bibliophile spared them hardly a glance before whipping out their respective cell phones. Hey, babe. Mizu here. Listen, I'll be a little late, so why not forget dinner and slip into something more? Hizuki? It's me. Bring the car around. The market district, I'll meet you at. They moved off to continue their conversations. Kigo merely said, Hey, Karen-chan, and went on by. She gave a grunt of acknowledgement while continuing to peer hopefully behind him. Surging hope was followed by rapid disappointment as the next to appear turned out to be Chizuru Honsho. Green isn't my color anyway, you know? I much prefer red. She affirmed to Tatsuki Arisawa, who simply grumbled and continued to interpose herself between the other redhead, Oriya Minu. This last refugee was remarkably more subdued than usual. She hardly noticed the argument heating up at her side, and Karen felt worried at the clear anguish etched into the lovely teenager's face. As if sensing her distress, Orium spotted the younger girl and perked up immediately, waving hello even as her friends hustled her on by. Karen observed this brief improvement did not last long as Orium soon returned to a state of uncharacteristic despondence. She could only hope it did not mean something awful had happened. Once more the gods took note of her distress. And yet again, they acted to alleviate it in the most bizarre manner possible. A sense of someone else joining them caused Karen to leave off any further examinations and quickly spin about, heart swelling with anticipation. Before her disbelieving eyes, Khan emerged to come to a halt right before her. He caught Karen's eye, and beamed exuberantly. A monkey perched on his shoulder also offered a rather cheeky grin. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with him. Quite the opposite, in fact. For there in Khan's arms was none other than Rukia Kukaki, held like a bride by her groom with hands laced behind his neck, only wearing the black outfit of a Shinigami as opposed to a traditional white wedding dress. Karen gaped at this completely unexpected occurrence, and she was not the only one. Tenku. Ganju Shiba gasped. What? I mean, are you, when did you? Hello, Ganju-san, Rukia greeted her employee. She then spotted Karen thunderstruck before them. Karen-chan. It's good to see you safe. Upon getting no response except tongue-tied bewilderment, the Shinigami lady turned back to her lanky attendant. Khan, I think that will do for now. Just another minute, Nei-san, he insisted, stepping quickly forward. I need to make my triumphant hero procession. Please. A measuring look was followed by a sigh from the owner of the shop. Proceed, then. The others are coming through. Sweet. With Rukia held gallantly to his chest, Khan then swept by Karen at a regal pace, winking down at her as he did. Pissed. See, Karen? Told Ja I could do it. He looked so proud she really couldn't think of anything much to say, except, make sure Ichi and I never finds out. He already knows, a familiar voice grumbled. This time when she turned, the girl was immensely relieved to see her brother Ichigo slouching into the barren landscape with hands stuffed in his robes and that huge kitchen knife slung over his back. He patted his sister's head as he went by, his frustrated scowl easing somewhat before turning back to Kon strutting like a peacock past everyone else. Grumpy did not do it justice. Oddly enough, it made her so relieved to see that even the appearance of the Dragon Lady, Nanao Ise, couldn't rain on her parade. Moments later the gate to Hueco Mundo was shut. The small party gathered around, milling and buzzing slightly. Rukia took this time to hop down from her savior's arms. His look of dejection at the loss made Karen feel sorry for him, but the petite Shinigami was already speaking. You're all welcome to stay here until transportation can be arranged back to your homes. As stated before, you will each be assigned a two-person detail from the Godi I-7 until our scientists have determined how to remove the Vastolord taint from your bodies. They will be largely inconspicuous, so you needn't fear this extra security interfering with your daily lives. Hopefully it will not take long to synthesize a solution. Until then we will safeguard those under our protection. Now, let us see about getting you all something to eat. Ganju-san. Right away, ma'am. Her eager employee beckoned back towards the stairs leading to the surface. The other two girls who had been left behind were already plying their classmates for information on what transpired in the other dimension. Some were only too eager to offer explanations, while others turned over the conversation to those more inclined. As the party trooped off, Karen noticed Ichigo hurry to catch up with Rukia, and they began to converse in urgent tones. She also spied how Kon watched their interchange anxiously, like he wanted nothing more than to interrupt. Deciding on something, she trotted over and tugged his elbow. When he looked down, Kon found a big grin being directed his way. So you saved everybody, huh? Well. He glanced off towards where the royal maiden and her consort had begun to move in pursuit of everyone else. I mean, some other folks helped, but... Kon sniffed and crossed both arms over his chest in a superior fashion. Yeah. I suppose it wouldn't be too big a stretch to say I saved the day. The small monkey seized this opportunity to leap off his shoulder and land on Karen's. It chattered musically before looping its tail around her neck and snuggling close for security. She laughed and tousled the friendly critter's fur before taking Kon by the hand. Well, are you gonna tell me about it or not? In response, the mod soul made a rather stern face at the boisterous primate hugging her neck, who responded by baring its teeth at him in a not altogether friendly fashion. Shaking his head ruefully, Kon shrugged and led the way forward. Okay. Let me start off by saying that whatever anybody else says, I kicked major butt today. Let's see, where to begin. Oh, I know. This new suit of mine has some pretty sweet enhancements, not the least of which. Dinner turned out to be takeout food, but none of them complained. Partly because nobody stayed long enough to call it a real meal. Orium kept apologizing for what happened in Hueco Mundo until Tatsuki finally dragged her off with Ganju in tow. Rukia had assigned members of the Usagi Shoten to act as bodyguards for anyone who left. Some lady came and picked up Mizuoro, who offered them all a ride they politely declined. He just shrugged and smiled before promising to see them at school tomorrow. The presence of dour little Yururu in the car was explained away as being his cousin, a lie which the lady accepted without complaint. The Kurosaka siblings left shortly thereafter, needing no extra security, and Mehana demanded Oka-sensei accompany her home to get more details about what went on. Great job, everybody. Their homeroom teacher declared before leaving. Very productive meeting today. I hereby declare this session of the Karakura Otherworldly Paranormal Society to be officially over. The nervous ghost with the mustache went with them. It was past 9, but the sun had yet to set completely. A rosy palette painted the heavens above in shades of pink and purple. As they sat on the porch of the Usagi Shoten, Mikuru Ogawa examined what, including herself, made up the leftovers. Kon lay taking a well-deserved nap on the porch with legs thrown out and a small monkey curled up on his stomach. Where it came from was anybody's guess. Don Kanonji still stuck around to no one's surprise. Although he had offered to give them all a lift in his limo, for some reason Ichigo insisted he stay, claiming it was for the sake of protecting the remainder of their group. The Don was overjoyed at this apparent display of trust, but Mikuru felt there had been something disturbing about the way Kurosaka smiled then. She recalled he had made some phone calls earlier that no one else commented on. What also seemed odd was that Kigo hadn't left either. And for some reason neither did Ryo. The small girl considered this. It hadn't escaped her attention that Kunieda was wearing Kigo's jacket. Could it be there might be something going on between them? Studying both her classmates, she decided that Asano looked more nervous than usual. Ryo just looked, well, like Ryo. Tall and dissatisfied. Mustering her courage, Mikuru attempted starting a conversation. Rukia-sama says we'll get Shinigami guards of our own till that cleansing magic is ready. What do you think, Kunieda-san? I don't think you'll be needing any, her cohort pointed out. She seemed comfortable letting the matter end there. Fortunately Kigo took up the slack. Mikuru, I think what she means is Tatsuki said the Espada mentioned 9 of us being infected. Counting Karen that's 8, and since nobody else at the party got taken, the last is probably Chad since he wasn't there. He pondered on this, tapping a knee restlessly. Guess that means we should warn him. At this Don Kanonji sprang upright and pranced out before them. Never fear, my young friends. Your hero shall concoct a spell that will see you all rid of any troublesome curses. My previous attempts were hasty and lacked zest, but this time I will employ all my power to wash away the taint of evil from your souls. The TV personality then struck his signature pose with hands crossed over his chest. BWA ha ha ha. Mikuru doubted anyone in their group would consent to letting Kanonji try his magic on them even under normal circumstances, let alone after today's debacle. But she wasn't about to tell him that. Why limit his contributions? Not like she got to do much either. Right then Kunieda lifted her head. Actually, I think you've got more important things to worry about. So saying she pointed off towards the gate opening into the shop's yard. Don Kanonji turned, only to freeze like a thief caught in the act. Coming towards them was a man with hair of shockingly white hue. He wore glasses, a pale suit, and one of the most quietly murderous expressions seen outside of professional basketball. Even worse than this, however, was the girl marching along beside him dressed in the uniform of Karakura First High School with a long brown ponytail and bangs to match. Even with her limited spiritual senses Mikuru could swear she detected a demonic aura flaming around this otherwise pretty but clearly incensed young woman. At this sight Kigo let out the most heartbreaking whimper, like a neglected puppy. Nei-san. He rasped, teeth chattering, and face dripping with sweat. Mizuho Asano swept raging brown eyes towards her quivering sibling. I'll deal with you later, little brother, she swore with the darkest promise imaginable before turning her attention back to Kanonji. You. The intimidating female spat as she stalked forward. You I'll deal with now. Kanonji-san, Ryokan Ishida stated in an even but no less deadly voice. I believe you were warned about performing your routine in my territory. Before the ensuing massacre could take place Mikuru felt a hand clasp her own to pull her upright. Just keep walking, Kunieda Ryo murmured. Don't run. With that she started towards the exit. Neither of the two avenging demons seemed to notice their departure. As they turned the corner into the street Ogawa cast a last look back, in time to see poor Don Kanonji desperately attempting to scale a wall like a fly, to no avail. Then they were out of sight walking down the lane. She tried not to notice the ensuing noises receding into the distance. About a block away, she finally worked up the nerve. Kunieda-san. Do me a favor, Mikuru. The next thing she knew Ryo had stripped off her jacket and held it out. Give this back to Kigo when the fighting's over. Khan should keep an eye on you till then. Ogawa accepted this garment uncertainly. You're leaving? Isn't it dangerous to walk home alone? Maybe we should. I've got it covered. Right then a big black limousine ground to a halt in front of them. The passenger door flew open, and out stepped a huge hulking man in a dark suit with scars running down his face and the tattoo of a dragon on one cheek. This dangerous-looking character quickly opened the rear door with a bow. Oho-sama, he spoke. While Mikuru gaped in amazement, Kunieda swept on by her. As she stepped into the limo, however, the other girl noticed the back of her shirt was torn to shreds. And seen briefly for a moment was a vibrant tattoo that appeared to cover the black-haired girl's whole back. The head of a roaring dragon was visible. Mikuru could have sworn she saw its eyes sparkle before the door slammed shut. All her attention was then taken up by the giant Yakuza who loomed menacingly before her. "You didn't see nuttin'. Got that, squirt?" he growled. Swiftly she nodded in acquiescence. The mobster gave a grunt and swept back inside. Moments later the sleek vehicle pulled away to slip into the approaching fall of dusk. After a while, Mikuru decided it really would be safer to head back to the Usagi Shoten. At least any monsters there she probably couldn't see well enough to be afraid. "Really, Tatsuki-chan, I'm fine. You don't have to worry." Orium cradled the phone against her ear as she walked to a window. Peeking through the blinds, she spied two Shinigami with wonderfully crafted hair slouching on a rooftop across the way. They weren't making any effort to hide themselves, but maybe that was the point. Scare off any hollows. Both certainly looked mean enough. She resolved to take some food out to them later in case they got hungry. "Have you noticed our guards yet?" "Maybe." Tatsuki's voice sounded more irritated than anxious now. "I keep thinking there's something out of the corner of my eye, but whenever I look it's nothing. Could be they're from that ninja unit of the Shinigami, I don't know." There was a rustling like she had sat down, and then the concern was back in her voice. "Are you sure you don't want me to sleep over?" "Yes." Very determined. She stepped back from the window and crossed over to sit on her bed. "I told you, I'm fine. You should just get some sleep. I'll be out like a light as soon as my head hits the pillow. What's to worry about? For starters, Ulquiorra is still on the loose." Just the name made her shiver. When she was younger, Orium used to believe that she could forgive anyone no matter what they might say or do. But if she was honest with herself, there were some people she never wished to meet again. She hadn't been glad to learn of the Quarta Espada's death last year. Maybe because she hadn't stopped to think about it much. Just accepted it as a fact and moved on. But now that he was back, with some people forgiveness didn't matter. They were just too scary for it to make a difference. The memory of a howling witch with one eye arose unbidden, and Inu shuddered. "Please don't ever let me see that again." Orium reached out and snagged a pillow, hugging it close for comfort. "I never used to think like this. Hueco Mundo changed a lot of things. And..." Here Tatsuki hesitated for several seconds. The silence went on for a while. Before Orium could speak, however, she finally got it out. "What about that other Ichigo? Do you think he'll show up in our dreams tonight? We can't not sleep, Tatsuki-chan. And don't worry about that. Kurosaki-kun will take care of it." Her voice grew soft. "I know he will." More enthusiastically, she affirmed, "Oh, but I really am tired. We should just get some sleep." Her friend heaved a tired sigh. "Yeah. I guess it is time to hit the sack. Call me if you need to." "I will. Good night." "Night." The call ended, and she put away the phone. Then Orium buried her face in the pillow. Everything was quiet now. Peaceful. A plane flew overhead, followed by some cars passing by. Someone's dog barked for a little bit. The wall clock shaped like a cat with moving eyes and tail kept ticking. And all that time, Orium thought. She had lied to Tatsuki. She didn't feel tired. What did she feel? Relief. We all made it out safe. Fear. The worst of them is back. Regret. I behaved like a fool. Shame. I nearly got Tatsuki killed. Worry. A hollow is trying to take over Ichigo. Resolve. I won't let it. The pins attached to her hair glowed. Moments later 6 fairies shot out and hovered around their mistress. Slowly Orium lifted her face from the pillow, considering them. A warm orange penumbra filled the room. Quietly she recited their names to herself: Ayam, Began, Lily, Tsubaki, Hinagiko, Shuno. I know what they all can do. Orium looked around for something suitable. Eventually her eye settled on an old forgotten calendar from last year propped up on her nightstand. Reaching over, she ripped off one of the outdated sheets. September. Her birth month. For some reason that made the girl shiver. But she was resolved. Holding up the paper, the determined sorceress whispered, "Shiten Saigo Shun." I. Immediately Ayam, Tsubaki, Began, and Shun-O transformed and enveloped the sheet in their power. But instead of restoration, reject. The aura brightened, only to flicker back and forth in intensity. Like they were uncertain what came next. But Orium knew. Furrowing her brow, she concentrated. Sweat formed on her brow, along with a terrible sense of cold, and still her will did not relent. While so preoccupied, the remaining sprites looked between her and one another anxiously, but neither of them spoke. After a while the flickering stopped. The glow intensified until the whole room was orange light and starkly contrasting shadows. Inside that supernatural globe, the torn sheet of paper slowly broke apart and dissolved away without a sound. When the light winked out, absolutely nothing remained. Immediately Orium collapsed back onto the sheets, panting and spent. Her allies resumed their material forms as innocuous hair decorations. That icy chill had settled into her bones, causing her to hug the pillow again for warmth. After what felt like a long while, it faded. For the most part, at least. But she didn't let that bother her now. I can do it. Once, long ago, when she had been told the ostensive reason for her being kidnapped and brought to Hueco Mundo, Orium Inu had resolved not to let her powers be used for evil ends. And more than that, she figured out a way to make her captivity useful. Because if Aizen did intend to let her approach his treasured Hogyaka for the purpose of repairing it, then she could take advantage of his overconfidence and use this opportunity to do exactly the opposite. Namely, negating its existence. The chance to do so had never arisen. But that hadn't prevented Orium from practicing in secret. Something that awful never came easily to her. Fortunately there hadn't been a good reason to try again since. Now she knew a reason. I will protect Tatsuki. And I will save Ichigo. If we are ever threatened again, I will use my power to completely undo his hollow. For good. Her eyes closed. That night, Orium Inu's sleep was untroubled. Her dreams held no fear. Almost a week had gone by since the unplanned field trip to Hollow Country. During that period Tatsuki found some comfort in her daily routine. She jogged, and trained. Went to school, hung out with her friends, a typical teenage life in many respects. The only difference was a lingering suspicion that somebody might be following her. If it was her Shinigami escorts, however, they never saw fit to make themselves known. Ninja were bad enough. Ghost Shinobi made for an even more maddening experience. Still, there was nothing she could do about it. As far as she could tell, they hadn't picked up on what she was trying to do. Good. Let it stay that way. When Rukia Kukaki appeared at her door one night, it was honestly a relief to learn the bodyguard detail would be called off. This was owing to their Soul Society medicine men having synthesized a cure for that Vastolord affliction. This came in the form of a small pink pill that Kukaki handed over to her. I have distributed it among our friends, and confirmed the results, Rukia attested firmly. The readings indicate you will no longer have any taint once you take this. Hollows will no longer target you. For that reason, at least. Wonderful, Tatsuki sighed. Guess it's back to the usual everyday life-threatening peril. I fear this is the best we have to offer at this time. Don't worry about it, Rukia-chan. We're all pretty much used to this by now. She hesitated a moment before asking. So everybody has taken this drug already? Yes. Dressed in her Shinigami uniform, Lieutenant Kukaki cut a much more imposing figure than usual. But at the same time there was a certain measure of comfort having this powerful individual watching out for her. We were one short in our calculations, though. According to the Research Bureau's analysis, Sato Yasutura was not among those who carried any lingering influence left by the Prime Espada. Really? Tatsuki didn't know whether this was good news or bad. It would seem so. Although like you he definitely interacted with Ulquiorra Schiffer on that first foray into the mortal world, there existed no trace of malign aura we could see. It could be they were not near each other long enough for any infestation to take place. Or perhaps being in his sealed form meant Ulquiorra's aura could not leave any trace in mortal souls. Orium healed Chad during that fight, Tatsuki pointed out. Maybe her abilities removed anything that might have been wrong with him, not just the missing arm. That is possible. We will simply have to do more investigation if there truly is one more of the Harvester's targets. Rukia turned to leave then. For now, Tatsuki-chan, I advise you to waste no time in taking that medicine. The sooner this chapter in our lives is closed the better. She nodded obediently. Right. No problem. Tell Ichigo I said hi. Here the tiny guardian hesitated for a moment. Have there been any new dreams? Nope. A firm shake of her head. Sleeping like a log. Orium too. Guess Ichigo's really on the ball now, huh? At this Kukaki smiled warmly. Indeed. That's good to hear. Goodbye, Tatsuki-chan. Raising a hand, she departed through the wall. Bye. A few minutes later saw Arisawa lying on her bed. She held the pink pill up before her eyes, inspecting it closely. So this will make it all go away, huh? I'm the last holdout. Good. She then opened her bedside table. Rummaging around, she came up with an old shrine charm Orium had bought for her when they were kids. Into this Tatsuki carefully slipped the cleansing medicine, lacing up the bag's top and returning it to its resting place. Just to be on the safe side, she resolved to wait until morning. With that the girl got dressed and went to bed. Very early the next day, before the sun began to rise, Arisawa got up and changed into her running clothes. Then she went out for a jog. The night was cool but not unpleasant. Stars twinkled overhead. As she ran, her otherworldly senses carefully scanned the surroundings. There was no longer any prickling sense of being tailed. So they really are gone just like Rukia said, huh? Okay. Might as well get this show started. 10 minutes later saw her cresting a rise of one of the highest hills in Karakura. On this terraced slope a graveyard spread out, bearing stone markers and offerings left by family members. The sky was just starting to lighten. Very few people were up at this time of day, and none would think this to be a proper place for exercise, or much else for that matter. Tatsuki stopped on one of the lanes leading through the cemetery, presumably to catch her breath. She felt a tickle in her throat. Yes, it was around here that she finally noticed it for the first time on one of her jogs. Knowing the Shinigami were watching her, there hadn't been a chance to verify until now. Fortunately they had no way of realizing the different route she took every day was done with a purpose. Best way to cover more territory. And it looked like her suspicion might be correct. She moved higher then, taking the steps that led into the woods two at a time. The tickling had transformed into a prickle, and it was growing more pronounced. At the top of the hill? No, more off to the side. The determined athlete then broke away from this path to enter the forest. Her pace slowed so as not to trip or lose her footing. Got to be careful. At last her search appeared to have ended. Tatsuki now stood before a small cave mouth ringed by boulders. This spot had some significance. Back in her middle school days a few kids used to sneak in here after school, to smoke or make out as a sign of adolescent rebellion. It was secluded, with little chance of getting caught. But eventually the proximity of the graveyard made it just too inconvenient, and the juvenile offenders sought other less disturbing locales. She noticed one or two old beer cans stuffed with cigarette butts still lying around the entrance. This was the place. With utmost care Arisawa proceeded to clamber down into the pit. Its ceiling was just high enough that she only had to crouch a little bit. Supposedly it wasn't very deep and the tunnel ended at a small shrine that had been erected long before she was born. Having never explored it herself, she took it slow, bringing out her cell phone to light the way when the haze of approaching dawn could no longer assure visibility. Her throat was burning with cold. 30 feet and she had reached the back of the cave. As her light fell upon the shrine, a rustling sound came that reminded her of dead leaves in winter. Holding up the phone to get a better look, Tatsuki smiled without warmth. There you are. The shrine consisted of nothing more than a tiny house built on a raised wooden platform with a stone figure inside. And behind this structure, Lying on the dais scrunched back tight against the wall, was Ulquiorra Schiffer. Tatsuki made her way up onto the plinth and inspected the fugitive. He looked as bad as when she first saw him in Hueco Mundo. There were no more wings or even color to mark him. His body had reverted to that same ash-gray material as before, a crumbling wreck in the vague outline of a man. Likely a strong breeze would blow him away. Gray eyes stared at her. She liked to think he was sweating on the inside. Made her feel like this wasn't the worst idea in the world. Squatting down before that helpless form, she regarded him with a critical eye. Somebody hasn't been eating right, I see. His chest rose and fell with an effort. He made no attempt to speak. Most likely he thought this was it. And it just might be. I had a feeling you might be close by, she resumed, speaking in a casual vein, glancing around the musty cavern. Guess we're connected now in some way. You've got part of me inside you. At first, I said to myself, no way he'd hang around anywhere close by. Out of all the places on Earth he could have run, why come here, where all the people who most want to kill him live? It doesn't make any sense. Right? Tatsuki leaned closer. She could have sworn he cringed back instinctively. But then it hit me, you couldn't go anywhere else. All the people you need are here. That's what you said before, right? I need them. And it's true. The only ones who can help you get back to normal are all living within a 5-mile radius in Karakura town. If you were on the other side of the world, how would you reach them? Those little bats of yours pop if somebody sneezes. A round-world trip is not in the cards. So you had to stay as close as possible without getting too close. Problem is, your free buffet just got a lot less variety. She settled down, stretching her legs off the side of the platform and rubbing a kink in her neck. Kind of pleasant chatting like this. Yeah, the Shinigami took care of that. Whatever Vastolord stamp was left on my pals is gone now. You're down to just me. And something tells me if I take my medicine and get a clean slate too, you'll be dead within a week. Well, more dead than usual, anyway. At this point Tatsuki stood up as much as she could in this position. She gazed down at that drained carcass. Seeing it like this, all the wrath from before started slowly building again. It was amazing how angry she felt, and yet the words she spoke next sounded completely calm. I could kill you. Reaching back, Tatsuki lifted the small stone shrine god out of its home and hefted it overhead in clear preparation to bash in his skull. The look on his face reminded her of certain karate opponents she had faced in the past, when they realized just how much better than them she really was. That was the expression someone who had already resigned themselves to defeat war. It would be so easy, she continued. Just squash your head, stamp the rest of you out like a campfire, then go home, take a shower and have some breakfast. Nobody would be the wiser. They'd just wonder what became of you, and years down the road some might even recall that you never showed back up again. Yeah, it might make them uncomfortable. Ichigo, Orium, Rukia, they might even ask if I knew anything. So I'd lie, say I didn't have a clue. And eventually, they'd get over it. That's how little you matter in real life, you vampire rapist motherfucker. No more was said for about a minute, in which time the loudest thing to be heard was her deep angry breathing as she stared down at the helpless hollow. Except, Khan might ask. Slowly she lowered the granite club to dangle at her side. If he did, I don't think I'd be able to lie. Then he'd know what I did. And I don't ever want him to look at me the way he did back there again. That guy, his opinion means more to me than your continued fucking existence. A moment later she had carefully reinserted the statue in its resting place. Turning back to Ulquiorra, Tatsuki Arisawa took a moment to consider her next move. I could walk away. Leave him here to die. Or call Rukia and let her know where to find him. Soul Society would take care of the rest. No blood on my hands either way. I wouldn't have to do anything, really. I'm in control. But the person who scares me the most. I can't do jack shit to stop him. And that's why I'm doing this. Tatsuki knelt down right beside Ulquiorra. She reached out to pull the sleeve of her jacket up, exposing her forearm. Then she brought it down until it hovered close to his mouth. He didn't speak, but the question was there in his eyes. Answer me one thing. That monster. Ichigo's hollow, the one you fought, can you kill it? For real? Without killing Ichigo too. The undead entity stared at her. Tatsuki licked her lips. It was starting to feel uncomfortably warm in this cavern. Sweat was dripping down her face, and she rubbed an arm across her brow. Maybe I'm closer to hell down here than I think. As she considered this, a sound like a dying man's whisper floated through the air. Yes. A lie? Probably. He had nothing to lose by doing so. But still, it was all the hope she could personally lay claim to. And for now, at least, she was holding all the cards. Just have to make sure that never changes. Then I'll give you what you need. You can get strong again, until you are ready to do it. After that you can dry up and blow away for all I care. So saying, she gently lowered her wrist until it rested flush with his mouth. Ulquiorra didn't hesitate. She felt him latch on, that same horrible cold feeling shooting up her arm and into her heart like a knife. For an instant the only sane response seemed to be bringing her fist up and dashing his wispy remains all over the floor. Instead Tatsuki gritted her teeth at this violation, and held on. As the hollow drew in his needed sustenance his eyes never left her face. She stared stubbornly right back, refusing to be the one to look away first. I'm not scared of you, asshole. So just suck it up and hope I don't change my mind. Later that day, when Orium asked about the bandage on her wrist, Tatsuki just said it was a little sore and changed the subject. The huge hollow Barinholtz staggered across the sand-swept plains of Hueco Mundo. It screamed without stop, driven mad by agony. No measure of control remained. The only thing left inside was an insatiable urge to kill, so that perhaps by doing so it might make the pain go away. Mile after mile it trod the hellish landscape with no one in sight. Sometimes it fell, only to rise and keep going, in search of life it could destroy. At one point it tumbled down a dune and lay panting there for a while with enormous mitts buried in the sand for support. Blood streaked its jaws and the cracked midnight marble at its core. After a while Barinholtz threw back its head and uttered a roar that resounded from one edge of the horizon to another. Doing so allowed it to notice the collection of looming Minos Grande that now encircled it like trees around a glade. A hiss stole from several throats, and without further ado they dove into attack. The canine brute bellowed and staggered up to meet this challenge. For a while nothing could be seen but bent black writhing forms. Flashes of yellow energy emerged briefly. Then they all collapsed. A short time later, there came a stirring. First one Jillian stood. Then another. More followed, until they all had drawn clear of the space between. Revealed in their midst, Barinholtz clambered upright. His wounds were gone. Down his massive shoulders there now hung a cloak made of many different hairy pelts that gave off a foul stench. And from his brow grew antlers branching out into wicked prongs. A similar assemblage of bone shafts wound protectively around his core midsection like vines before settling in to cover it from sight. Cernunnos looked around at his new followers. At this they all bayed long and loud. The creature that had once been Barinholtz answered this call with a threatening snarl that was carried by the winds of Hueco Mundo, striking primal fear into the hearts of whoever heard it. Their rebirth complete, the Wild Hunt then took up the chase once more. Arc 2, Fin. Check the description for the links to the author.